The Secret of Time. Sal Rachel. Translated from English by Alexey Arkhipov. Sometimes something that we take for granted turns out to be one of the most mysterious and difficult things to understand. Time is one of those things. It seems to rule our lives whether we are rich or poor, educated or illiterate. Most often, people spend 80 or 90 years on Earth, after which their known life ends. Thanks to advances in science and metaphysics, we can assume that life is more than the time interval from birth to death. We may have hundreds of opportunities to repeat the lessons we came here to learn. Time can be both a friend and an enemy to you, depending on how you look at it. Time can release and captivate you, shroud you in darkness and give you enlightenment. This book is the result of a collaborative effort between its author and his various higher-dimensional spiritual mentors known as the Founders. These spiritual guides will sometimes add their own messages. We ask that you remain unbiased about everything you read, regardless of where the text came from. Be prepared to question all claims made by the author of this book and the Founders. Conduct independent research work. Online store /u/u/u.yihisak.1sh. Contents. A. Linear, horizontal, time 19. Physical linear time 20. Physical measure of time 20. Psychological linear time 21. B. Nonlinear, vertical, time 30. Vertical time is always now 31. All time and space are contained in the eternal moment of now. The past, present, and future are contained in the eternal now. The eternal moment now is the only time that exists. This can be proved. All possible and probable realities are contained in vertical time. All parallel and higher dimensions and universes are contained in nonlinear time. No part of space can exist outside of the eternal moment of now. The uncertainty principle applied over time 41. B. The nature of God 44. Chapter 2. Parallel realities 50. A first look at parallel realities 50. Two types of parallel realities 52. Film set theory in the context of time and space 56. Time as a holographic projection 56. SZL Rachel. Additional ways to apply the principle of non-locality in quantum physics 57. Another look at the idea of parallel realities 58. Chapter 3. Non-local time/space 62. Our unknown history 65. What is a superposition? 67. Information about higher dimensions, wormholes, and distortions of the space-time continuum 70. The principle of non-local application to time 74. Applying the principle of non-local time management can benefit both you and other people. Chapter 4. The nature of alternative realities 79. A. Déjà vu and intersecting timelines 80. B. Time loops and time paradoxes 83. B. How to connect to your parallel lives 87. Chapter 5. A deeper look at the free market. Will and paired 6L6 Nost Mimtum 1mm, M93. Third raft, the sharpened will 93. Fourth density, free will 96. Fifth flesh, God's will 100. How do you connect with your higher self? 101. Arguments for predeterminism 102. False surrender to the higher self 107. Chapter 6. Time travel *114. A. The theory of time travel 114. How to travel through time 117. Long distance space travel 118. B. Technologies used for time travel 122. Black holes 125. White holes 126. Wormholes 127. Vortices, stargates, portals, and ley lines 129. V. Mental time travel 132. Additional information about déjà vu and intersecting timelines 133. Soul fragmentation 138. Soul integration 139. What can you say about unreliable memories? 140. Selective memorization 141. Revision of the past 142. Psychometrics 143. Part 2. Ways to apply the timeline theory. Chapter 7. Correction of the timeline 148. A. General questions about correcting the timeline. 148. B. Reverse correction of a timeline 167. B. Establishing a link to a future timeline 169. Chapter 8. How to manage space-time 188. More complex concepts of the timeline 188. You can go anywhere in time and space and see what happens there. 189. In any given example of nonlinear time, you may have several dominant timelines. This time is in the wave state 193. N.W.P. Rachel. Physics of Possible and Probable Realities. The Uncertainty Principle 195. Exploring Near Past, Present, Future, and Parallel Realities 196. Conclusion 204. Chapter 9. The Primary Psychology of Correcting Timelines 205. 1. Healing the client's early childhood and past lives 213. 2. Striking a balance between trusting your higher self to get the job done and taking action 208. 3. Self-correction of the timeline. Healing your early childhood and past lives, 210. 4. Third-party healing 212. 5. Healing your family and friends in this life 213. 6. Additional information regarding third-party healing 217. 7. Healing groups of people at the present time, collective healing of third parties inhabitants of planet Earth, 219. 8. Groups of human healers in the past, healing historical collective traumas on planet Earth, 245. 9. Correction of possible and probable future timelines 252. 10. Correction of possible or probable future timelines. Establishing a link to a future third-party timeline 255. 11. Correcting possible and probable future Earth timelines 256. Zali Yukini 258. Chapter 10. Additional information about correcting the timeline 261. Self-correction of a time line, applying this technique to yourself without the involvement of a therapist, 261. Healing genetics and lineage 262. Removing or changing hereditary and genetic imprints in oneself, with the help of a timeline corrector, 262. Eliminating or modifying one's own genetics 263. Real-time treatment of people from their genetics/ancestry 264. Helping another person change their genetics 265. Healing third-party genetics 265. Correction of implants and fingerprints, military. Aliens, etheric and astral worlds, legacy, 266. Physical implants 266. Astral implants 267. Ethereal prints 268. Application options for reverse. Timeline correction 269. Mental projection through time and space 269. Gaining knowledge from this life, extracting. Exam answers, remembering the smallest details, etc. 271. Borrowing wisdom from other lives 272. Getting information from your future self 273. Borrowing wisdom from teachers in the past, present, or future 273. How to work with difficult clients 274. Ask the client to embrace, love, and accept the self in its current state 275. Help the client change their self-image 276. Sep Rachel. Additional information on the use of breathing techniques 276. Correction of the timeline by other healing techniques 277. Combined with the application of healing hands 277. Grounding, healing the aura, and balancing the chakras 277. Combined with the work of forgiveness and getting rid of karma, 278. Additional information on engaging spiritual mentors 278. Combined with timeline correction meditation and other meditation techniques 279. Dispelling entities before, at, and after. A timeline correction 279. Chapter 11. Activating alternative timelines 280. How do we activate our possible and probable timelines? 292. 10-point summary on how to increase your productivity. Vibrate and gain power in activating direct time 294. Group collaboration and group activation. In real time 295. Your vibration level determines your activation strength 297. The frequency barrier and its effect on the activation of the timeline, 299. Chapter 12. Time Management 305. Efficient Use of Linear Time 305. Find out your purpose and mission in life 306. A technique for determining your life's purpose 307. Create priorities. Realize what is most and least important to you 309. What can you say about flexibility? 310. Get rid of your bad habits and tendencies 313. Be aware of the nature of distractions 316. Overcome your resistance to change 319. Manage your fears of success and failure 322. Respect your commitments and persevere 324. The driving force of creation 325. Additional obstacles to effective time management 326. Obsession with small details 326. Procrastination and impatience 327. Failure to set boundaries 330. More information on how to deal with distractions 331. Additional information about the nature of the discipline 332. Chapter 13. Going out of time. The nature of timelessness ** 335. And once again about the multidimensional nature of the universe 335. Time in the subtle realms 341. Time in the higher realms 341. Non-dual dimensions 342. Stages of Enlightenment 344. Conclusion 357. Appendix 359. From the author. Sometimes it happens that something that we take for granted in this world turns out to be one of the most mysterious and difficult to understand. Time is one of those things. It seems to rule our lives whether we are rich or poor, educated or illiterate. Most often, people spend 80 or 90 years on Earth, after which their known life ends. Thanks to advances in science and metaphysics, we can assume that life is more than the time interval from birth to death. We may have hundreds of opportunities to repeat the lessons we came here to learn. But even if reincarnation really exists, the question inevitably arises, what is the purpose of our life? At all times, this question was perhaps the most frequently asked and at the same time the most difficult. It is impossible to give either an incorrect or a definitive answer. Our life has the meaning that our consciousness gives it. If you feel that your life is meaningless, then you are probably leading a meaningless existence. This is the law of creative thought, which is the basis of metaphysical truth. A life that has no meaning will do no good. It's best if you come up with an arbitrary goal for your life, and then try to live up to it. Through this, you will learn a lot, including how to concentrate and direct your energy. World history describes a lot of people with their own worldview, sometimes very unusual and eccentric, who constantly created amazing things. All of them unconsciously learned to use time as their assistant to achieve their personal goals. Time can be both a friend and an enemy to you, depending on how you look at it. Time can release and capture you, envelop you in darkness and give you enlightenment, even though enlightenment itself is beyond time. This book is likely to challenge some of your ideas about time, as well as answer many of your questions that you have been asking for a long time. I ask you not to blindly believe everything that is said in these pages. Try this material firsthand. Explore and explore it. Be a real scientist and say, I don't know the whole truth about time yet, but I will find out. Don't let current theories and dogmas stop you from discovering the secrets of the universe. On Earth, only a few souls have awakened to the truth of our one being. We stumble along, believing what the media and society tell us, and we have the same problems over and over again. We have no doubt not yet found the true cause of our seemingly endless torment. According to the assumptions of some wise teachers, all the crises of our time are in our minds. Progressive physicists claim that everything in the world is consciousness, that there is nothing beyond our borders at all, and that everything that we think we know well is illusory. Many spiritual texts say that time is an illusion, and this is true or false, depending on how you look at it. Whether time is real or not, this book aims to broaden your horizons and provide you with a range of practical tools to interact with the curious phenomenon we call time. I suggest that you read this book thoughtfully, and then do it again after a while. See Rachel. Introduction. What is time? This book aims to highlight one of the most difficult concepts to understand in our world today. Despite the fact that we all seem to be under the influence of time, and our world is inextricably linked to so-called linear time, we have very few theories that would explain the whole host of mysteries surrounding time. For example, is time travel possible? Can the past be changed? Is there a realm beyond time? How does time change in other worlds? Are there dimensions of time, like space? Why do we notice that time accelerates as we age? For people who are metaphysical, we asked additional questions. Does thought create time? What is memory? What is timelessness? How do enlightened people perceive time? And here are questions for theoretical scientists. If it is almost impossible to increase the speed of light, due to the fact that the mass will approach infinity, then how to explain the presence of light in our universe? Has there always been light? How did light appear at all, if it did not appear in a static state of zero velocity? What force or state of energy caused the Big Bang? What happened before him? This book is the result of a collaborative effort between the author and his various higher dimensional spiritual mentors. We strongly recommend that you keep an open mind and simply study this topic with other people who share relevant information. We investigate the nature of time, relying on generally accepted discoveries no more than is necessary for us. We challenge many of the basic assumptions of modern science, including the belief that nothing can move faster than the speed of light. We study the role of consciousness in the context of our perception of time. In this book, we will delve deeper into this topic. If you are already familiar with the author's previous books, then you already have an idea of how he understands time and space. Although it is not our intention to repeat what has been written before, in the first pages of this book we will offer you a short summary of previous publications. Although we will start with basic truths, our material will gradually become more complex, but we hope to explain advanced concepts to you in a way that you can easily understand them, even if you don't understand physics very well or don't understand it at all. There will be almost no mathematics in our story, except for a few basic definitions, in which you can't do without mathematics. For example, linear time, described in the first chapter as horizontal, it can be described as distance divided by speed. If you drove 100 kilometers at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, then 100/100 equals 1 hour of time spent. Here are some of the ideas we'll explore in this book. We are constantly creating new realities with every passing moment. The straight lines of time continuously branch out into a wave-like formation. This is how the uncertainty principle of quantum physics applies to consciousness and time. God is defined as all that is, plus the source of all that is. God sees life in two different ways, like each of us individually and like all of us at the same time. All creation happens simultaneously, so an infinite number of possible realities were created instantly, or are being created instantly, and we can decide for ourselves which ones to perceive sequentially over an infinite period of time. There is a concept that everything has already happened and we simply decide to relieve it. We can reperceive previously explored timelines as many times as we want, or we can go to new timelines that have already been created and learn them. At a very high level of consciousness, we could create things that never existed before in linear time. Let's reformulate the above idea somewhat. An infinite number of parallel realities/timelines, already created and free, only indicates that we are free to choose the one, or those, that we want to perceive. On many levels, in other words, dimensions, we get the impression that we are creating something new, when, in fact, we are simply exploring a reality that has already been created. In fact, there may be an area somewhere where completely new timelines are being born, but this level of consciousness far exceeds that of most people on Earth. The rest of this book will provide answers to these riddles, paradoxes, and conundrums, thanks to the collaboration of the author, his spiritual guides, and each of you who read it. And it doesn't really matter how much time has passed between when the author wrote this text and when you are reading it, because your very presence as a reader contributes to the creation of models of reality described in this material. The author of this book works with a group of higher dimensional beings known as the Founders. These spiritual guides will sometimes add messages throughout the book. We ask that you remain unbiased about everything you read, regardless of where the text came from. Be prepared to question all claims made by the author of this book or the founders. Conduct independent research work. Immerse yourself in your research with an open-end, therefore, inquisitive mind, which will allow you to learn the truth, while maintaining a clean, calm, rational mind, without playing devil's advocate or washing the dice with your theorizing. The subject of time is surprisingly complex and difficult to understand because our thinking mind is a product of linear, three-dimensional time and space, while many of the concepts contained in this book are not intelligible. You must use your deeper, more intuitive abilities to gain insight into the nature of higher dimensions, vertical time, parallel lines of time, and so on. To prevent this material from becoming too speculative, we have included examples of practical applications of the ideas outlined here, including an essay on correcting timelines, a new extremely effective therapy that can significantly surpass traditional psychotherapy. Keep reading and this technique will open up to you. I invite you to follow this path as a fellow traveler, not just as a follower. Together, we explore the fabric of time and space, and we find useful information that will really help us understand our role in the history of creation. This book will take some time to learn. You may need to reread it more than once to understand everything about it. Speaking of paradoxes, here's one: it doesn't take time to be who you are, but it seems to take a long time to figure out who you are. In the first chapter, we'll give you the basics of physics and psychology that anyone can understand. Almost all of you learned these concepts in elementary or high school, but maybe not in the same way that we use here. Gradually, we will refer in this book to more and more bold concepts that have been described in previous books. If you haven't already read the earlier writings, it doesn't matter, but it would not be out of place for you to understand the concept of multiple dimensions and aspects of the self that those books described. To get information about the previous publications of the author of this book, go to his website, bkr//y/y/za1gasIe1e. SOGP. Thank you for deciding to solve the mystery of time and agreeing to take this journey with me. Chapter 1. Linear and Nonlinear Time. To help you understand the complex topic of time, we offer you the following definitions. Linear, horizontal, time. It is a measure of relative motion between two or more objects or states of reality. This time is determined by the clock and calendar and is useful for everyday speeds and situations. Nonlinear, vertical, time. It is a state of eternal now that exists in all dimensions of reality. In all honesty, this time is unique, and linear time is contained in the larger universe of the eternal now. Bose-Einstein condensate. This is a static state of the universe that occurs at a temperature of absolute zero. There is practically no linear time in the Bose-Einstein condensate, since then there is no motion. Compression of natural harmonic time. This is the tendency of psychological time to move faster at higher levels of consciousness or in higher dimensions. It should not be confused with the illusion of faster time, which occurs in the declining years. This phenomenon will be described in more detail below. Extension of natural harmonic time. Here we are talking about the ability to expand psychological time, slowing it down, for example, during dreams, as well as the natural expansion of time in lower dimensions. You can also manage time to achieve more within a given linear time period. The dominant timeline. This is the way things really manifest in the material world. It consists of both personal and collective levels of reality. You can have several dominant timelines, because there are so many dimensions of space-time. Possible timeline. A thought that has occurred to you can manifest itself in the future of linear, horizontal, time. In nonlinear time, all possible timelines already have a certain degree of reality, existence. Asterisk probable timeline. The thought that has occurred to you may well manifest in the material world, on the dominant timeline, at some point in linear time. Asterisk past and future timelines. These are possible and probable timelines that exist in the part of the fabric of space-time that is not related to the current linear time. Time levels. These are sequences or coordinates corresponding to different levels and dimensions of time. Asterisk space levels. These are all possible vibrational levels, densities, dimensions, or planes of existence. Asterisk parallel realities. They are also known as parallel timelines. Here we are talking about all possible and probable realities that coexist with the dominant timeline in this eternal moment of now. We can also talk about parallel dominant lines of time that exist on different planes and subplanes simultaneously with the dominant line of time that is currently perceived by the collective consciousness of people. Asterisk the eternal now moment. It is a state of nonlinear, or vertical, time that exists throughout horizontal time and space, as well as beyond horizontal time and space. Activation is the process of saturating the space-time continuum with consciousness through intention, visualization, or life force energy management using will, desires, feelings, etc. Asterisk the uncertainty principle. It is also known as the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. This is a law of quantum mechanics, by virtue of which reality can exist in a state of potentials, as a set of oscillating waves, or in the form of a discrete material state, as a particle. In the laboratory, an electron in the unobserved state looks like a wave, and in the observed state it looks like a particle. Asterisk superposition. This is a conclusion from the uncertainty principle, according to which reality can be in two states simultaneously. Think of Schrödinger's cat, a hypothetical case where the cat is both alive and dead. Asterisk non-locality, the principle of non-local quantum mechanics. This principle is directly related to the idea of quantum entanglement, that is, a state of matter and energy in which everything is closely connected with everything else in the universe. It also refers to the realm of existence that is present everywhere in the space-time continuum. According to it, the space-time continuum is contained in a larger and multidimensional reality. A. Linear, horizontal, time. Physical linear time. In this subsection, we will study the nature of physical linear time, defined as a measure of relative motion. Then we will continue to study the relationship between time and space, as well as the changing nature of physical time. Unless you live under a rock, you probably have a very acute sense of time. Not only do you understand what your watch shows, but you may also be very dependent on some calendar, business meeting diary, phone, or other device that tracks time. But what is time really like? Horizontal or linear time is a measure of relative motion between two or more objects or states of reality. This form of time has two components: 1. Physical time and 2. Psychological time. Physical measure of time. The most easily understood concept of time involves a measure of relative motion between two or more objects or states of reality. Our modern clocks and calendars are based on three simple measures, namely the rotation of the Earth on its axis, the positions of the Moon, and the rotation of the Earth around the Sun. Without going into details about how these measures came about, we can only say that one revolution of the Earth around its axis, one day, was divided into smaller components, hours, minutes, seconds, etc., the position of the Moon, into weeks and months, and one revolution of the Earth around the Sun, 1 year, 4 decades, centuries, millennia, etc. Of course, there are other systems, such as the Mayan and Toltec calendars, but we will not go into them at this time, because the purpose of this book is not to analyze the constituent measures of time. Physical time is variable, as Einstein showed in his special theory of relativity. At ordinary speeds and distances, time seems to be more or less constant, but when traveling at the speed of light or approximately at this speed, time takes on a completely different meaning. To put it simply, as you approach the speed of light, time seems to slow down. We invite you to explore relativity for a more detailed and scientific explanation of the variability of physical time. Physical time exists only when there is movement, displacement. The universe consists of both time and timelessness, depending on whether there is something moving in relation to something else. There are two main components to the space-time continuum: 1. A dynamic state in which aspects of the universe move continuously, and 2. A static state, also known as the Bose-Einstein condensate. There are laws of motion and thermodynamics related to the dynamic state. The energy in this state consists of two types, potential and kinetic. In a static state, energy exists in perfect equilibrium, balance. Later in this book, we'll talk more about these two states of energy when we discuss the law of conservation of energy. Psychological linear time. In this section, we'll look at the nature of psychological linear time, or how we perceive horizontal time, including the idea that your attention span and overall vibration level determine how fast time passes. We will also explore the ideas of compressing and expanding natural harmonic time and what happens when the mind is enlightened. Psychological time includes our sense of time. We have a certain idea of time. For example, almost everyone can imagine how long 5 minutes are. If I tell you that I will call you in 5 minutes, you can understand how long you will have to wait for my call. You have an idea of the past and future based on the experience you can recall, past, or anticipate, the future. Psychological time is just as variable as physical time. When you are bored, time creeps for you, and when you are passionate about something, absorbed, time flies for you. A number of interesting ideas are associated with psychological time. For example, as you age, time usually accelerates in your perception. This is partly due to the phenomenon of selective memorization. For example, if you are 10 years old, you can remember 7 or 8 of your birthdays. If they are all different, your mind will think about each of them separately, and it may seem like a long time has passed from your first birthday to the present. However, if you are 60 years old, you can only remember a few of the most interesting birthdays. If your birthday celebrations are about 10 years apart, you might think that not much time has passed between these important dates. So, 60 of your birthdays may seem like 6 to you. Events that are routine or involve a lot of repetition tend to be forgotten, so you get the impression that time is speeding up its course. There is another reason why time seems to pass faster as you get older. It is related to what is called the compression of natural harmonic time. By raising your overall vibration, a natural result of evolution, you perceive in your predominant state of consciousness what corresponds to the higher state you have reached. In higher states, time tends to move faster. For example, what is perceived as 1 week in the 6th dimension may be equivalent to 1 year in the 4th dimension. When the Bible says that God created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, it means that this is how God perceived the duration of that period of time. In the 12th dimension, a creature could view 1,000,000 Earth years in an instant. Figure 1.1 gives you a visual representation of the contraction and expansion of natural harmonic time in 7 dimensions. The time equivalents in this figure are arbitrary. It may turn out that 1 month in the 5th dimension is not fully equal to 1 year in the 4th dimension, etc. The higher dimension is time compression of harmonic time. Lower dimensions time expansion. Figure 1.1. Higher dimensions. Time compression. A related concept includes the idea of a natural extension of harmonic time. An example of this is what happens every night during sleep. You may think that several weeks have passed during one of your dreams, but when you wake up, you realize that only an hour or an hour and a half has passed. Once they reach a certain level of vibration, souls acquire the ability to consciously extend or shorten time. That is why archangels can help several thousand people at the same time. We can say that they extend the time to heal each of us, and then, when their work is done, they compress the time. Thus, they can perform thousands of healings, paying attention to each of their charges, but when they return to their own world after thousands of hours of healing souls, only a few seconds pass in their own time frame. When we talk about beings from higher dimensions, we will sometimes allow the spiritual guides of the author of this book, the founders, to express their point of view, because they live above the earth plane. Next, we present the founders' message. Channeling number 1 from the founders. Linear time. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the founders. We are very pleased to share with you information about the many concepts of time. You may not believe us, but higher beings, no matter what their level of vibration, find it very difficult to educate people on this topic. This is not due to our lack of knowledge, no, the whole point is that the language of people is extremely limited, and people for the most part have not yet fully developed their telepathic abilities. Your physical, or linear, time can be viewed as part of a space-time continuum, or grid. Think of time as the x-axis coordinate field of a mathematical model, and space as the x-axis coordinate field. Why inside this model? Using this standard graph with the xy axis, you can find certain points in time and space in the entire continuum, see figure 1.2. The v-axis. Higher. Square. 3. Time. Square. 2. The lowest. Figure 1.2. As you can see, there are 4 quadrants here, which should be understood as previous higher dimensions, previous lower dimensions, future higher dimensions, and future lower dimensions. The center point of the graph xy, 0, 0, represents the present moment and place in your so-called normal 3-dimensional space. You have what is called a dominant timeline that runs from the past to the future and from lower to higher dimensions. The following line graph looks like a sequence of ascending steps, in an ideal situation, see figure 1.3. Bot Recap. Increasing the level of consciousness of a person after he grows up is called soul evolution. Although the soul's level of consciousness may occasionally drop temporarily, over a long period of time, there is generally a tendency to increase the level of its consciousness and wisdom. In other words, as linear time passes, this line graph shifts from past lower dimensions, quadrant 2, to future higher dimensions, quadrant 3. This line graph shows the composite state of consciousness of the soul in the space-time continuum. The soul can project consciousness into any part of the continuum at any time. Some part of the soul travels to the past, remembering events that occurred in the past. When you imagine the future, some of the soul's energy is transferred to the future quadrants of the diagram. In fact, the space-time continuum is much more complex than the one shown in the figures above. Imagine, for example, that this diagram is three-dimensional. Figure 1.4 shows layered spatio-temporal realities. The x-axis represents linear time, the y-axis represents linear space, and the two-axis represents possible and probable reality. You can go anywhere in physical time and space and see what's going on there. Please note that we used the present tense, what is happening now. The fact is that from a higher point of view it is always now. You can move to any point in physical time and space, or anywhere within the lower or higher dimensions of time and space, and see what is happening there. V-axis. Figure 1.4. In the three-dimensional model of the space-time continuum, Figure 1.4, Axis 2 appears, which represents the so-called possible and probable realities. These could also be called parallel realities. The prevailing timeline is that which manifests itself in the so-called normal time and space. However, along with the dominant timeline, there are also an infinite number of possible realities, but they have too little energy to manifest them in a physical sense. If the soul directs a sufficiently high energy intention into a possible reality, it becomes a probable reality. This is called timeline activation. In fact, it is possible to jump to a new dominant timeline, relying on a strong intention to redo something so that it works differently. In fact, it is a mechanism of free will. Later in this book, you will find a whole section on how to run straight lines of time or bring parallel realities into linear time. See Figure 1.5, below. Past Future. Figure 1.5. To complicate matters, imagine that your individual space-time continuum merges with the space-time continuum of each soul in creation. When these continuums intersect, you have shared realities, or collective timelines. For example, every person on Earth experiences the collective reality of having a body that lives on Earth, although the experience of many souls in this general area may differ significantly from your own. Let's describe it in another way. Your dominant timeline consists of what you create individually, mainly on the third and fourth levels of consciousness, the realms of the higher mind, subconscious, ego, imagination, feeling, desire, will, intention, etc., combined with the individual creations of other life forms that fill this part of space-time with you. The time continuum. Although all souls inevitably affect each other in creation, it is certain that only a small fraction of the souls in the universe significantly affect your space-time continuum, and vice versa. This includes family, friends, and important personal relationships, as well as, to a lesser extent, every soul you meet along the way, from the cashier to the traffic cop. Your personal dominant timeline interacts/intersects with the timelines of your family and friends. Where your timelines partially merge, you see collective realities shared by several souls. If you are watching a sunset together with your loved ones, then this sunset exists in both of your prevailing realities. If you share the ideas of your loved one that have not yet been manifested on the earth plane, then these realities exist on the collective possible timeline. Now your individual possible timeline intersects the possible one. Live stream of your loved one's time. In other words, you have a parallel reality that intersects the parallel reality of your loved one. If enough energy is provided to your overall possible timeline, it is more likely that your shared parallel reality will transition into your overall dominant timeline. An obvious example of how this idea can be applied is provided by two partners in a joint venture. At first, the business exists in the minds of these partners and therefore on their shared possible timeline. When a lot of energy and effort is spent on manifesting this shared reality, it becomes a common probable timeline. It will remain a likely reality as long as the partner's activities do not lead to any noticeable results, for example, to the registration of a company, the purchase or production of products, sales, etc. At this point, the business becomes part of the dominant timeline, manifested reality. In the next channeling sessions, we will continue to talk about personal and collective timelines. In the meantime, we are simply strengthening your awareness and preparing you for further study of this topic. The founders were with you. See you soon. B. Nonlinear, vertical, time. In this section, we will explore the idea of nonlinear or vertical time, including the paradoxical nature of the eternal now, which contains all time and also transcends time. Here are some related topics: A. The idea of parallel realities. B. The theory of time by British physicist Julian Barbour. C. Time as a holographic projection. And D. The principle of non-locality applied to time, the idea that we are everywhere at once at every moment. Our story will now focus on the concept of vertical/nonlinear time. Here is a brief description of the vertical time characteristics. 1. Vertical time is always now. 2. All time and space are contained in the eternal moment of this hour. 3. The past, present, and future are contained in the eternal now. 4. The eternal moment now is the only time that exists. This can be proved. 5. All possible and probable realities are contained in vertical time. 6. All parallel and higher dimensions and universes are contained in nonlinear time. 7. No part of space can exist outside of the eternal now. 8. In the eternal moment of now, one can enter into timelessness, a realm beyond time and space. Now let's look at each of the above characteristics of vertical time. Vertical time is always now. If you think about the past and the future, when exactly do you do it? Now. At what point does everything in the universe exist? Now. Everything happens simultaneously in this eternal now. Your past and future lives are being realized now, at this very moment. And it only seems to you that they are being realized in some other part of the space-time continuum, which we usually call the past or the future. Remember that linear time is a measure of relative motion. The only reality that the past or future has is that you can describe linear events by comparing the current position of celestial bodies with their position at the time when this linear event occurred. In other words, some celebration took place when the Earth was in a certain position relative to the Sun, and another event will occur when the Earth reaches another designated place in its orbit around the Sunday. If there is no relative motion, then there is no linear time. However, this eternal now still exists. In this case, the eternal now contains a static state with no movement. All time and space are contained in the eternal now. Having developed to a certain degree, a person is able to see the sequence of linear time immediately from a nonlinear point of view, see Figure 1.6. This is how psychics can see past lives and possible futures. They simply view the space-time continuum from a place beyond it. Therefore, they can see the past, the present, and the many possible and probable futures created by souls on Earth, and elsewhere. Imagine that you are walking along a forest path. You are deep in the thicket. You can only see a small area of forest in front of you and behind you. This situation can be compared to the perception of time in an ordinary soul during everyday life on Earth. Now, suppose you find a large tree and climb to the top of it. Because you're so high up, you get a chance to see where you've already been and where you're going. You follow the trail. In addition, you can see the rest of the trails in this forest. Imagine that your tree is the tallest in the forest and that you can see the entire area. It's like looking at the entire map of space-time. From this location, you can access everything about time and space. If you develop this idea, you will have the opportunity to view all your past lives and the full range of possible and probable future options. Using the tree analogy, imagine that you are making a decision about which path you will take after you go down, depending on your own considerations that put you in the forest in the first place. Which path will lead to the greatest discoveries? What is the most beautiful and satisfying experience? From here, from the height, you can see all this. The next related idea is that you see your small self, I, ego, walking along the path, while your higher self, looking from a higher dimension, is watching from the top of a tree. You can watch the drama unfold below, but you can also distance yourself from it and remain calm, just watching all the fights from above and not being identified with this fuss. This can be called non-attachment or getting rid of duality. The past, present, and future are contained in the eternal now. Let's pay more attention to this idea. It is closely related to the idea that time and space are contained in the eternal moment now, but here we are considering rather its technical aspect. If time and space form a map, the 15 axes, then all levels and dimensions of time and space exist right now. The vertical axis of the space-time diagram, individual vibration levels, planes, subplanes, and dimensions, permeates all horizontal planes. No matter where you go in the infinite map of space-time, you are always in the eternal now moment. If you look at figure 1.7, you will see the Big Bang that we have depicted, an event that is believed to have taken place in linear time approximately 14.2 billion years ago. This does not mean that the universe is only 14.2 billion years old, it is only a sudden expansion from a single point that occurred at that time. Something must have existed before the Big Bang, something with an incredibly high potential energy charge, large enough to cause a massive explosion, the rapid transformation of potential energy into kinetic energy. The eternal moment now is the only time that exists. This can be proved. According to the law of conservation of energy, the potential energy of the state preceding the Big Bang should be equal to the sum of the potential and kinetic energy of the state after it. We will postpone the study of the catalyst that caused the Big Bang for a while, however, when we take a closer look at the concept of a timeless state beyond the space-time continuum, we will assume that consciousness itself is the main factor. Even though it may seem like there is such a thing as the past or the future, when exactly do you look at what you call the past or the future every time? Now. This moment is always now. Every moment of your existence represents the now. Remember the pub signs that say free beer tomorrow? How much free beer do you think there is? After seeing such an ad, a thirsty young man comes home and hardly sleeps a wink at night. All he can think about is the free beer he'll have the next day. The morning comes and he's looking forward to opening the bar. Then he rushes through the open door and demands a free beer. At this point, the bartender looks over the top of the newspaper and points to the sign that says free beer tomorrow. The author of this book expresses his willingness to give out a prize at any time to anyone who can show him yesterday or tomorrow. These are just ideas, experiences of the human mind. Although it may be useful from a scientific point of view to remember what happened when the positions of the Sun and the Earth differed in linear time, nevertheless all such remembering is happening now. And whenever there is a yesterday or whenever there is a tomorrow, at what time does all this happen? There is absolutely nothing to indicate that there has ever been or ever will be a moment that is not the now. In other words, the only reality available to you is unfolding right now. You could imagine what is usually called yesterday or tomorrow by diving into certain parts of the space-time map, but if you can jump on the timeline in this way at a certain point in relative space-time, called yesterday or tomorrow, then such a jump is all this will happen now. So yesterday, today, and tomorrow are all happening now. The idea that now is the only time is based on a whole science. Arguments in its favor are provided by the principle of non-local quantum physics, which we will return to in the next chapter. Physicist Julian Barbour proposed the theory that something we call external life is just a very complex version of the film that passes through a projector. In other words, life is a series of frames, present moments, that follow each other at a very high speed, perhaps a billion frames per second, creating the illusion of movement. All movement is controlled by consciousness. According to Barbour, in reality, only the state of consciousness of a person moves. You view life from your own somewhat specific point of view every nanosecond, approximately, so you get the impression that life is bubbling around you. This is similar to the idea that when you are flying in a jet plane, the plane is actually stationary and it is the ground that is moving past you. At first, this idea seemed ridiculous, but the fact is that linear time, defined as a measure of relative motion, requires only that you arbitrarily choose something as the main object to which you will relate everything else. The conclusion of Barbour's work is that time, as we know it, is an illusion and that in fact only the movement of consciousness is real. All possible and probable realities are contained in vertical time. This can be considered a development of the previous ideas that all space-time and all the past, present, and future are contained in the eternal now. In fact, this corollary defines the idea of parallel realities. In reality, all experiences and events take place now, and not at a fixed point in time, past or future, which is the source of the experience or event. This applies not only to what happens in linear time or on the so-called dominant timeline, but to all potential events and experiences that exist on the possible and probable timelines of the infinite fabric of space-time. So if you want to access a potential event or experience in the future or something that happened in the possible or probable past, then you have the option to do so. For example, there is a possible, parallel, reality in which both world wars never happened. The very fact that you can think of this possible reality suggests that it exists somewhere in the universe. Thus, this parallel reality exists right now, and it can be accessed by moving your consciousness, and only it can actually move. Over time, you get the opportunity to transfer your consciousness to the future and decide to consider a parallel reality in which there is no Third World War. So, if you breathe life into this parallel world, paying a lot of attention to it, actively saturating it with your consciousness, it strengthens the alternative timeline and increases the degree of probability of its transformation into the dominant timeline. In a later chapter, we will continue to explore this idea. All parallel and higher dimensions and universes are contained in nonlinear time. This, of course, is also a development of the previous idea. Earlier books by this author show a model system of densities and dimensions. In Figure 1.8, you can see abbreviated names for the 12+1 model system of the universe. In previous books, especially in the second edition of Life on the Front Line, SGEOP1JECSE, 1E, several models of reality are given, including aspects of self, density, and dimension. It is established that they are not separated from each other, but are part of the map of consciousness itself. In Figure 1.8, the levels are defined as follows: 13 God, 12 Universal Self of God, 11 Personal Self of God, 10 Christ/Buddha Self, 9 Monad, 8 Supersoul, 7 Soul, 6 Causal Body, 5 Etheric Body, 4 Astral Body, 3 Mental Body, 2 Emotional Body, and 1 Physical Body. To conclude our discussion of nonlinear time and how it encompasses all things, we mention the idea of other universes. The general cosmological interpretation of creation is that it may consist of thousands or even millions of parallel universes, all of which exist in this eternal now, but with their own set of rules, principles, laws, and characteristics. This gives rise to the idea of a central universe consisting of the deity himself, who rules all these different individual universes. This concept of multidimensionality will be discussed periodically throughout this book, but in the meantime, let's return to our detailed description of the qualities of vertical time. No part of space can exist outside of the eternal moment of now. This is like saying that it is impossible to separate from God. This is our liberation from all pain and suffering. We offer a model of reality that can be depicted as a deity encompassing all things, with all the levels and dimensions that only exist in the deity. The deity can be considered a pre-Big Bang source, a field of infinite intelligent energy that gave rise to the universe, and other universes. In fact, the phrase eternal now suggests that creation has no beginning and no end. This is the meaning of the word eternal. In other words, this now has always existed and will continue to exist forever. The idea of the beginning or end of creation implies linear time, but linear time seems to have only existed since the Big Bang, since there was no relative motion prior to that event. And without movement, there can be no beginning or end. The uncertainty principle applied over time. We are constantly creating new realities in each successive moment. The lines of time are constantly branching out in a wave-like formation. This is the uncertainty principle of quantum physics applied to consciousness and time. The uncertainty principle of quantum physics, at its core, states that if something is not observed, then it usually exhibits wave-like characteristics, and if something is observed, then the waveform is broken up into particles or discrete units that can be measured. This principle applies to both time and space. As mentioned above, we are creators, and our thoughts, feelings, and actions constantly affect the space-time continuum, whether we are aware of it or not. Until we focus on the desired outcome, our thoughts radiate out in a wave-like fashion into the material universe, or at least that's the impression they make. What we call the local world is not what we think it is. Modern science has shown that the idea of a solid reality that arises in our head is very far from what it really is. The mechanism of the uncertainty principle could be more accurately described as the branching of electrical impulses in all directions from the source, consciousness, as a result of which a picture of the world is formed in the brain or around the body in the aura. When these pulses are deliberately directed in a special way, the wave-like radiation turns into a stream of particles strictly directed into the space-time continuum. You will notice that in this book we describe this principle in different ways, each time using a different definition from the previous ones. The fact is that these ideas are difficult to grasp even for experienced physicists. So, how does the uncertainty principle relate to time? It's simple: as consciousness moves, it radiates a wave-like flow of energy into the fabric of time-space, creating possible and probable timelines. Those that receive the most attention and intent become the strongest and brightest of the alternative timelines. When directed, particle-like, energy is collected and built up to a certain activation threshold, critical mass. The waveform of possible and probable realities collapses into the dominant timeline. It is difficult for the human mind to understand that possible and probable realities continue to exist in a parallel or alternative reality. They simply do not have enough energy to change the prevailing timeline after the flow of energy and will in them has been reduced. When metaphysical people are confronted with unwanted thoughts, they say, get out, or something like that, so they take psychic energy out of the creation process, essentially pushing the energy back into the realm of possibility before such energy can significantly affect the prevailing timeline. Of course, this is complicated by the fact that the subconscious mind is constantly influencing the dominant timeline. If you struggle with some unwanted thoughts, resist them, then in fact, in this way you only strengthen them and increase the likelihood that these thoughts will be embedded in the prevailing timeline. Therefore, methods are being developed. One of them, for example, is called the meeting room technique, designed to align the 6 lower bodies: physical, emotional, mental, astral, etheric, and causal, into a cohesive, focused flow of energy designed to manifest the desired outcome. We have devoted an entire chapter to the concept of activating timelines. In this book, we will also talk about the 6 lower levels of reality. A detailed description of the 6 lower bodies is given in the author's previous books, including the book Integration of the Soul, 8-11p1 Iha 1 up. Thus, it becomes clear that the metaphysical process of collecting and directing thoughts is similar to the phenomenon of a wave particle from the uncertainty principle. The metaphysical concept of thoughts that affect our perception of reality, and to some extent actually create reality, is clearly consistent with the uncertainty principle. This is confirmed by the fact that in laboratory experiments, the observer influences the observed. In the future, scientists will most likely determine a quantitative measure of the degree of influence exerted by thoughts, the movement of consciousness in the form of units of consciousness, on the so-called external reality. At a much higher level of consciousness, it is clear that there is no difference between the observer and the observed, both reside in the mind of God, the field of consciousness. In other words, internal and external realities are in no way different. This corresponds to the idea that inner reality is just a product of the mind. After all, where is our inner self? Can you find it by dissecting the brain? Maybe it is in the stomach or intestines. Or somewhere in the aura. Here we recall the situation with the concepts of yesterday and tomorrow, which are impossible to find. And, for that matter, where is the external reality? There is nothing to indicate that something that appears out there is actually there. We only have signals transmitted to and from the brain, interpreted by the mind. If reality is a holographic projection of a single point, as science proves, then both internal and external realities do not really exist. See the nature of God. God is defined as all that is, plus the source of all that is. God sees life in 2 different ways, like each of us individually and like all of us at the same time. This is probably the right time to bring up the most controversial topic in the world, the nature of God. For scientists, this is a no-go zone, although quantum physics has generally proven the existence of a higher source that encompasses all things. God is both immobile and moving, eternal and evolving, timeless and timeless. God is all that is, and yet He is beyond all that is. God is both linear and non-linear. The state of God consciousness is profound and indescribable. Nevertheless, we will try to awaken the reader's consciousness and attempt the impossible here. Perhaps it is easier to imagine the simultaneous nature of God. That is, everything in the universe exists right now, although it seems to us that some aspects of creation are in the past or future. More difficult to understand is the idea that every facet of creation, including every individual life form, is perceived in its entirety from the perspective of the experiencer in a linear way. Think about what this actually means. You, the reader, perceive the universe through your own vision. Have you ever wondered why you can only perceive the universe from an individual point of view? The logical answer would be that you are one of billions of beings, and that each being knows the universe through its own visual perception, or some other perceptual mechanism used by a particular life form to understand the world. But what if God experiences all of creation consistently? Right now, God is looking at the universe from your unique perspective. Then he, or she, can choose your best friend, and then maybe the author, etc. Every time God changes his point of view, he becomes a new you who sees everyone else as others. One gets the impression that this creation fluctuates between consecutive and simultaneous, linear and non-linear, perspectives. And it is also shrouded in a great mystery. Time is a medium that allows for such a dual perception. Any being that moves, or perceives the static field of creation as a moving consciousness, will be time-dependent to some extent, because movement determines time. When movement stops, linear time ceases and only the simultaneous awareness of billions of souls remains. Let's turn to another concept that is not easy to understand, but we will try to do it anyway. As needed. Your soul gains the ability to see the world through other people's eyes through a process known as channeling. At some point in the evolutionary cycle, perhaps when the soul activates the 12th level of its being, such a soul is able to project into one of the souls or into all souls, sequentially or simultaneously, and perceive life through the eyes of each individual or collective aspect of consciousness. Therefore, while there is every reason to take into account the idea that God sees each of us consistently, it is equally correct to assume that as we evolve, we acquire the ability to see life through the eyes of several souls, perhaps every soul in the universe. In other words, we become both literally and figuratively God in the flesh. Note, the phenomenon known as channeling has several degrees. On a limited basis, we have telepathic transmission, in which some thoughts of a soul or group of souls are transmitted to the recipient of this message. In true channeling, the energy of the sender of the message is partially channeled into the field of consciousness of the recipient. In the connected state, there is a complete overlap of sender and receiver energies, so the difference between souls becomes obscure. These topics are inexhaustible, and some of them have already been described in our previous books. This time we will not go deeper into them. We are aware that, in the opinion of many of our readers, we are overly wise, so we will stop here and just give the floor to the founders. Channeling number 2 from the founders. Infinity and Eternity. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the founders. Our message to you today is a great honor for us, and no less a pleasure. Two of the most difficult concepts you have to understand from your human perspective are about infinity and eternity. These ideas are similar, but not identical. Infinity suggests something huge in its size or quantity, that is, something so large and numerous that there is no way to calculate or measure this size or quantity. The number systems are endless, as you can always add another number to them that you've come up with. Infinity can be unlimited, as in the case of enlarging numbers, or it can exist within contractions. For example, you can always find a smaller fraction between two numbers. In other words, the universe is infinitely large and infinitely small. The meaning of eternity is that it has no beginning and no end. It implies something that has always existed, beyond the measure of time and space. And while the concept of infinity is usually used to indicate something that is too big or too small to measure, the concept of eternity usually refers to something that is outside of time and space. Eternity involves something unchanging that remains constant, while the universe is constantly changing. An example of infinity is a fractal generated by a recursive function. An example of an eternity is the function itself. The function is timeless, meaning it never changes, and the fractal is constantly changing, growing, expanding, contracting, and transforming. In other words, you can insert an infinite series of numbers, even the complex number system itself, in a recursive function, and the resulting picture will be saved forever, while constantly changing intricate drawings. Dear creators, in order to understand time, you must understand for yourself what is beyond it beyond. Soon this channel will introduce you to the idea of timelessness. This is not just the absence of movement of relative objects, but something much more. Timelessness is a state of consciousness, a state of pure observation without internal or external movement. Since everything is contained in the eternal now, timelessness awakens the soul to the realization of the oneness of the eternal now. Timelessness, then, is the realization of God. You can live in a constantly changing world of time and space and still rely on the consciousness of timelessness. This is the meaning of the following Zen maxim: until enlightenment, you carry water and chop wood. After enlightenment, you carry water and chop wood. To those who have not yet attained enlightenment, an enlightened person may seem crazy, unbalanced, or even antisocial, but in truth, an unenlightened person is unable to notice, to discern, the inner workings of an enlightened soul. Unenlightened souls can speak words filled with wisdom in the same way as enlightened souls, but in their case, these words will not contain the same energy or spirit. Enlightened souls are here on earth to remind humanity that there is no division. Quantum physics is designed to remind you of this. It is impossible to separate from God, but you can certainly believe that you are separate from each other, although this belief is the cause of all misery and suffering. Dear creators, it is with great pleasure that we share with you information about the mystery of time that you are studying. We take you through every step of this training, especially when you feel that ideas and concepts are beyond your comprehension. You can call us when you need our help, and we will respond without fail. We heartily bless you. The founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 2. Parallel Realities. A first look at parallel realities. All creation happens simultaneously, so an infinite number of possible realities were created instantly, or are being created instantly, and we can choose them sequentially over an infinitely long period of time. At first glance, this statement makes little or no sense, at least to the rational mind. How can everything exist simultaneously and yet be created at every subsequent moment? You've probably never thought of a cream cone like this before. If you were thinking about it, it certainly wasn't. The interaction between linear and nonlinear time is truly amazing. If these were two separate realities, such as discrete worlds or dimensions that do not relate to each other, then this circumstance might make it easier for you to understand this idea. But this is not the case. Linear and nonlinear time intertwine and coexist as part of the fabric of the very threads that permeate the entire map of space-time. Ordinary linear time is clearly the only one of its kind, when a person goes headlong into linear actions that are typical of routine life. Some are already talking, why do we need all these far-reaching theories and speculations? I work hard, support my family, pay my bills. It is usually only in adulthood that the soul begins to question the fabric of this artificial reality that we call the real world. The startling examples of supernatural phenomena that such a soul sometimes witnesses throughout its monotonous life, as we have already said, are immediately dismissed as delusions or, if you think about this idea a little, as some random anomaly that has leaked out of some other dimension. Perhaps it is precisely at the moment of the collapse of illusions during the midlife crisis, when the soul begins to question everyday life, that thoughts of a parallel life arise. What makes you think about it is the feeling that you are only observing life, but not really living. And sometimes you come up with this idea because you feel as if you are looking at a world with a much more dynamic, exciting, fulfilling life through a hazy soap bubble. You may have an unaccountable feeling, your other I lives in that world, and that your I, which only seems real, is doomed to vegetate in everyday work. Psychologists might immediately say that the above passage is just another proof of the mind's ability to fantasize, that such an attractive and alluring parallel life is the product of the ego's baseless dreams. But is that all? What would you say about laboratory experiments that confirm the uncertainty principle? But what about superposition, non-locality? A modern world full of technology wouldn't exist without breakthroughs in quantum mechanics. Although these principles are difficult for most people to understand, these elements of the space-time fabric are an integral part of most technological advances in the modern world. The truth is that linear and nonlinear time exist in concert, and this can be proved, although it is quite possible that in a way that is difficult enough for most people to understand in the current state of affairs. So what are parallel realities? Is there an elevated version of your everyday self? Is the self more successful, more sexual, or more depressing? We've shown you a series of charts above. We mentioned that a more accurate picture of dimensions and parallel realities would require the inclusion of the XV2 axis, where the x-axis is the domain of linear time, the y-axis is the domain of space, and the 2-axis is the domain of possible and probable realities. See Figure 1.3. We can say that there are two types of parallel realities, one of which is associated with planes and subplanes of existence, and the other with degrees of possibility and probability. No model will be 100% effective or sufficient to describe something that cannot be expressed with traditional description tools. However, the beauty and grandeur of this reasoning lies in our sense of admiration for how many mansions there are in the Father's house, dimensions in the creation of God the Father/Mother, worlds within worlds, suns within suns. The multidimensional nature of the universe is like bubbles within bubbles. It should be assumed that the concept of the limit of possibility is limited by linear time and our weak thinking. The mind is trapped in an endless repetition of banal ideas, tomorrow we will have chicken for dinner and so on. Since the physical body likes routine and slow changes, most of the time life just goes beyond such considerations. Two types of parallel realities. As mentioned above, there are alternate dimensions of space-time, as well as regions outside of space-time. In addition, there are possible and probable realities, some of which intersect with each other. In one of the following sections, we will look at the phenomenon of déjà vu, a kind of point at which certain possible and probable realities intersect with the prevailing timeline. When a parallel reality, a possible or probable timeline, is located close to the dominant timeline, for example, when we are talking about a subplane of the astral sphere, in terms of vibration, it is located near the physical plane, there may be a feeling of an alternative I, which conducts its life quite differently from the so-called normal I. I'm shy and don't talk much, but I get the feeling that I have a second self, a cheerful one, the soul of the company. I feel this alternative I, leading a completely different way of life, although against the background of almost the same background as in this life of mine, and surrounded by the same props. Perhaps the soul that voiced this thought imagines meeting someone, an active and joyful pastime, but then the dominant timeline shows it a boring, uneventful meeting with the same person. Was it false optimism? A fantasy? Or does active communication really take place on an alternative timeline? Although it may be difficult to prove the latter at this stage of our research, we will soon learn that almost everything we can imagine actually happens in a parallel dimension or time. In some cases, this can be something out of the ordinary. For example, your delusions to strangle your mother-in-law, fortunately, are not realized on the dominant timeline. You don't want her family to get even with you, you don't want to go to jail for the rest of your life. But there is a parallel reality in which you actually strangled her. This possible reality is likely fueled by a meager flow of energy, and yet it exists. When enough energy is transferred to the parallel timeline to bring this sphere to the dominant timeline, this is called activation of the timeline. See Chapter 11. As you raise your level of consciousness, increase your awareness, you will experience more and more parallel realities, discovering new dimensions and becoming aware of possible/probable outcomes. You learn to travel through these parallel planes and understand their essence, or avoid them if they are undesirable to you. Those who do not know how to distinguish between alternate realities and the prevailing timeline are usually considered insane. The most common form of insanity involves an inability, or unwillingness, to filter out stimuli that come from a variety of alternative dimensions and probabilities. An example of this is a mentally ill person who is overly sensitive to the psychic vibrations of the people around him. Hundreds and even thousands of thoughts bombard the madman from all sides. In some cases, the madman may see alternative versions of himself or perceive different realities superimposed on the prevailing timeline. In the absence of any filtering mechanism, the psyche is overloaded and experiences a short-circuit effect, which causes damage to synapses and neurons. Along the way, you may recall a Hollywood movie called Bruce Almighty, Vegas A1PP and Number X0A, in which a young man, played by actor Jim Carrey, is given the role of God for 30 days. In one scene, he hears millions of prayers simultaneously bombarding his brain. Souls who fly too high, like Icarus near the sun, often experience temporary insanity, similar to that guy in the movie. This sudden and overwhelming awakening can occur as a result of an overdose of hallucinogenic drugs, premature performance of powerful yoga techniques, mental insecurity in the presence of a strong person, etc. Fortunately, in most cases, the filtering mechanism is restored, and the soul emerges from this state of extreme psychic receptivity. The brain-mind system has built-in safety devices that prevent most people from being overwhelmed by stimuli, but sometimes these firewalls don't work, and then extraneous information gets into the realm of perception. This failure of the firewall often leads to what psychologists call hallucinations. When scientists say that hallucinations are unreal, they mean that the experience cannot be explained in terms of logical, rational, or physical perception. When psychoactive substances are taken, souls seem to experience hallucinations, but the author of this book, like many who have done research in these areas, offers a different explanation. An altered state of consciousness involves viewing reality from a different angle, with special attention paid to parallel realities that vibrate in resonance with the frequency of a psychoactive substance. In other words, ayahuasca 3 or psilocybin 4 can tune you to certain frequencies that are usually impossible to reach in a normal state of consciousness. This does not mean that what you are experiencing is unreal, it is just that this experience does not correspond to the so-called normal picture of reality, which suits most souls. In the future, we will develop the topic of parallel realities, but in the meantime, let's pay attention to some other points of view that are suitable for our broad research. Earlier in this book, we suggested the idea that we might be living in a kind of holographic movie. Let's now delve deeper into this theory. Film set theory in the context of time and space. As mentioned earlier, physicist Julian Barbour from England proposed a theory that made a lot of noise in the scientific world. Imagine yourself as a character in a movie. The film moves through the projector and is projected onto the screen. It seems to you that the characters are experiencing a series of events that develop along the plot. According to Dr. Barbour's theory, our everyday life on Earth is very similar to a movie, only with more complex and faster changing frames, or individual moments in time. The universe exists in a static state, and it is the movement of consciousness that seems to change things externally. The complexity of the world is due to the fact that each soul in creation perceives the movement of consciousness, thereby contributing to the reality of the cosmic movie. We will combine Dr. Barber's theory with the idea that everything is a projection of consciousness. The film projector is analogous to the mind, which is the perception mechanism for projecting consciousness. Time as a holographic projection. This idea is remarkable because, according to it, the universe is simply a holographic projection, in this case from a single point, and not a two-dimensional surface. The Big Bang refers to the beginning of this holographic projection. Before the Big Bang, everything was contained in one infinitesimal point called a singularity. In fact, this is still true, but this single point projects itself outwards in a holographic way onto what we call the space-time continuum. A simple, but not entirely accurate, example of a raised sail on a yacht's mast will help you understand this picture. Before the sail was unfurled, it was wrapped around the mast, with its various parts tightly folded. Another idea that is often raised in discussions of physics is the concept that the universe is like a bloated balloon. Imagine a balloon that in its initial state was infinitely small, but then began to inflate. As the volume of this balloon increases, all the points on its surface diverge further and further. Apparently, scientists' observations of how the entire universe expands and how all points in it diverge further from each other support this idea. If the universe is indeed a hologram, then everything we see, hear, feel, and experience through taste, smell, and intuition is just an aspect of the singularity that manifests as the universe of time and space. Therefore, all space-time is contained in this single point, thus, all the parts of creation are closely connected to each other in every space-time coordinate within this continuum. Additional ways to apply the non-locality principle of quantum physics. The principle of non-locality is proved by laboratory experiments. In essence, it shows that there is no division between the various parts of creation. The initial experiment involved diluting various aspects of the particle over long distances. When one of these separate aspects received a stimulus, the other aspects were instantly registered receiving the same stimulus. It is not that the altered state of one subatomic particle is transmitted to other subatomic particles at the speed of light, but rather that the message is transmitted to them instantly. This phenomenon has far-reaching consequences. If subatomic particles can instantly bind together no matter how far apart they are, then there must be a dimension or aspect of creation that simultaneously permeates all the lower dimensions, a higher dimensional continuum that is simultaneously everywhere. Of course, this continuum can be called the religious term God, which secular scientists do not usually use. The implied principle of non-local is the idea of an omnipresent consciousness embedded in all things, an all-knowing, all-pervading presence from which everything emerged during the Big Bang. Remember our conversation about the nature of God and the similarities between the approaches of physics and religion, which, of course, uses very different words to describe the truth than 37 leading scientists. Another look at the idea of parallel realities. As noted earlier, modern television shows reflect the idea that we can live in multiple realities at the same time. Some time ago, the series Parallel Worlds, XENIGS, was filmed about a group of scientists traveling through various parallel Earths. And there was also a film called Watch Out, The Doors Are Closing, 5NXYPU, which showed two parallel realities based on two different results of one event. The heroine has time to catch the train and is late for it. Think also of the film Back to the Future, Vasquez Rich, which had some enlightening moments, adjusted for Hollywood. Very soon we will delve into the superposition theory of quantum mechanics, which assumes that things can be in different states at the same time. Examples of this include the double-slit experiment, which demonstrated the uncertainty principle, and Schrödinger's famous thought experiment with a cat, which showed that it can be both alive and dead at the same time. So scientists say in their own language that the past, present and future coexist in parallel. There is a definite connection between superposition and the idea of non-locality, which will be explored in the next chapter. Although science mainly focuses on the non-locality of space, non-locality with respect to time also occurs. Those of you who are far from science should pause now, take a deep breath, and reread the sections of this book several times. However, we believe that this mental work will not be in vain for you, as the ideas presented here are likely to answer many of your questions. Before we dive into this interesting world called non-locality, let's listen to the founders again. Channeling number 3. A message from the founders. The rapture of the sacraments. Greetings to you, our beloved creators. We are the founders. As always, we are happy to talk to you. First of all, we congratulate you for keeping up your desire to master this challenging topic. The theme of time is fascinating to many philosophers, scientists, and theologians. Most souls take time for granted. It's just there, or at least it seems to be there. But there is another way to look at all this, with awe, deep appreciation, and reverence. The universe is infinite, as we said in our previous post. Not only are there worlds within worlds, planes within planes, and subplanes within subplanes, but there are also continua of time in the continua of time. The soul can be lost in time. Perhaps now you, dear creators, are a little lost in time. For most of you, it is difficult to see a broader perspective because you have been narrowing your perception focus for a long time. Hour after hour, day after day, your life is like a merry-go-round, or even worse, a hamster's cage in its mouse-like romp, daily hustle and bustle. You are stuck in a narrow frequency band, aware of only a fragment of reality. With these messages, we intend to help you expand the horizons of your consciousness. Perhaps for a moment you will enter timelessness, a place of incredible beauty, magic, and inspiration. You could go to an alternate time plane that will enchant you and tempt you to forget about your daily existence on Earth. We do not want to develop escapist sentiments in those souls who are tired of the mouse mess. And we have no intention of forcing you to shirk your earthly duties. If you can expand your consciousness to include more of the infinite reality beyond the ego, then you can continue to operate in the world while still being outside of it. This is what Sananda meant when he said, "Be in the world, but do not be of the world." You are a huge, powerful, limitless, intelligent spiritual being. A tiny part of you identifies with the human body/mind complex as that complex lives out its stereotyped reactions and states on a daily basis. The human body/mind complex has built-in intelligence that allows it to function normally regardless of where the center of consciousness is located. Sometimes, for example, when you are driving a Shi while studying, you may need to focus on several things at once, and at other times, say, during meditation, you may allow your consciousness to expand indefinitely. Over time, you will develop your ability to remain in a state of expanded consciousness even when performing complex tasks. It is this ability to be free from the world, even when you are seemingly immersed in the hustle and bustle of life, that brings you great joy and spiritual uplift. You stop analyzing and calculating everything. You begin to allow the perfection of God to express itself through you. The phrase "my father's house has many mansions" means that the misfired one is full of dimensions, worlds, and realities far beyond your direct reach. Don't get lost in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Know that you are ultimately the master of time and space. Embrace your splendor. Discover your unlimited potential. Enjoy this mystery of time and the great many realities it hides from you. Try to go beyond the usual time and space. Be the mystery itself. The founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 3. Non-locality of time/spaces. In this chapter, we will take a closer look at the principle of non-locality in quantum physics, including a. Initial experiments, b. Superposition, and c. Higher dimensions. We will also consider the idea that the principle of non-locality can be applied not only to space, but also to time. In order to better evaluate the achievements of modern science and how they relate to metaphysical and spiritual truths, let's talk a little about the principle of non-local quantum physics. We will repeat the initial conclusions we have already described in a slightly different language. Many years ago, scientists were able to split subatomic particles by spreading their fragments over long distances. However, when they made changes to one of these fragments, these changes were instantly registered in the other fragment, S. Somehow, a fragment of the original particle knew what was happening to its other fragment, S, regardless of time and space. In other words, if you split a particle into two or more fragments, and then move one of these fragments to a distant galaxy, millions of light-years away, then changes in the remaining fragment of this particle will instantly reflect on the state of its moved fragment. How is this possible? It seems that nothing can move faster than the speed of light. It is as if these fragments of the particle are not actually separated, even if they appear to be new. Is it possible that there is a fabric of creation outside the space-time continuum that connects everything and everything in the universe? In other words, there is a unity that permeates all space-time levels and dimensions. Further study of the principle of non-local assumes that there is only one point in creation and that everything that seems to be present, since the Big Bang, is only a holographic projection of this single starting point. Note, the technical term for this point is singularity. The singularity has infinite mass, but it takes neither time nor space. A smaller version of the pre-Big Bang singularity can be found at the center of black holes. From a nonlinear point of view, everything happens simultaneously, so the Big Bang is happening right now. In fact, nothing is separated in time-space. Everything we seem to experience in the external world is simply a holographic projection of a single point. The process of this projection is known as the Big Bang, which is happening right now, but in linear time it was in the distant past, about 14.2 billion years ago. If you use a sufficiently powerful telescope, you can see how the universe is created, because the telescope receives light emitted from this starting point in linear time 14.2 billion years ago, see figure 1.7. A number of books describe in detail the holographic theory of the universe. There is also the work of Dr. Nassim Haramein 6, who mathematically determined that the entire universe exists inside every proton of any atom. This confirms the idea. 6. Nassim Haramein, born 1962, is a Swiss amateur physicist with Iranian roots. Approximate trans. OT. That everything we perceive is part of a complex hologram and that in fact there is only one point of creation, which is projected in a holographic way, creating the time and space we perceive. The principle of non-local allows us to draw other conclusions. If in fact there is no time or space separating creation, as evidenced by laboratory experiments, then time and space only seem to us. These are just illusions that consciousness interprets as something real. If everything is a single point, a singularity, then we should be able to go anywhere in all of space-time and perceive what is happening there. Moving further along this path, we can become the entire space-time universe, or rather, we can recognize that we are already the entirety of creation, which simply perceives itself as separate entities. You may be wondering why modern physics has not come to this conclusion. One gets the impression that the above-mentioned understanding is limited to the spheres of spirituality and metaphysics. But most people find it difficult to accept even simpler scientific ideas. Let's look at the concept that everything is mostly empty space, the huge distance between protons and electrons in an atom, or the relative lack of mass of an atom compared to the amount of space it occupies. Thanks to science, we know that every human body is surrounded by a field of energy. This field interacts with all other bodies, forming an energy matrix. However, we hold on to the idea that every body is separate from every other body, so we subconsciously conclude that every human being is just as separate. Our entire society is based on the illusion of separation. Considering ourselves separate from each other, we develop complex mechanisms for both psychological and physical protection. We believe that there is a force outside of us that can harm us or destroy our small version of reality. Science is funded mainly by large corporations and governments. A lot of time, attention, and money is spent on technologies that can give one nation superiority over another or create more wealth for some people and companies. As we already know, we live in an area of near-infinite energy, and yet we put up with artificial scarcity by investing in ways of energy production that pollute the earth and promote war and disunity. Very few scientists are willing to abandon the current rules of the game and dive down the rabbit hole of non-locality to see where it ultimately leads. It usually takes some kind of crisis situation for people to want to change and get rid of their destructive belief systems, such as the belief in isolation from the whole. Our unknown history. With divine intervention preventing the ultimate destruction of the earth, humans are allowed, by their extraterrestrial masters, to continue blowing themselves up in their endless and already traditional wars. The topic of extraterrestrial beings has been studied in detail in our previous publications. Let's just say that over several million years, a variety of extraterrestrial groups came and settled on Earth, interbreeding with those who arrived on Earth before them. Some of these groups, such as the Rigelians of Orion, the Sirians of Sirius A, and the Draconians of Alpha Draconis, have attempted to enslave humanity and have staged various invasions at various times in history. These three groups, and some others, are now the hidden masterminds of government, military, and so-called secret societies in almost every country in the world. If you don't believe the author of this book, then do your own research. Please study this question. Keep an open mind and read a lot of articles and documents on this topic. How and why do beings from other star systems invade Earth and keep most people enslaved here? This is the belief in separation, the idea that someone or something outside of you can attack or control you. All beings in the universe, regardless of their social status and worldview, are closely related to everyone else. Those who seek to control humanity, whether of terrestrial or extraterrestrial origin, operate on the basis of a harmful belief in division. They are convinced that they must enslave, coerce, control, oppress, and enslave other members of creation in order to protect their own independence or values, that they must keep their enemies at bay, nurture the cherished values of the human race. Behind defensive systems, both on a personal and planetary level, lies a belief in their own powerlessness, nurtured by the idea of isolation from the whole. This belief embraces the idea of the victim and the perpetrator. In fact, the soul alternates personalities, sometimes even during one lifetime, but more often during several lifetimes. If you happen to be a poor peasant in this life, it is not because you were punished for what you did in your previous life. Let's say that in your last life you were an emperor and lived without denying yourself anything, while people were starving outside your palace walls. The soul wants to experience both sides of the duality of the victim and the perpetrator, so it creates many circumstances to give you this experience. Well, in my last life I was an oppressor, so this time I will choose the life of someone who is oppressed. The punishment has nothing to do with it. Yes, bad behavior can have consequences, but that doesn't mean you are judged by God. If you jump from a sufficiently high building without first mastering levitation, then this action of yours will have consequences. Imagine a young man jumping out of a window, breaking his bones, and then blaming God for the injury. God must hate and punish me. It was His will that I was so mutilated. Ignorance of the laws of nature, in this case, the law of gravity, leads to consequences, but this has nothing to do with the supposedly condemning God. The idea that a deity is making his own judgment is due to the belief in separation. Such beliefs give rise to the idea of guilt. And guilt seems to be the most destructive state of consciousness in the universe. We are not writing this to delve into the psychological problems associated with the belief in separation. You can find a detailed discussion of these topics in other books. And we are more interested in enlightening you about the nature of time. Let's get back to the main topic of our conversation, non-local. What is a superposition? If all time is now, and laboratory experiments show that it is, then it follows that we are both alive and dead at the same time, at least physically. Of course, quantum science is best known for the double-slit experiment and the Schrödinger hypothesis, according to which a cat can be both alive and dead because of a superposition, or wave of possibilities. Only when a cat is being watched does it show up in one or the other of these two states. The double-slit experiment showed that when reality is in its unobservable state, it resembles a wave of possibilities, and when it is observed, the waveform collapses, becoming an established state, particle. We will not go into details about the mechanism of the double-slit experiment, since this information can be found in almost all journals and textbooks on quantum physics. Imagine that each element of the waveform is a possible or probable reality, individual or collective timeline. When souls have a strong desire to create in a linear way, the possible and probable timelines are destroyed, becoming the dominant timeline or what most people call everyday reality. We can easily bring the exact science of superposition to the discussion of metaphysical principles. When it comes to the concept of the future, the uncertainty principle becomes the main reference point. We can say that the future is an infinite number of possibilities, events that could happen in principle. One fun example might be relevant here. Imagine that you are sitting quietly and reading this book, printed or on a computer, or on a similar device. At any given moment, you could choose to take whatever action you want. You can put down your book and pour yourself a drink. You can check your email address. You can adjust your shirt, if you're wearing one. You can stretch your neck if it is stiff. In general, you understand me. All these supposed actions exist in possible or probable realities. If this action, say, you end up pouring yourself a drink, is likely to occur, then this proposed activity is part of the likely timeline. Less likely actions, such as refusing to take poison, are part of a possible timeline, after you've thought about it. In fact, you only need to imagine something, however improbable, to weave another thread into the fabric of space-time. Just the fact that you just imagined taking poison indicates that there is a possible timeline in some part of the universe where you are doing this act. Note: according to the philosophy of predestination, all possible and probable timelines are already running and you just choose which one to experience. While this may be true on one level, it is also possible to create new lines of time, especially given the claim that we are created in the image and likeness of our Creator and that He has infinite, hence the assumption that it is always possible to create something that did not exist before, at least not before. At least in linear time. Perhaps you are afraid to think that everything you imagine really exists somewhere in the fabric of space-time. Fortunately, it usually takes a lot of energy and enthusiasm to integrate possible reality into the prevailing timelines. Anyway, on some parallel timeline, you may have actually strangled your mother-in-law. In a later chapter, when we talk about the activation of timelines, we will consider the idea that the greatest results in the external world are obtained by doing what is best. We make the most effort and what we saturate with our consciousness with the greatest intensity. This is well known in the field of success motivation. If you desire something fervently, passionately, with all the strength of your soul, it will be fulfilled. And so on. Such books as Think and Grow Rich, Typkapb Napoleon Hill and How a Man Thinks, Az a Map Typical, by James Allen have been bestsellers in the self-help category for many decades. These books and courses simply use the idea that the strongest possible timelines will shape what you are fully invested in. We'll explore this point more later in this book, but for now, let's continue our conversation on the topic of non-locality. Information about higher dimensions, wormholes, and distortions of the space-time continuum. The principle of non-locality presupposes the existence of one or more higher dimensions that overlap or encompass the so-called three-dimensional reality. If you had studied superstring theory, you might recall that the mathematical formulas given in it suggest the existence of several higher, or lower, dimensions. If more advanced civilizations from distant star systems actually visited Earth, and there is evidence for this, then they probably abandoned the technology of moving in three-dimensional space-time slower than the speed of light. Therefore, it makes sense to explore the possibility that these high-tech races have learned to travel through wormholes, areas of space-time that connect different areas of the space-time continuum with tunnels passing through other dimensions. See Figure 1.9. As an example, consider the inhabitants of a two-dimensional world living on a plane. They can neither perceive nor measure the third dimension, depth. However, the inhabitants of two-dimensional space can see the results of the interaction between the third dimension and their two-dimensional world. For example, if a three-dimensional car passed through a two-dimensional plane, it would leave tire tracks on it. Of course, these tracks do not look like the car itself, so just looking at the tire tracks makes it very difficult to understand what a car is, but until the inhabitants of the two-dimensional plane learn to expand their consciousness, that is, their perception of higher dimensions, they will need to form theories and conduct experiments to understand the car which left traces in their reality. The best higher dimensional analogy we have involves the idea of sets and subsets, or, as in this case, bubbles enclosed in larger bubbles. Although this analogy is rather primitive, it can be useful for understanding the situation. For example, you can imagine all the integers contained in a bubble floating inside a larger bubble called rational numbers, see Figure 1.10. All integers are contained in the set of rational numbers, but quite a few rational numbers can be found outside integers, fractions, ordinary numbers, and decimals. Hence, the part of the rational number bubble that is outside the integer bubble occupies a much larger area. In addition, rational numbers are fully contained in real numbers, all fractions, ordinary and decimal, are contained in both rational and real numbers, but square roots, pi, and various other non-repeating decimal equivalents are outside of rational numbers. Also, of course, the real numbers are contained in the complex numbers. Square roots of negative numbers and so on are included in the bubbles of complex numbers that are outside of other bubbles. For those of our readers who are well versed in mathematics, we apologize for telling them the basic truths. Time-space of higher dimensions. Figure 1.9. Time is a space of higher dimensions. Normal time-space. Wormhole, go from top to bottom. For the web designer, replace English phrases in the image with a Russian translation. The author of this book has addressed the issue of higher dimensions in detail in his previous books. As mentioned earlier, he created a model system that uses 12 dimensions. Remember that these are just models, and the model is not the reality itself that it describes. However, models are useful for conceptual understanding and communication in this world. Because these concepts are so complex that they can be conveyed in ordinary terms, illustrations such as those already provided in this book may be useful. In the last chapter, we will take a closer look at the higher dimensions and move on to what exists beyond time and space. The principle of non-locality as applied to time. According to one concept, everything has already happened and we simply decide to relieve something. We can restudy the timelines that we explored earlier as many times as we want, or we can go to new timelines that have already been created and learn them. At a very high level of consciousness, we are able to create things that never existed before in linear time. If the principle of non-locality can be applied to space, then can it also be applied to time? And if the answer is yes, what does that mean? This would mean that time travel is already a reality, at least at the subatomic level. Imagine that everything in the cosmos is interconnected and that it is possible to move instantly, or almost instantly, to any place in the universe. Of course, this is possible if everything is really a single point. But if this is the case, then time must also be a single point, and therefore you can move to any place within the continuum of time. If everything is happening now, as we showed earlier, then the past and future are happening now, and then you can access them now in much the same way as you can access a non-local space. We've devoted an entire chapter to the idea of time travel, including its mysteries, paradoxes, and limitations. In this chapter, we will describe ways to solve paradoxes, and we will show them in terms of practical application, in Part 2, which is of great importance for the practice of psychotherapy. Let us now turn our attention to the basic premise of non-locality, which says that changes made to one part of the fabric of space-time affect the rest of the fabric of space-time. This was initially demonstrated by separating aspects of a subatomic particle. At the same time, laboratory experiments are conducted to show that in fact every particle in spacetime is connected to every other particle in spacetime. This means that you, as a human, are connected to an extraterrestrial intelligence 10 million light-years away, etc. In addition to the primordial non-locality contained in the entire cosmos, this non-locality applies in much the same way to time. What does this mean? It means that every event that occurs anywhere on the time continuum affects every other event that occurs on the time continuum. At first, this idea may seem contradictory or just ridiculous. How can something that happened thousands of years ago, or may happen millions of years later, affect what is happening right now? But this is a natural extension of non-locality, already proven at the subatomic level. In fact, the observed subatomic particles have already registered changes caused by events that have not yet occurred. In addition, it is observed that the particles go back in time and produce changes, which subsequently lead to the fact that currently there are changes in the particles. For more information on how to apply this idea in practice, see the chapter on correcting the timeline. Before we lose a significant portion of our readers who are unable to understand the meaning of our text, let's summarize the meanings of non-local with respect to time. 1. Everything that happens in the past or future affects what is happening in the present. 2. Everything that happens in the present affects everything what happens in the past or future. 3. When a change is made in the present tense, it affects the past and future. 4. When a change is made in the past or future, it affects what is happening now. When you think about what happened in the past, that memory has very little real impact on what originally happened in linear time. If 100 people had a very vivid experience in the past, then the energy of the participants in those events brings billions of times more energy to the observed past reality than your memories of these events. At the same time, your memories send a small amount of conscious life force energy through a non-local time. Past events that remain in the memory of so many of those who are still alive today, such as genocide or natural disasters, are actually affected by the collective consciousness. The energy directed to these past events can change and increase depending on how much attention is paid to them, regardless of the period in which these events occurred in linear time. For example, the mass extermination of Jews and Russians, which took place approximately 75 years ago in linear time, is still activated by the consciousness of millions of descendants of those affected by this tragedy. In other words, the energy of those events directly affects those who vividly remember them. This is well known in psychology, since it is possible to cause illness in the present body simply by reliving unpleasant experiences from the past. You might think that such memories are exclusively inherent in the subconscious mind and that it is only the subconscious mind that is responsible for the deterioration of health in the example above. Although this is true to some extent, the non-locality of time indicates that there is a certain energy field throughout time and that the soul that is immersed in memories is attuned to this energy field and perceives some parts of it. Applying the principle of non-locality to time can benefit both you and others. In the following chapters, we'll talk about timeline correction, a method that can be used to heal injuries anytime, anywhere. There is also a technique called inverted timeline correction, which prescribes focusing on the joyful moments of life, rather than on injuries. Remembering positive events that happened in your past will be beneficial for you. Remember the good times, one popular song says. Yesterday it seemed to me that love is a game 7, another song sounds. Everyone loves to remember the past, but did you know that you are able to form a connection with your past self and bring the energy and consciousness of that self into the present? Basically, all past and future selves exist right now, so you can access those selves at that moment. When you connect with a particularly powerful or successful past self, you transmit or radiate this energy to the world. Thanks to the law of attraction, this deliberate direction of energy leads to positive results on the linear line of time. By connecting closely with all of time and space, you can access all of the knowledge you need to respond to events in your life at this time. You can remember the answers for the exam by projecting a part of yourself at the time and place where this knowledge was first imparted to you. All knowledge is stored in what mystics call the Akashic records. This data warehouse can be considered a kind of dimension, similar to the Bose-Einstein condensate, where all space, time returns to a static state of pure existence. You can also mentally project yourself onto any great and wise person who has ever lived throughout our history, and connect with that person's consciousness. You can draw your own wisdom directly from the higher intelligence of that soul. We will continue to talk about the use of non-local time in the chapters on correcting the timeline. Chapter 4. Nature of Alternatives. Realities. An infinite number of parallel realities/lines of time, already created and free, only means that we are free to choose which of them we want to perceive. On many levels/dimensions, it seems that we are creating something new, when in reality we are just exploring the reality that we have already created. In reality, there may be an area where completely new timelines are emerging, but this level of consciousness is far superior to that of most people on Earth. This statement is very similar to the one we made earlier regarding parallel realities, but this time we changed its emphasis and form of expression. The above paragraph may suggest that everything is immutable and that we are simply investigating what has already been created. This seems to imply that we are just players in this drama and can't influence the director or producer of the space game in any way. There are now several well-known philosophies in our world that say that the infinite I Am is beyond the reach of humans, or that there is nothing you can do to rearrange or change the will of the infinite I Am. In truth, at the highest level of being, you are indeed the infinite I Am and represent a powerful creator. At the lower levels of creation, there are continuous changes, expansions, and lengthenings. The fabric of space-time is not fixed tightly. Space-time layers and loops are constantly moving and changing, like ripples on a river. Imagine a map of time-space in the form of a tapestry with defects, knots, lowered loops, folds, bends, double-stitched places, etc. We have already said that there are exceptions to every rule in the universe, and that God improves himself in the course of his work. Although some levels of the deity may be perfect and complete, there are still many unpredictable levels that seem imperfect to us. A. Déjà vu and the intersecting lines of time. Sometimes parallel time reference systems overlap each other. When this happens, there may be a déjà vu effect. In some cases, the experience of déjà vu is a kind of prophetic dreams that you dream in the waking state, and in others, an alternative reality intersects with the prevailing timeline. Let's look at an example. In an alternate time layer, on a possible or probable timeline, you win the lottery and celebrate your winnings by inviting various people you haven't seen in a while to the party for this occasion. On the dominant timeline, you don't win the lottery, but you feel like you're celebrating something with people you know. Didn't I meet you at a party last week? You ask. No, your friend replies, I didn't go to any party last week. Usually, the experience of déjà vu is not so obvious. For a moment, you feel like you've had an experience, but that feeling quickly disappears. You can switch to an alternate timeline and not even realize that you have done it. Out 8. But everything seems different. You feel that your environment has changed and at the same time remains familiar to you. At other times, you feel that you have an alternative personality living in different conditions, although most of the props of your life are preserved. For example, one person can be cheerful, and an alternative person can be dull and suspicious. This difference in feelings cannot be explained solely by some alter ego or a sudden part of your subconscious mind that was previously hidden from you. It is as if you really have two selves with different feelings and life experiences. In reality, you have a potentially unlimited number of parallel selves, one for every conceivable variation of free will. In this case, you can reach a state of consciousness where all these I merge together. In other words, you can enter a timeless state beyond possible and probable realities. The entire map of space-time has opened up before you. You also have the ability to follow your own so-called optimal path. In other words, you can consult your higher self and ask it to make sure that only the highest and best possible results are displayed on the dominant timeline. Alternatives still exist, but they lose almost all their energy and become irrelevant to your dominant self. In the higher realms, the concept of free will becomes meaningless, because you are constantly guided by the Spirit of God within you. The God who is present in you chooses what best contributes to the development of your soul, your happiness, and well-being. In each subsequent moment, there is a complete acceptance of what is. At first glance, this idea may seem limiting to personal freedom, but the truth is that when you are in harmony, separate with your aspects from higher dimensions, you become more free than before. You are no longer controlled by the desires of your ego, nor by the unconscious mental and emotional circuitry of your subconscious mind. Now your soul takes the reins, organizing your life experience according to what it wants to know and understand. Since all time is in the now, you can explore many alternative futures and then return to the present. As the dominant timeline moves further and further away, you begin to remember these alternative futures, which can have the appearance of a déjà vu effect. As for the subject of déjà vu, it can be difficult to capture such an experience, because it is often just a momentary flash of awareness, I have been here before and done this before. However, you could write down in a journal or diary everything you can remember about this experience. What kind of music, if any, did you hear when you started having déjà vu? What kind of people were you surrounded by at that moment? What did you do then? If you've been to various future timelines, then you're probably remembering some of them in a moment of déjà vu. Yes, they exist in an alternate reality, and of course you can often bring them into the mainstream timeline. In the process of déjà vu, you can connect to parallel realities that intersect with your dominant timeline. If you want to bring one of them to the forefront of your experience, then act by focusing on it. Ask your higher self to bring this alternate reality into your daily life. The Secret of Time. B. Loops of Time and Paradoxes of Time. In this subsection, we will look at A. The principles and paradoxes of time travel, B. The creation of new timelines, and C. The development of the concept of free will in defiance of predestination. In the next chapter, we'll take a closer look at time travel. And here we just formulate a topic for ourselves. We will also re-highlight what we have already discussed earlier, the defects in the space-time map. If you examine a tapestry or some kind of leotard, you will find loops among the threads, sometimes tangled. The same is true for space-time. A wormhole can be imagined as a cosmic loop. But do such cycles also exist in relation to time? Yes, they do exist. Before discussing time loops, let's look at the related topic of time paradoxes. Time loops are like time paradoxes. The time paradox exists whenever the soul tries to bring certain disparate timelines into the dominant timeline. It's like trying to pull a thread from the far corner of a tapestry to the area you're working on. The result will be chaos and loss of integrity of this tapestry. The most famous time paradox involves the idea that you can go back in time to when your grandfather was still alive. What if you had accidentally or intentionally killed him? This would mean that you were never born. But if that's the case, then you couldn't possibly go back in time and kill him. The murdered grandfather paradox 9 is, strictly speaking, an example of a time loop, but one that cannot occur without compromising the integrity of the space-time continuum. To resolve this paradox, recall the idea of possible and probable timelines. Just the thought of you returning and killing your grandfather feeds the low-energy yet absolutely possible reality in which your grandfather was killed and you were never born. This is an alternate universe in which nothing you did on this dominant timeline ever happened. You may remember the popular movie It's a Wonderful Life, 1GZA/UOP1GMS and. In this film, the main character became despondent and decided that he was useless, the world would be a better place if I just died. The person's guardian angel then shows them what the world would have been like if they hadn't been born. The main character discovers that the life of his loved ones would be completely different, and truly terrible. As for time loops, this idea is best described with examples. The first example uses the idea that a parallel reality can intersect with the prevailing timeline and change it in ways that do not violate the laws of free will. Description number G. When you were 5 years old, your father often beat you up. As a result, as you grew up, you became afraid of men and your relationships with them did not work out. Then you go back in time and have therapy with yourself at the age of 5, so that your I feels much better and gets the opportunity to stop being afraid of men. Now, when you think about your past, you remember the miraculous healing you experienced when you were 5 years old. The original timeline still exists, but you have moved to a new timeline in which this healing has a place. Description number 2. A man comes to a healer's appointment and during the session goes back to the traumatic experience of his childhood. He is instructed to heal his childish self. He appears to this child as a creature in a halo of gold. Sveta. After coming out of meditation, this man clearly remembers that in his childhood he was once approached by a beautiful creature radiating golden light. Now he knows why it happened. Description number 3. You go 5 years ahead and meet your future self, who is now very successful in the field in which you want to excel. When you meet your future self, you return to the present time and live for a certain period of time on a linear, dominant line of time, establishing a connection with your future self. In other words, you are traveling along a linear path that connects you to your future self that you have already met, moving along the fast side of this loop during meditation. The process of remembering the changes you have made can be called a jump to a new timeline. When the soul, such as in example number 2, understands that in her youth she has already met her future self, this is called closing the time loop. In various Hollywood films and television series, incredibly fascinating permutations of time and space are shown. Although many of these adventures clearly violate the well-known paradoxes of space-time, they nevertheless show people the various complexities of parallel dimensions and timelines. For example, in the TV series Star Trek, in the one that was filmed in the 60s, as well as in its later sequel, with the subtitle The Next Generation, there are episodes in which the interstellar ship Enterprise and its crew split, that is, they exist in parallel universes. In one such episode, this interstellar ship appears dozens of times as various parallel realities begin to diverge and then collapse into a single entity. There are examples of characters going back in time and meeting their past selves, or going into the future and meeting a different version of themselves. This so-called everyday life, the world you live in, it is carefully sealed and autonomous when you are in a normal state of consciousness, but when you change this state, under the influence of meditation, drugs, or some kind of shock, you realize that you are interconnected with other vast realms of alternate time and space. A shaman is a person who has learned to penetrate these alternate realities and apply them to the present life. In a number of shamanic practices, the soul establishes a connection with a future or past version of itself and transmits information from this I. I represent the future self of the author of this book. I live in the future, 500 years from now. The purpose of my appearance in your time frame is to help you avoid disaster. I should help you prepare for your new lifestyle. Does this guest from the future change the timeline in some way that violates the paradox of the murdered grandfather? Optional. The construction of alternative timelines is done in such a way that you can access any of them, as long as you do not violate the free will of other souls living on the dominant timeline. If the author of this book agrees to host a 500-year-old version of himself, that choice becomes part of the prevailing timeline. In other words, we can say that with a high level of awareness, the author's connection to this future self was in some sense predetermined. In order to gain access to past lives, you can use methods such as going back to a previous life or correcting a timeline. This is described in later chapters. Remember that past lives are now being realized in the form of parallel realities, alternative timelines, even if it seems to you that in linear time they occur sequentially. Note: in some cases, you can study evidence from an anthropological point of view that you were so and so in a past life, but more often a soul simply resolutely identifies with another soul and mistakenly believes that it was such a soul in a past life. The example of parallel lives we discussed earlier would be similar to the case of Schrödinger's cat, which is both alive and dead. In this state of superposition are the I of your past lives. From a linear point of view, they have long disappeared, turned to dust, but from a nonlinear point of view, they are alive and well, performing their multidimensional tasks and assignments. We have already stated that the principle of non-locality applied over time means that you can access your present and future lives, as well as your past lives. You can draw a picture in your mind of yourself going back in time, or you can imagine your return using a spaceship that doubles as a time machine. Such a ship may have a technical device for establishing communication with the specified time period. See correcting the timeline. First, you engage in meditation, preferably in a theta rhythm of brain activity, to ensure a state in which the linear surface self doesn't really bother you. Then you ask your higher self to make a connection to a specific time period that you want to study. An example would be the following setup: Higher self, take me to all my past and parallel lives that have occurred during the last 1000 years of linear time. Of course, you'll probably want to explore them in a linear way, one at a time, but you can also line them up in front of you as multiple video screens and watch all these lives projected simultaneously. If you are engaged in therapy and healing, then you will most likely be engaged in correcting a timeline or returning to a past life in order to first get in touch with one or more lives that require healing, and then conduct the healing session itself using holistic methods. You can also ask your higher self to show you current lives that are being realized in parallel with your dominant timeline, but in higher, or lower, dimensions. Higher self, what are my other dimensional selves currently doing? If you want to see possible and probable selves, you can ask them, show me the most significant parallel lives. If you simply say, show me my parallel lives, your higher self will not understand what it needs to do, since you have an infinite number of parallel selves in both dimensional and probabilistic contexts. Let's use this example. Let's say that your dominant self is currently lonely and wants to find a mate. You can ask your higher self to show you an alternate self that has a loving relationship. There are methods for loading the energy of your alternate self into your current body/mind complex. You may want to radiate the thoughts and feelings of your alternate self that has a relationship. According to the law of attraction, if you behave like someone who has a satisfying relationship, then you are very likely to attract someone who suits you. Don't lose heart if your first attempt to connect with your parallel selves has failed. This is something you need to practice. You may already have a sense of other selves. I realize all the time that I have a great personal life, and it's not just wishful thinking. A part of me is actually going through this. When you manage to connect with the alternate self, you will be able to communicate with it. You can download information from your alternate self to your current dominant self. You can also upload information from your current dominant self to your alternate self, especially if your current dominant self has a more fulfilling life experience than your alternate self. If you ask your higher self to bring into your consciousness those selves that are ideal and useful for the growth of your soul, for your happiness and well-being, then you will receive a valuable lesson or insight every time you refer to your alternative selves. If you can imagine a reality that is different from what you think you perceive on Earth, then you can be sure that there is an alternative self that actually lives in this reality. Unfortunately, there really is a parallel reality in which you killed your mother-in-law, and not just fantasized about it. The good news for you is that the infinite creator does not brand anything as good or bad, right or wrong. Such judgments are made by the human ego. Paradoxical as it sounds, if you stop judging yourself for your bad behavior, it will most likely improve on its own, without strict discipline and penalties. If you have a parallel I, bloodthirsty, greedy, selfish or something else, then you can forgive this I and send him love. You may feel guilty about negative thoughts and feelings, even if you are sure that the alternative reality they generate is minimal or has no real consequences. Forgive yourself and immediately get rid of all such feelings. Your sense of guilt about something can perpetuate your bad behavior. Deep down, psychopaths are convinced that they are vicious, bad. Send them love, even if it doesn't seem to work. Do not indulge them, do not allow them to control you through energy, but do not be indignant. Remind yourself that you were created in unconditional love and perfection. It is important to establish boundaries between your current dominant self and your alternative selves, regardless of where they are located in time. When you need to be fully present in this life, imagine a shield of golden light surrounding your body/mind complex. Express your intention to be free from all influences from other levels and dimensions, and wish that all astral or etheric energies, mind, forms, and entities entering your space are 100% of God's loving light. Tune into the perfection of your divine being. Now it's time for you to listen to the founders again. Channeling number 4. A message from the founders on the topic of paradoxes. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the founders. The beauty and grandeur of creativity can also be seen in the anomalies, distortions, and unexpected paradoxes and puzzles that permeate the entire universe. If everything was perfectly ordered and if you have a parallel I, bloodthirsty, greedy, selfish or something else, then you can forgive this I and send him love. You may feel guilty about negative thoughts and feelings, even if you are sure that the alternative reality they generate is minimal or has no real consequences. Forgive yourself and immediately get rid of all such feelings. Your sense of guilt about something can perpetuate your bad behavior. Deep down, psychopaths are convinced that they are vicious, bad. Send them love, even if it doesn't seem to work. Do not indulge them. Do not allow them to control you through energy, but do not be indignant. Remind yourself that you were created in unconditional love and perfection. It is important to establish boundaries between your current dominant self and your alternative selves, regardless of where they are located in time. When you need to be fully present in this life, imagine a shield of golden light surrounding your body/mind complex. Express your intention to be free from all influences from other levels and dimensions, and wish that all astral or etheric energies, mind, forms, and entities entering your space are 100% of God's loving light. Tune into the perfection of your divine being. Now it's time for you to listen to the founders again. Channeling number 4. A message from the founders on the topic of paradoxes. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the founders. The beauty and grandeur of creativity can also be seen in the anomalies, distortions, and unexpected paradoxes and puzzles that permeate the entire universe. If everything was perfectly ordered and symmetrical, then life would be truly boring. Despite the inviolable laws and principles of the divine world, there will always remain riddles and ambiguities that puzzle and raise questions. We rejoice in the nonlinear nature of reality. Even at our level of vibration, there are unknown and unknowable things. God is truly infinite in every sense of the word. How can you embrace the vast? Regarding the mysteries of life, people build only hypotheses. And while this may be useful in itself, people also get off with a cursory explanation of magic and witchcraft. When you look at a sunset, do you think about the refraction of light, water vapor, and how it reflects sunlight? Or do you just admire the incredible beauty that has opened up before you? Unconsciously, your self knows when to engage the rational mind and when to push it into the background. This is especially true when studying the topic of time. Let's face it, you will never be able to fully understand time if you approach this subject only intellectually. Some aspects of creation are impossible to comprehend in principle. And although we have tried to solve some of the riddles of time in our book, something in it will always remain unknown and unknowable. Secrets can be fascinating. They remind us all that the Creator is truly beyond anything we can imagine. No matter how high your vibration is, how much knowledge you have accumulated, or what kind of experience you have, some part of God will be above all this. You even have the expression "go beyond." Although we may appear to you as immensely vast beings of light, there is an aspect of our nature that is like a small child who never tires of marveling at the beauty of the universe. We encourage you, dear creators, to keep the skill. NWP Recap. Be surprised. And while you will be able to gain much more information about time after you have internalized the ideas outlined in this book, never let knowledge overwhelm your childish curiosity and desire to explore unknown areas of consciousness. We are here to remind you that at every moment reality is filled with innocence, freshness, and novelty. Learn to live in the magic of the moment. Be yourself, but don't overdo it. So be it. The founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 5. A deeper look at the free market. Will and predestination. Free will and predestination, predeterminism, can best be described by carefully describing the three levels of consciousness to which these concepts apply. You will find it useful to read the previous works of the author of this book in order to fully understand the model measurement system used by him. For simplicity, we will refer to the three most important levels of vibration as third, fourth, and fifth densities. Third density, sharpened will. In third density consciousness, there is little or no free will. This is the area of submission and adherence to different belief systems. Souls living in third density do not have free will, because their will is held captive by programming, suggestions. They have what might best be called the illusion of choice. This means that they can choose between, say, a red and white dress, or between a Ford and a Chevrolet, or in the evening at the TV between news and entertainment. But they don't have a real choice. Their so-called choice is based on their programming, suggestions, that is, on their systems of views about reality. This position becomes even more obvious when it comes to religion. A Baptist can choose churches. There may be 8 Baptist churches in his city, 3 of which are located near his home, so this Baptist and his family periodically visit one of them according to their mood. But can you imagine a Baptist visiting a Buddhist temple or a Muslim mosque? Among the more advanced people, you will see omnivorous spiritual seekers who can explore various religious paths. They may even see that each path is a kind of part of the same thing. Think of the parable of the blind and the elephant. But how many people have an overwhelming belief in a particular God that still controls them from the depths of their subconscious? The author of this book uses the example of sitting in a box. Here, the box is a set of systems of views, suggestions, and programming that define the existence of a small I. The so-called enlightened religions have simply built a larger box than the so-called traditional religions. The teachings of the New Age religion may offer a more comprehensive view of God, but for the most part they are still powerless against the sly, cunning devices by which the ego supports its mistaken notion that it controls reality. It is extremely rare for a person to be outside of this box. Such a person should get rid of all concepts, ideas, and attitudes regarding creation and perceive reality directly, without the labels, descriptions and conventions of modern society. It should not have any identification with conventional views. Such a soul must renounce the sacred cows that the author of this book describes in his previous works. Sacred cows are beliefs that are so deeply ingrained in the minds of people that they have come to be considered immutable truths. Examples include the belief that death and taxes represent an indisputable reality. Some yogis and rebels have managed to avoid these so-called inevitabilities. If something is not true for everyone, then it is not an immutable truth. If a single subatomic particle can demonstrate the ability to move through time, then time travel cannot be called impossible. Therefore, it is necessary to review the sacred cow, expressed in the phrase "the past is petrified, and no one can do anything about it." In third density, souls are indoctrinated with a certain picture of the world and encouraged to conform to that reality. They are trapped in linear time and cannot grasp the idea of nonlinear or vertical time. Conformity or uniformity is a basic characteristic of third-density consciousness. This is not to be confused with oneness, which is a quality of fifth-density consciousness. About 75% of the world's population is stuck in third-density consciousness. This becomes apparent when you see how the average person handles time. One day the founders noticed, people work 5 days a week in order to afford 2 days a week to buy things that they don't need much of. The squirrel wheel of consumerism is a prime example of sitting in this box. People watch news and entertainment programs in which advertisers hand them glass beads and other trinkets, and then consumers rush to buy the latest App-1e smartphone or fashionable clothes. They are constantly getting into debt in order to maintain the lifestyle that they have been taught to adhere to. Then they have to work harder and longer to pay the interest on the interest on the interest on their accumulated debts. They have very little time to really get the little self out of this squirrel wheel of illusion, to get rid of the idea that the one with the most toys wins. Third density conformity manifests itself in various ways, in nationalism, feelings of racial superiority and prejudice, identification with a particular social or ethnic group, religious beliefs and dogmas, the illusion of choice in politics, when one single party pretends to be two in most so-called developed countries, etc. A series of reforms will never bring true results. Change as long as people remain slaves to their own belief systems. Fourth density, free will. This is the realm of genuine choice, although it can be said that the only real choice is to accept that you are one with God, or to voluntarily believe that you are separate from God. Fourth density souls have freed themselves from the belief systems and programs that bind them and are free thinkers, that is, people, not sheep blindly following the beaten path. Such people become fighters for individual freedom and even anarchists who oppose oppressive governments and military police states. They may confuse conformity with oneness, believing that fifth-density souls are communists, socialists, or that they are being brainwashed, which is true of third-density consciousness. Fourth-density individuality is a natural extension when the soul begins to question the beliefs and tenets of its time. It often begins with frustration or the realization that the lessons taught to a person do not fully reflect the realities of life. It is not uncommon for such frustration to occur during the so-called midlife crisis. After graduating from college, you took a job that you didn't really like, and now that you're in your 40s, you're starting to wonder, is this really your whole life? Maybe you got married, had kids, bought a suburban house on installments, which you couldn't really afford for yourself. Allow it, and now your car bumper has a sticker with the inscription, parodying a certain Disney product: I'm in debt, so I'm going to work. Your life consists of an annual 2-week vacation and a couple of weeks of Christian holidays during which you communicate with relatives that you don't even think about for the rest of the year. After about 20 years, you start asking questions, and that's when the movement to fourth-density consciousness really begins. For the first time in your life, you are making a real choice: continue to reach out to more affluent neighbors and acquaintances and play your part in this drama, or step aside and look at your life from a different perspective. Perhaps you have managed to overcome the current state of affairs, and you have become an oddball and eccentric compared to the average person. For example, in the United States, you might join an independent, ASHPSAP1 LBRB BEEP 1 RALU, or libertarian, 1 LEG, APAP RAG 1U, party. You may have taken up something unusual as a job or hobby, and your friends and neighbors are shaking their heads in disbelief. At such a moment, you might be attracted to a New Age religion or some alternative way of life. You can join a commune or spiritual community, practice yoga, meditation, or other disciplines. You will discover ways to eliminate the attitudes you have been inspired with. You repeat these words like mantras, protecting yourself from negative belief systems in your subconscious. Fourth density law: the quality of your consciousness determines your experience of reality. You realize that your thoughts create your perception of the world, so you try to change your thoughts. You might come to realize that the problems in the world are created by karma, the current sorrows and sufferings are caused by sins in a previous life, that you may have acted badly in previous incarnations, for which you are paying the price in this life. And while this is not the case, it is exactly what you come to when you are stuck in fourth density. You have exchanged your small third density box for a much larger and more beautiful fourth density box. Many souls consider fourth density to be the ultimate reality. They feel that they are free because they are no longer subject to the system. This is a property of this trap. In most cases, there are still levels of illusion that you haven't actually cleared in fourth density. For example, wine. The belief that something is wrong with you, or that you deserve to be punished and suffer for what you have done in the past, comes from the original cause. It should not be confused with the so-called original sin, a concept created by the Church to lock you in the realms of duality forever. The original reason is the first experience of appearing in the lower realms through incarnation, consisting of the traumas you received in this process. Your belief system was formed in the midst of these shocks. Only after you heal from the initial trauma associated with compacting into a physical form will you clear all your karma and learn to completely free yourself from all the boxes. You can read a great deal about the original cause in the author's earlier books. We strongly recommend that you read about it in them to understand the deep levels of guilt and fear in your subconscious. Goethe said, there is no more hopeless slavery than that of those slaves who think they are free from fetters. As long as you don't get rid of your guilt forever, you won't be free. You just made cosmetic repairs in your prison, improving its living conditions. Those who give their power to the karma of a past life, believing that they must experience the iniquity and hardships of life because of what they may or may not have done in their past life, join the ranks of those who have fallen victim to the guilt trap. Souls want to gain experience. They love adventure and want to explore all aspects of creativity, including the realm of duality. If in your past life you were a king, queen, or a member of the royal family, and if you spent your wealth unfairly out of greed and insatiability, while the peasants were starving outside your palace, then in the next life your soul may have wanted to experience a different side of duality. So you are born as a poor peasant starving outside the walls of this palace. Is this a punishment for the sins of your past life? No, of course not. It is simply the soul's desire to experience both sides in the drama of duality. Those who have already read the previous works of the author of this book know that this idea is often voiced. Every time we repeat something in these works, we do it for a good reason. Many of the Eastern teachings are just as insidious in encouraging feelings of guilt as the Western teachings. The belief that you must pay for the sins of your past lives in this life is akin to the idea that your misdeeds will lead you to hell after death. Forgiveness is the key to dissolving karma. Forgiveness should not be formal, because you can sort of excuse someone without actually forgiving them. Maybe someone owes you money and you decide to forgive them, but deep down you're still angry that they couldn't pay you back. True forgiveness involves letting go of all negative feelings and recognizing that the soul who has committed the so-called offense is a beautiful child of God, wearing the mask of an imperfect person. With true forgiveness, you realize that what happened is only part of the drama and doesn't change the fact that you are both expressions of unconditional love with Him. When you learn to forgive and love yourself and others unconditionally, then you will eventually transcend fourth density consciousness and move on to fifth density. Fifth density, God's will. From a fifth density perspective, everything is one. Separation is an illusion. Since everything is God, there can only be one will, God's will. And while it may seem limiting at first, God makes all the decisions, and the little self is powerless to do anything about it. In the end, it's liberating. There is more freedom in fifth density, because the unlimited nature of God fully extends to you. In fifth density, the ego dissolves into the realization that there is only one holy, divine self, and that the human soul is capable of living on earth, rooted in God consciousness. Fifth density souls are true leaders who can guide others out of third and fourth density illusions. In fifth density, you realize that all belief systems are limiting, even spiritual beliefs or the New Age religion. They may be more elevated, attractive, and compelling, but they are still interpretations of reality, not things described. In fifth density, you realize that you are intimately connected to all beings and things, and not in any conventional sense, but in an actual energy field or energy matrix. You see a false matrix, an energy network that holds almost everyone in the system of views of universal consciousness. These third and fourth density matrices are mostly made up of fear. You become aware of the dimension of fear that seems to hold virtually everyone in the world hostage. You can even imagine this layer of fear as a brown fog smog covering almost the entire world. Think of fourth density as a low-flying airplane that hovers in layers of smog, the collective mind's view, and fifth density as a high-flying jet plane that hovers over smog. Now you can see clearly. You have what is called true perception. There are no more false views or programs that prevent you from seeing. You have escaped from the trap of the lower levels of perception. The lower levels can be thought of as 4 stages: the physical, emotional, mental, and astral levels. In some model systems, including those of the author of this book, in addition to them, a person has 2 more levels, etheric and causal. These 4 or 6 levels represent the realms of so-called Maya, or illusion. In addition to these levels, there are additional areas that are free from ego traps. We call the totality of the higher levels of being the higher self. How do you connect with your higher self? The ultimate truth is that you don't need to connect with the higher self, because you are already the higher self. You only need to overcome your identification with the small self, that is, to feel the belief that you are not who you really are. There are simple exercises designed to trick the subconscious mind into accepting the truth of oneness. In any situation where you find life difficult, full of difficulties, start with this question: what would God situation? How would my God self react to this conflict? If I were acting from my higher self, what would I do? You can even go even further by doing a little Zen trick. For example, when you ask yourself, what should I do to resolve this conflict? And your small voice responds, I do not know, say the following phrase: if I knew what to do, what would it be? Of course, this behavior is ridiculous for a well-disciplined mind, which classifies everything and has a beautiful and elegant box with views and programs. But, in fact, this is no different from searching for information on the internet. The basic premise is that if you don't know something, there is a way to reach out to the me who knows the answer. What are the most effective methods for realizing your higher self? This topic is covered in our previous books, but we will briefly describe the main prerequisites here. In general, you should do 2 things several times. 1. Ask in your prayers to God that you will be in the presence or accept the presence of your infinitely wise, all-knowing, and all-merciful higher self. Invoke your higher self as you meditate. Ask your higher self to open up to you, through you, in the form of you. 2. Learn and apply purifying techniques to remove all negative ingrained beliefs, limiting programs, burdensome attitudes, and negative energies, entities, and forms of thought that can confuse the soul and prevent it from remaining at a high level of awareness. Arguments for predeterminism. Your higher self knows in advance what your lesser self will do. Believe it or not, it's been proven in the lab. A group of more than 1,000 subjects were assigned to perform a single exercise, during which electrodes were connected to various stimulus centers in their bodies and brains. On the computer screen, they were randomly shown 2 separate images in turn, one of which showed the scene calm and pleasant, and the other disturbing and frightening. They were not told in advance which image they would see first. The program that sent the images relied on a random number generator that was run before each display. After repeatedly repeating this exercise under tightly controlled conditions, it was found that the vast majority of respondents knew in advance what image they would be shown. In most cases, this understanding was not conscious, but it was registered in the nervous system, and in the electrodes. The researchers found that the respondent's electrical system knew almost 6 seconds before the display, in most experiments, from 3 to 6 seconds, which image would be shown, even before the computer used a random number generator to select a particular image. Here is a list of references to various experiments similar to the above. NAG 1/UE11, 1978, NITE 101, 1995, 2011, VUGTUP APB CAS IP, 1997, CAS IP, 1997, 2004, BOPI 101, 1998, VUGTUP, 2000, VUGTUP APB ZSOE, 2002, MSO APOI NE. A1, 2002, Xeroxlub APBUIA, 2003, MSSGA 1UE 101, 2004a, b, Zaguppi 101, 2004, UIAE. A1, 2005, Tigas 501 SIE 101, 2005, 2009, 2011, CAS IPAPB VOG EZ, 2009, VGAS IEUE. A1, 2011. This experience confirms the correctness of the idea of predestination, or at least shows that part of the I knows in advance what will happen. How is this explained, given the assumptions outlined in this book? What is foresight? Is it possible to predict the future in great detail, or is it possible to see only possible and probable timelines and formulate an educated guess about what will be integrated into the dominant timeline, the recorded history of linear events? Let's explore these questions without making hasty decisions and without applying any of the generally accepted theories, views, and concepts of the future, assumptions, hypotheses, or even empirical data. For now, let's just observe the conclusions drawn in various disciplines and fields of research, without taking any of these points of view. We will take into account the perception of beings from higher dimensions, or at least those that are outside the interference, frequency barrier, of the Earth. When we look at the waveform of future possibilities, it breaks up and merges with the dominant timeline as soon as the perceiver has made and implemented his decision. In the described laboratory experiment, the destruction of the waveform occurred about 6 seconds before the observer's consciousness could fix it. This means that the higher self, controlling the waveform, actually makes a decision 6 seconds before the conscious mind is aware of it, or that the higher self somehow knows what decision will be made before starting the mechanical process that generates this event. In our case, the computer used to generate random numbers. What is the conclusion from this? Can the higher self accurately predict what the computer will do, even before the computer itself knows about it? Is it possible? Or does this situation violate the paradoxes of time and space? In all likelihood, the higher self can directly influence the random mechanical process involved in our example. In other words, the higher self is a kind of director of the film of life and oversees a scenario that is not yet known to the actor, small I, playing his role on the stage of everyday life events. This leads us to the following conclusion: the higher self creates in advance a world in which the human soul perceives its existence. Is the preliminary time interval limited to 6 seconds, or does it vary? No one guarantees that the advance notification always lasts 6 seconds. The results of experiments may vary. In the experiment that was described in detail above, perhaps 6 seconds is the time that the higher self needs. But to what extent can the waveform be destroyed? How far back in time can the higher self organize the future? Is there a dimension in which the higher self can anticipate all the possible decisions that the lower self is capable of making in its time on Earth? It's really a bit like watching a movie. The producer and director of the film already know what will happen during the development of the plot. In the end, it's all recorded and rolled up in a film reel. The projector, mind, simply plays the recorded story on the screen of life. Thanks to free will, the movie in the projector can be changed. Be that as it may, the higher self seems to be able to anticipate which reel of film the lower self will choose, and at least 6 seconds in advance, under the conditions of a laboratory experiment. Let's return to the idea that in a non-linear, vertical time, everything happens at once, past, present, and future, and that all possible and probable realities are contained in this eternal now. This idea assumes that the field of possibilities is predefined. If you recall the example of viewing the forest from the top of a tree, you will see all the possible paths that a traveler could take within the given dimensions of the forest. In this case, free will is limited to the playing field, that is, the area of the forest. Thanks to free will, the traveler can choose an infinite number of possible paths to travel through the forest, but all decisions are made within the aggregate dimensions of the forest. Based on the perception of the higher self, an enlightened soul is able to anticipate what will happen within a certain range of possibilities. Let us repeat the basic premise of our discussion. The higher self decides which direction the human self will take in the field of possibilities, the sphere of free will, of the fourth dimension of space-time on Earth. These decisions are often made before the mind has time to grasp the options presented. In essence, the higher self says, I will choose this path because I need this experience, even before the lower self is aware of this decision. When we are talking about randomly generated images of the higher self, it seems that it is possible to anticipate the result of random number generation, algorithm, in a computer program before the program is used. If one could translate the considerations of the higher self into words, they might sound something like this: I will encourage my lower self to join in scientific research. Then the lower self will see unpleasant images 6 times and pleasant ones 3 more times, reacting accordingly to each of them. Why do we consider this ability of the higher self so carefully and in detail? Perhaps this is how we want to show that the lower self is not real and that it is the higher self that controls everything we see, feel, do, and experience in the world. The conclusion that we can draw from our unbiased view of this phenomenon of foresight is that the higher self is fully responsible for our lives and determines our future experience. This predeterminism is only valid for 6 seconds, or its boundaries can be expanded as widely as the higher self wants, as we will learn in the future. It follows that free will is ultimately an illusion. It appears to be real when we are trapped in fourth density perception, but it becomes irrelevant when we enter fifth density consciousness. Pay attention to the idea that a part of you, the higher self, knows in advance what decisions you will make in your life. Free will also implies your ability to decide whether or not you are aware of this prophetic self, and whether or not you should look at life from its perspective. According to many proponents of predeterminism, we only have a choice in favor of connecting with the higher self and the lower self. Should I allow my higher self to control my life? Should I trust his perceptions and decisions? Or should I allow my ego, lower self, to control my life, in which it only seems to me that I am making a choice among an almost infinite number of possibilities? False surrender to the higher self. Many philosophies are based on the idea of surrendering to your higher self. And while some of them are useful, they can easily be abused by those who are still attached to the illusion of a lower self. For example, if the lower self is unwilling to take responsibility for its actions, then it may reject this responsibility for an imaginary version of the higher self, so that it can remain idle and not be burdened with the need to decide. The lower self may have an idea of the higher self as a benevolent but domineering father, or mother, who will save the lower self from all its adversities. One gets the impression that the majority of people fluctuate between trying to do everything through force, coercion, and refusal to respond to the stimuli of the external world in favor of unconditional surrender to the higher self. The golden mean between these two extremes implies the realization that the lower self is ultimately an illusion, because in fact it is part of the higher self. In reality, it is a part of the larger self that considers itself separate from God. Since the lower self is illusory and cannot decide anything, the average person suffers because of their belief that they can make decisions independently of God. The solution is to educate the lower self and constantly remind it that it is a humble servant of the spirit that controls it. The ego is capable of learning, although ultimately it does not exist. Yes, this is another paradox. As long as you believe, even partially, in the true existence of the ego, you will feel the reality of its imaginary existence. This is the power of faith. Here on earth, in your human form, you may not change your behavior very noticeably after you have transcended your belief in the ego. You can still carry water and chop wood. However, you will realize that this is God's will for your little human self, that it is not a matter of your ego making a decision alone. How can you have freedom if everything is controlled by your higher self? We have already asked this question before, and now it is time to pay more attention to it. In this connection, it would be appropriate to ask why the I of God decides to acquire human experience, knowing that this person will adhere to the imaginary construction of reality. Does God extend a part of himself into human form because he really wants to forget himself and pretend to be a tiny fragment of the whole? Some philosophers try to explain it this way: God wants to know himself, or the whole wants to experience its parts directly. Souls enter this world knowing that they will become mired in this drama and, in all likelihood, will identify with it, considering themselves to be small I in the events that are taking place. Those who have already awakened to fifth density consciousness often return to earth to help other souls come out of the dream of duality. They are ready to run the risk of re-identifying with the material realm and the physical body, while forgetting that they are one with God and creation. One teaching says that time exists in order to give the soul ample opportunities to remember its unity. Recall that there is only time when there is movement. Therefore, a thorough investigation of creation requires a movement of consciousness that generates the idea of time. Is it possible for human consciousness to oscillate between complete silence, timelessness, and motion, time? Is there a mechanism that can go back and forth as you wish? It would seem that the Lord of time and space would have this ability. Jesus said, "Be in the world, but do not be of the world." This dictum can be interpreted as follows: we have a choice, perhaps the only real choice, in favor of nonlinear or linear time. Despite the fact that we seem to live in both areas at the same time, we can decide which one to focus on. We can realize the fullness of God, or we can take turns focusing on each aspect. Let's go back to the first question. Where does freedom come from if the higher self controls everything? Can we talk about the greatness and magic of life, if everything is predetermined in it? The answer to these questions lies in the realms of timelessness. The worlds of time and space can be known from the abode of inner silence. In this meditative state, it no longer matters whether events are predetermined or not. In the state of timelessness, the soul perceives everything as if it is experiencing it for the first time. It might sometimes be useful to know what's going to happen in advance, but life in a state of timelessness isn't learned through trial and error. No, in this state, life appears in an unprecedented bright, joyful perspective. If time is ultimately Jov, if it is an illusion, then it really doesn't matter if there is an I that knows in advance what is going to happen. We believe that this I will do everything right, make the best decision. We put our trust in that self. We no longer worry about what is happening in the world, or what will happen to us in the future. The higher self knows that everything is developing in perfect divine order. You are always in the right place, at the right time, and you do everything right. It may seem that there is a lower self that makes daily decisions, where to shop, what products to buy, who to call, etc. The life of an enlightened person does not change much in this regard. Knowing that everything in the world is in its proper place frees the ego, so that it can simply enjoy the splendor of life. If everything is God, then everything in the world is full of holiness and beauty, even when the outward appearance suggests otherwise. We are able to end suffering faster by seeing perfection in the depths of suffering than we can in any other way. In this way, the ego gives up trying to explain to God how he should govern the universe. Resistance to what is ceases. That's the true meaning of surrender. Channeling number 5. Messages from the Founders. Greetings to you, our beloved creators. We once again admire your magnificence, and once again we remind you that you are a God who expresses himself through the human form. You have asked us to talk about the mysteries and paradoxes of foresight, so we will begin by confirming the conclusion you have already reached during your unbiased investigation of the nature of predestination, predeterminism, and free will. To the question, does the higher self organize human experience? We say yes. The higher self has access to all levels and dimensions of space-time and, therefore, can influence the outcome of various events in the space-time continuum. The higher self already knows what is going to happen, because it is the higher self that sets it in motion. No one says that everything is pre-approved and that you can't do anything to change what will happen. This is a misunderstanding. Free will acts as a bubble in the universe of predestination. Your so-called free will decisions are part of the predestined nature of God, because God is infinite, so all possibilities collapse into one. One possibility might be that you will want to experience a pleasant experience. The higher self can see that you will make this choice, because it exists both before and after the moment of the choice. Maybe we are exaggerating, but you can say about every event in your life that something should have happened exactly as it happened. And if what your ego wanted didn't happen, you might say it wasn't meant to happen. Keep in mind that the state outside of selection is really liberating. You don't just follow some thoughtful, boring, dedicated experience. This is also a misunderstanding. It would be like rewatching your favorite TV series. Eventually you get bored with it, because you know in advance what the plot will be like, etc. The joy of discovering something new comes every time you break free from the bondage of linear time. There is perfection and predestination in this state of freedom, but it is never boring. You have access to the infinite, the limitless, the eternal. You have transcended the realm of choice, the realm of cause and effect, the realm of duality. If you're excited about the greatness of the universe, it couldn't have been any other way. It was predestined because it is an ecstatic state before the period from Stvovaniya time and after it. That which is everywhere and in everything can never be denied, although you may have had such an opinion before you awoke to the perfection of the unfolding universe. Much of what we are talking about here will not make any sense until you reach a certain level of consciousness. Let these words be absorbed by your very nature. Allow your feelings to be exactly what they are, no more, no less. Don't judge yourself if you don't understand this topic very well, as only a few people understand it. In any case, the answers are within you, and this message is meant to help you get closer to the truth of your one being. Enjoy the illusion of choice that this world offers. Explore countless realms, thanes, and dimensions that belong to both you and creation. Let God be God. Stop thinking that life should be different. It is what it is. Accept the truth of this eternal now. If it needs to change, it will do so. If you are the initiator of change, then your life will be rebuilt in such a way that you can become an active force for change. The change will happen through you. It will not happen because of the struggle and ego tossing. Such an imaginary change does not matter, but rather represents child's play. The ego's formal, infinite solutions are not solutions at all, but simply the attraction to a lot of bright trinkets and trinkets. It doesn't matter which one you choose, because eventually they all dissolve into the pure light they came from. Play with them, but don't invest in them. You need to invest only in your true self, your divine presence, your higher self. Enjoy the fact that now you know the only truly daring project in your life, awakening to your divine being. The founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 6. Time Travel. In this chapter, we will focus more on the dynamics of time travel, as well as a. the theory of time travel, b. access to realms of space-time, c. mental time travel, and d. information about psychic abilities used in mental time travel. In time. We have already said above that you can go anywhere in time and space and see what is happening there. You are not limited by what we call the dominant timeline. From a higher point of view, everything in the space-time map is equally valid and equally real. However, it seems that in this linear world where you are physically present, there is only one straight line of time and that it moves at a constant speed, and there is nothing you can do about it. Although very few souls have found out about it, you can enter and exit the dominant timeline at will as many times as you want. This is achieved, in scientific terms, by manipulating the electromagnetic field, accessing or creating wormholes, and using your will/intention to influence the space-time map. It may seem to the uninitiated that the Lord of time and space can both materialize and dematerialize the body at will. 1 minute he's still here, on this timeline, and the next minute he's gone. You might ask, why don't we see this phenomenon more often? Why do we only hear stories about yogis in the mountains who can do such things? Maybe it's just a story. There are safety devices built into the dominant timeline on Earth. Some call them canopies or time barriers. Spiritual guides, who are called karmic guardians, are charged with ensuring that the boundaries between the lines of time are not violated. This is done so that beginners, unenlightened people, cannot accidentally fall through a portal, stargate, or wormhole. Such a safety device should also deter overly impatient souls from attempting to break the murdered grandfather paradox. If one could go to any part of the space-time map and make changes to it, then there would be complete chaos. This situation is depicted in many science fiction series and films. And even with these safety devices, there is a show-through effect between individual timelines and measurements. Whether it's a ghost encounter, a déjà vu experience, or some other parallel timeline experience, many souls on Earth perceive other parts of the space-time map without realizing it. Before we smoothly move on to the next section on time travel, let's look at the development of the principle of non-locality, or rather the idea that we are everywhere at once and experience everything in an instant. In other words, we are omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. And if we are, as religion says, created in the image and likeness of God and are God's children, then it is reasonable to assume that we have the same properties as God. This human form, which we call our physical reality, must be akin to a tiny redwood seed that, let's just say, has just sprung up, or at best has become a small tree, bursting out of the ground. The plan of a giant redwood tree is in the seeds. If the environmental conditions are suitable and nothing interferes with the tree, it will become one of the largest plants on Earth, if you do not count certain fungi that have spread over the surface of the earth and connected with the roots. This is not an exact analogy to the human soul, but it will work. We have a higher self that exists outside of time and space and is therefore capable of spreading across the entire space-time map. This means that we have an infinite number of past and future selves, one for each moment in creation. Theoretically, there are an infinite number of eternal moments in the now, although there seems to be a limit to the number of changes in consciousness that can occur in every second. Dr. Barber said that reality flashes millions of times a second. He didn't say that it flashes infinitely many times every second. However, you might ask an interesting question: does the eye exist between neighboring flashes? Is it possible to divide time into infinitesimal increments, and is there a presence that exists eternally within these infinite fractions? If so, as indicated by non-locality, then we exist everywhere in the past, present, and future. Therefore, time travel is simply the transition of consciousness from the present I to the past I, or from the past I to the future I, etc. If linear time is a subset of vertical, or nonlinear, time, then it follows that the soul can enter and exit linear time, moving through an infinite region of nonlinear time that exists above, below, and beyond the so-called normal space-time. How to travel through time? At the time of Einstein's teachings, from the mid to late 20th century, theories held that nothing could move faster than light, and that it was only possible to travel back in time at a speed greater than light. It was assumed that traveling to the future would be more likely than traveling to the past, although there was fierce debate among scientists about how to achieve this. Then, over the past 30 years, laboratory experiments have confirmed that subatomic particles can move back and forth in time to some extent. In the appendix to this book, we have included several excerpts from scientific articles that, in fact, prove the existence of non-locality that applies to time. From a technical point of view, to perform time travel, it is necessary to control the gravitational and electromagnetic fields in order to dial the number of various cells of the space-time map, and then use modern motion communication techniques in order to open a wormhole, stargate, or portal through which the soul can pass to the desired area of space-time. Every place in space-time has a signature or specific frequency that defines that point in space-time. This is easy to understand with respect to spatial dimensions. Imagine a monitor screen made up of pixels. Let's say, for example, that this screen has 764 x 1264 pixels. This means that the x-axis has 1264 increments, and the v-axis has 764 increments. A programmer who uses pixels as units of measurement can write a program that causes the cursor or arrow to move to a specific coordinate on the computer screen, where this program then performs some action. If you can dial a certain coordinate in the space-time map, then you tune into that particular signature and, using wormholes, stargates, and portals, open the door leading to that particular coordinate. Since a part of you already exists in this coordinate, you exist everywhere, you are essentially just shifting your consciousness in order to align with the part of yourself that already exists in this region of space-time. If you want to move your physical body, then you must be able to create a sufficiently large stargate or portal, using, or without, external technologies, depending on the level of development of the soul performing the teleportation of the body. When you reach a certain state of consciousness, you no longer need wormholes, stargates, and portals to perform your teleportation, you simply become the very place where you want to move your body, disassemble the energy matrix of the body in its previous place and reassemble it in a new place. Now let's step back a bit and discuss the technology of time and space travel. Long-distance travel in space. How do extraterrestrials travel vast distances in order to arrive on Earth? People who are aware of the presence of extraterrestrial intelligence have been investigating these cases for years. One group even managed to conduct an engineering analysis of the ships they found. According to the spiritual guides of the author of this book, since the 1940s, the inhabitants of Earth have restored 6 extraterrestrial ships, 5 of which belonged to the humanoids of the double star Zeta grid, and another to the inhabitants of the Pleiades star cluster. Technical documentation was compiled only for one of these ships. The spiritual mentors of this message channel, the founders, gave a brief explanation of how electromagnetic propulsion systems work in a previous publication. Now we will briefly focus on this topic. Long distances are usually covered by using stable wormholes that already exist and have more or less stable entrances and exits. To travel shorter distances, the electromagnetic field surrounding the spacecraft is used. The device that generates electromagnetic pulses is set up to partially destroy the polarity of the field in the space immediately adjacent to the ship, essentially creating a zero-point vacuum in the space-time continuum. Then this vacuum sucks the ship into a distorted section of the continuum generated by the changed polarity of the field. This is somewhat similar to the slingshot effect, using electromagnetic fields as a medium, instead of air. The mechanics of this partial decay are quite simple, although the mathematical equations for it are quite strict. Each part of the electromagnetic spectrum has special vibrational states, signatures. These signatures can be superimposed on the space-time continuum as two grids stacked on top of each other. We understand that this analogy is a bit crude and not entirely accurate for a person who is far from science, but such ideas are quite difficult for even people from science to understand, so we want to express ourselves in as accessible a language as possible. For an even simpler analogy, you need to take a blanket, decide which part of it you want to touch, and then, starting from where you are on the blanket, get to the far corner where you want to be, and fold the blanket so that the two parts touch. Imagine that this blanket is grouped into small grids, each of which has a number, for example, 764 by 1264, as in the example above. We will keep the numbered grids simple and evenly distributed, like a calendar that marks the days of the month. In order to move from grid cell 14 to cell 87, you must dial 87 on the remote control of your spaceship. It is still in grid 14. For this purpose, there is an instrument on board your ship that corresponds to the grid frequency at point 87. You then destroy this grid using zero-point technology until points 14 and 87 touch each other. This mechanics may seem complicated, but keep in mind that consciousness is the missing component in unified field equations. If your intent to activate a section of the spacetime continuum is strong enough, it changes the grid system sufficiently to allow these devices to operate. In future publications, we will look in detail at how consciousness directs the formation and use of zero-point fields for teleportation and sudden travel across large areas of spacetime. In the meantime, the idea that you are everywhere at once and that a part of your consciousness is already in the right place will suffice. Basically, you direct the energy components of a spaceship, or other vehicle, according to the frequency of your aspect that already exists at your destination. This is equivalent to the synthesis of consciousness and mechanics. The ideal vehicle will consist of elements that significantly increase the psychokinetic and telekinetic components of consciousness, allowing the threshold value of your soul energy to match the frequency of the destination you want to reach. Although this sounds like metaphysics, and it is metaphysics, a more scientific approach than simply asking your higher self to provide the coordinates of the destination point involves mapping the coordinate system of the spacetime grid, followed by measuring the electromagnetic field characteristics of each grid point. This is very similar to mapping human genes, a very time-consuming method that requires the use of supercomputers, etc. As we said earlier, in this structure of the universe, there are safety devices or fail-safe systems that block all those who are at low levels of consciousness from accessing electromagnetic portals and stargates. The level of consciousness required for competent use of coordinates and correct programming of propulsion systems is significantly higher than that of the average Earthling. However, these safety devices are not perfect, and some negatively polarized aliens have managed to control their spaceships in the manner described above. We will not waste time discussing harmful ways to apply the principles described in this section, but instead explore a little more deeply the several ways in which the space-time fabric can change, distort, bend, and shape itself in order to enable time travel and so-called distortion-based travel. B. The technologies used in this study include, for time travel. In this section, we will discuss spheres, vortices, swirls, ley lines, grid lines, portals, stargates, wormholes, black and white holes. The gravitational and electromagnetic universe has a grid system that bends time and space, sometimes collapses it back on itself and connects certain parts of it with each other. Imagine a spatio-temporal fabric creasing, folding, wringing, washing, drying, knotting, or otherwise changing its basic flat or slightly curved shape. The true structure of the spatio-temporal continuum is difficult to define using conventional geometric definitions. The 15-coordinate system is just a model to help the rational mind, which is struggling to understand this. Another such support is the idea of an irregular fabric that resembles a blanket or bedspread. Some scientists, as well as writers working in the science fiction genre, refer to these disruptions in the fabric of space-time as anomalies or time distortions. They exist throughout creation, varying in size and degree of manifestation. They can also be created and destroyed. This is a property of distortion, not the energy itself. Note: the eccentric physicist Nassim Haramein theorizes that wormholes exist throughout the fabric of space-time and are contained in subatomic structures. It also assumes that the entire universe is contained in every proton of every atom. This understanding is consistent with the holographic model of the universe that we discussed earlier, and therefore most likely contradicts the idea that anomalies and time distortions are exceptions to the rule of an ordered universe. Rather, they are an integral part of the geometric dispersion and lattice structure of third and fourth dimensional space-time. The law of conservation of energy is central to the universe. Breaking this law is like dividing by zero. Within the framework of creation, this is not feasible. It follows that there is a single energy, constant and unchanging, throughout the changing and evolving space-time continuum. In physics, this stratum or static state is called the Bose-Einstein condensate. The total energy of the system or subsystem must be equal to the sum of the stratum, potential energy, and movement of consciousness and its external projection, including transition matter and observed, kinetic, energy, as well as the total dark energy and dark matter of the system or subsystem. If a system or subsystem has unequal components, such as those observed in a black hole, this means that scientists, observers, simply do not know about the presence of other factors in the equation. In this case, they are not aware of the sister universe that reflects this universe on the other side of the black hole. We'll talk about this soon. In the meantime, let's focus on two basic states of energy: static and moving, potential and kinetic. We used the analogy of a fractal as a changing state and a function that generates a fractal as an unchanged state. You can refer to this analogy when we explore the fabric of space-time. From a layman's point of view, the law of conservation of energy states, energy can neither be created nor destroyed. From a technical point of view, the law of conservation of energy states that in a given system or continuum, the energy inside must equal the energy outside, or rather, energy can only change forms, but cannot change its original amount. Therefore, every phenomenon witnessed by a scientist implies an equal exchange of energy. If it seems to you that the energy decreases, which is observed in the conditional radius of the black hole, then this energy is recreated and reappears somewhere else in the universe. Let's use the example of a black hole. If you measure the amount of energy compressed and packed into a singularity at the center of a black hole and subtract the X-rays and gamma rays emitted by the black hole, you don't get a balanced equation. It turns out that more energy enters the black hole than comes out of it. This would be a violation of the law of conservation of energy. How can this be? Scientists struggle with such anomalies. If energy disappears in one part of the universe, then it must necessarily appear in some other place. And this is actually happening in the form of a white hole. In many cases, this white hole exists in a parallel, so-called sister universe, or mirror image of the universe. In fact, most universes exist in pairs. Our universe, which consists mainly of electrons with a small number of positrons, is an addition to our sister universe, which consists mainly of positrons with a small number of electrons. This pair of universes resembles the symbol of infinity, see figure 1.11. Here we could also use analogies with matter and antimatter. If you take all of the antimatter in our sister universe and all of the matter in our own universe, excluding dark matter and dark energy, since we won't discuss this topic right now, then they should cancel themselves out to zero. In other words, if we subtract the total polarized energy in our universe from the total polarized energy in our sister universe, we get zero. For those who are not good at math, we will explain this in another way. If universe A had 100 electrons, then universe B would have 100 positrons. The total charge, if you put the two universes together, would be zero. The total amount of energy remains constant. However, some irregularities often suggest that the energy polarity is unbalanced. And now we will return to our conversation on the topic of anomalies that occur in the space-time fabric. Black holes. Near black holes, time and space behave in a special way. Imagine a crumpled section of a space-time map where the fabric sticks together, compressing the space-time coordinates into a tightly packed ball. For a good example, you can take a blanket, apply glue to some part of it, and then start folding the blanket, bending its corners, until a large sticky ball appears in the center of the blanket or in one of its corners. Both time and space flows are highly compressed and distorted around black holes. In Einstein's physics, both general and special relativity, time and space change significantly as we approach the conditional radius of a black hole. Gravity magnifies and bends the fabric of time and space. Both seem to disappear when you reach the event horizon. The powerful force of gravity prevents light from escaping, hence the name black hole. It is not entirely correct to think that light, time, and space are all trapped in the event horizon, but there is some truth in this. There is a singularity at the center of a black hole, a point of infinite mass, but there is no space or time. Refer to the Lorentz transformation formulas and the Heisenberg equations if you understand mathematics. For the law of conservation of energy to work, there must be a white hole opposite a black hole in a reflected parallel dimension or universe. White holes. White holes are the opposite of black holes. If infinitely dense time and space collapse at the center of a black hole, then infinitely radiant time and space radiate from the white hole. White holes can be found in our universe. It can be assumed that on the other side of a large white hole, there is a black hole sucking in energy from a parallel universe or dimension. If we rely on the law of conservation of energy, then the energy emitted from a white hole should be equal to the energy drawn into the corresponding black hole, plus or minus the energy of X-rays, gamma rays, and any other types of radiation from black holes, or some kind of energy compression that occurs in white holes. Scientists are building ever more powerful telescopes, so they'll learn more about white holes in the future. At this stage, the powerful radiation observed in white holes tends to overwhelm sensitive measuring equipment. Note: quasars are interesting examples of wormholes and/or stargates that combine black and white holes. The pulsation of the quasar indicates a fast switching difference in polarity between the characteristics of black and white holes. The behavior of quasars is outside the scope of this book, but below we will describe the mechanics of wormholes and stargates. Wormholes. The combination of black and white holes forms a wormhole, a region of spacetime that connects different regions of the spacetime continuum. This is a simple idea, illustrated above as collapsing spacetime onto itself. Wormholes can link different universes, galaxies, and stellar matter, or they can exist at the subatomic level. Travel between dimensions is accomplished through a mechanism similar to a wormhole, but more commonly known as a portal or stargate. Previous publications of the author of this book describe the movement between dimensions, including pyramids, batteries, and the energy transferred to the battery and concentrated in the top, capstone, of the pyramid. In this book, we will not delve into the mechanics of traveling between spaces, but we recommend that you explore what happens when energy moves through pyramids that are closely adjacent to each other with their bases. Explaining a wormhole to someone far removed from science involves the example of a doorway or tunnel connecting two different parts of the space-time continuum. Such doorways can also facilitate travel between parallel dimensions and universes. The technical details of how this is done are beyond the scope of this book. Wormholes can be either stable or unstable, depending on many factors, including the structure of completely or partially destroyed stars that generate black and white holes, the number of X-rays and gamma rays coming from this area, and the effects of other stars or electromagnetic anomalies on the combination of black and white holes. A white hole. Small black and white holes give rise to smaller wormholes. In this case, there may not be a doorway to the parallel universe, but rather a shortest path through the regions of this universe. Tiny black and white holes connecting relatively small regions of spacetime are called miniature wormholes or spheres. These small areas of spacetime distortion are sometimes captured by normal speed cameras. It is possible to travel through wormholes of various sizes, which is something that many extraterrestrials are already doing. If a full-fledged or miniature wormhole is relatively stable and calm near its borders, then the spacecraft is able to pass through it. Many science fiction TV series illustrate this idea, in Hollywood style, of course. I immediately recall two such series: Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, 31AG Tiguk, SA-Ziras MTE, and Stargate Atlantis, 81AG A1EA NAPS. Vortices, stargates, portals, and ley lines. White holes and wormholes, closely related to black holes, are concepts of vortices, stargates, and portals. As for the main differences between each of these anomalies, black and white holes, as well as wormholes, are usually tied to distortions of the gravitational field, while vortices, stargates, and portals depend not so much on gravity as on electromagnetism. Ley lines are corridors of electromagnetic energy moving through space, which also form around celestial objects. Where these lines intersect or connect, vortices appear. A high concentration vortex can become a stargate or portal. Such doorways connect one part of the electromagnetic spectrum to another part, perhaps somewhere far away in ordinary space-time. Both large and small forces, gravity, electromagnetism, the formation of chemical bonds and their decay, belong to one infinite force or infinite energy, just differently arranged. Scientists have long been trying to find a way to combine these forces into a basic equation. The missing component is consciousness. Consciousness can both increase and decrease the magnitude and polarity of various forces. It can both unite forces and divide them, depending on the circumstances. We'll talk about this in the chapter on activating timelines. If we recall the idea of stargates and portals, then these points of intersection of the lines of the electromagnetic grid can play the role of a tunnel for moving through space-time, in much the same way as in the case of wormholes. Since the electromagnetic force is millions of times stronger than the gravitational force, stargates and portals are easier to create and manipulate than wormholes. If most wormholes require large galactic objects, such as the galactic center, then stargates and portals require only a little electromagnetic energy, which just needs to be applied correctly. What is the difference between a stargate and a portal? Basically, a stargate is just a large portal that allows interstellar travel to take place. A portal can be any size, including subatomic ones, while the size of a stargate usually ranges from a few kilometers to almost as large as a wormhole between universes, billions of kilometers. Spheres are partial or complete doorways to various regions or dimensions of space-time. Within each area, plan, subplan, or dimension, there are billions of spheres. Some of them behave like tiny wormholes, allowing creatures or energies to pass through them. Think of pinpricks of energy running through a continuum from one part to another. The best analogy of the space-time web here is a woven fabric with holes after each thread. Dr. Nassim Haramein suggested that in each proton of each atom there is a holographic miniature of the entire universe. Spheres can be as numerous as protons, although most of them remain unnoticed at the current state of the art. In fact, they are ways of connecting a great many dimensions and planes of existence found throughout creation. As mentioned earlier, some conventional cameras are capable of detecting spheres, although not all images on these photographic materials are spheres. If you want to take photos of spheres, first make sure that you have a medium-speed camera, and then make sure that the lens is completely clean. There is no dust, water droplets, or anything else that looks like a sphere. How to travel through stargates and portals? By dialing the electromagnetic frequency that you want to connect to. As mentioned earlier, every place in space-time has an electromagnetic signature or a specific vibration. Since everything is related to non-locality, you can dial the number of any place in the space-time continuum, calling the electromagnetic frequency of this location. There are no examples of this concept, but this phenomenon can be partially explained by the process of opening a padlock with a digital code. When each cell is aligned correctly, the lock will open, all cells will be cleared. In the language of physics, subatomic particles will travel through a tunnel to the other side of a stargate or portal when the polarity is absolutely correct. This is similar to the principle behind the so-called zero-point energy. When a series of polarized magnets are aligned correctly, whether they are fixed or rotating, zones of zero energy are created, that is, areas in which the polarities cancel each other, as a result of which no polarity occurs. These zones without polarity are called zero points. At the zero point, the portal is open, which makes it possible to travel like a tunnel from other places in the electromagnetic spectrum. This principle is also used in interdimensional travel, although certain geometric configurations are also required here. We understand that not all of our readers are mathematicians and scientists, and we apologize to them if the text is sometimes overloaded with technical terms. For many readers, the simple idea of holes in the fabric of time and space may suffice. Over the next millennia, souls will learn to travel through black and white holes, wormholes, vortexes, stargates, portals, and even spheres. However, despite the fact that such technologies have not yet been developed for our physical movement, we already have a powerful force that can move anywhere in creation, namely our consciousness. If you are discouraged by the idea that it will take humanity hundreds or even thousands of years to perfect the technology to travel through the anomalies in the space-time continuum, then you might want to start with mental time travel. Learning to visit the past or future in your mental body isn't as difficult as you think, and you don't have to worry about luggage, security, travel costs, etc. All people use their ability to draw pictures in their mind. However, scientists don't understand visualization very well. Of course, they study the brain's ability to create mental images and its capacity for photographic memory, but they don't understand the relationship between visualization and clairvoyance, that is, the ability to perceive the world with non-physical senses. There are many methods for developing clairvoyance and remote observation, mental projection. Some of these methods can be found in the author's previous works. Perhaps the most well-known and effective method of developing clairvoyance is meditation. Many souls travel mentally during meditation, and virtually everyone travels mentally during mental projection, also known as remote observation, is an ability of the psyche that is relatively easy to learn. Such mental activities should not be confused with astral travel. The author of this book draws a line between astral and mental travel in his early works, so if you want to get full information on this topic, you'd better read these books. In addition to using the mind to move to any place in creation and at any time period, there are several other anomalies and special cases that we want to draw your attention to. Earlier, we briefly mentioned the phenomenon of déjà vu and how timelines can intersect with each other. You can influence the ability of timelines to intersect and communicate with each other. Let's look at this in more detail. More information about déjà vu and intersecting timelines. Each time you use your memory, you send a stream of thoughts through the fabric of space-time, and this stream crosses a point on the continuum that you remember somewhere in the past. These streams remain part of the map and will be available to you when you decide to follow these streams back to the intersection point. In short, you have a loved one, place or thing, that you often remember, and part of your energy field is present in that person, place or time. By remembering this person, place, time, you create a connection between your present and past selves. As a simple example, let's assume that you are hearing some music for the first time. When you hear this music again, most likely while you are in a different place, you remember the first place. Your associative memory makes you think of San Francisco whenever you hear Tony Bennett sing, "I left my heart in San Francisco." 10. Even if you haven't been to this city, you might think about it when you hear the lines from this song, because it's about San Francisco. But sometimes a song has nothing to do with where you first heard it. However, every time this song is played, you find yourself in this place again. When you think about your favorite place many times, you create a series of mental streams that flow to that place. The more time you spend there mentally, the stronger the fabric becomes at that intersection point. If you often literally visit your favorite place, then not only does your main path cross this physical place, but you also connect with previous moments in time when you were physically there. You can also gain mental access to those time frames when you were previously there in your physical body. As far as you are concerned, such reasoning points to an obvious fact, but we stopped here for a specific reason. The principle of non-local, if taken to its logical conclusion, suggests that you also have access to all the memories of other souls who thought about this place, as well as to their energy fields when they were physically in your favorite place. This partly explains why some places are considered holy. The author visited some shrines, churches, temples, etc., and in some cases felt very strong energy there. He feels there not only the programs of his subconscious mind and his own beliefs about the holy place, but also the energy and consciousness of people who have visited this sacred place. Although it is possible to tune into the consciousness of any person at any given time, visiting a physical place visited by an enlightened person not only makes it easier to tune into it, but also often strengthens the energy matrix of such a person. If all this were different, there would be little reason, if any, for people to go on pilgrimage to the holy places where great teachers lived or taught. Take an ashram, for example. It is possible that spiritual teachers have lived in this place for 2 centuries, including the most famous Swami in that place 11. Every day of his life, this Swami met with his disciples, taught them meditation, and gave them instructions. By meditating there, this Swami and his followers achieved several states of Satori and Samadhi. These relatively enlightened stages have over the years created an energy matrix that is accessible to any soul that can tune into this field. If you go to that sacred place regularly, even if you have never met this Swami, perhaps he left his body several years before you first heard of him, you will still cultivate a field of memory in your mind that consists of all your memories this place and all the experiences you had there. This will be combined with the collective energy of the meditating people and students of this master, accumulated over time in this space. In such a place, it will be possible to create a portal if there is enough energy in the life of this spiritual teacher related to specific events or cases when he taught or meditated there. The energy of this master or his students can move through the portal and be clearly felt by those who visit there. When souls visit the tomb of the Virgin Mary in Turkey, where, according to experts, Mary actually lived for some time, in that house her followers add their own energies to her energy, so that this place will eventually become truly holy. Skeptics will argue that all the energy felt in these places is just an associative memory experience, but in reality we are talking about something much more. As mentioned earlier, when you think about a certain place and time, some of your energy is actually directed there. This energy remains in that place, merging with the energy of other souls who have been there. The author calls it a vortex of artificial origin. When a sacred place is combined with a naturally occurring vortex, even more energy is generated. If we talk about the Holy Land, Israel, Jordan, Palestine, etc., then a large ley line passes through this region. Jerusalem is located on at least 2 ley lines and has a natural vortex where these ley lines intersect. In addition, in this center, the 3 world religions converge at this point. When a soul goes there to pray, that person connects with thousands of other souls who have prayed there before. If all the prayers were in harmony with each other, then a powerful field of conscious energy would indeed arise in that place, which would greatly enhance the prayers. We know that this is not the case, because not only prayers differ, but also the energy fields of praying souls. The question often arises, why are there so many conflicts with shrines in many regions? Aren't all these prayers supposed to bring peace to everyone there? If every soul that came to Jerusalem to pray was clear, enlightened, and peaceful, then yes, the energies of the world would increase significantly. However, many of the souls who come to the holy places for prayers are deeply confused. This is usually the reason they went there in the first place, they were going for healing. This place is considered wonderful for getting rid of sins or for taking a miracle cure for illness. Thus, the energy that gathers in these places is a combination of divine love pouring out to the souls praying there, and the energy of longing, heartache, and all kinds of suffering. While some of the negativity that has accumulated in these places is being transformed by spiritual mentors and a field of various teachers who have been there, the holy places, because of their relatively high vibrations, awaken negativity in the subconscious of those who pray there. In other words, if you are filled with negativity and find yourself in a place with a high vibration, then your negativity will rise to the surface so that it can be transformed. This is a necessary measure so that a troubled soul can be fully healed. If the negativity is simple and shallow, then the restless soul may just burst into tears and immediately feel better. But as we all know, negativity can be hidden under many layers of suggestions and attitudes. Jews, Muslims, and Christians living in the Holy Land have frequently clashed throughout their history, and this rivalry also grows and intensifies due to naturally occurring whirlwinds. Things that boost energy don't distinguish between positive and negative. Therefore, you can program the crystal to be either positive or negative. For this reason, in Jerusalem and elsewhere, in these holy cities, everything, positive and negative, is greatly enhanced. If you intend to visit such a place, then it is good for you to perform the maximum purification possible for you before you arrive there, so that the energy you bring will elevate everything around you as much as possible. Also, while there, use mental and spiritual protection to minimize the impact of negativity. If the high energy of this place reveals problems that are deeply rooted in your subconscious mind, accept the experience with satisfaction. Apply some cleansing techniques and be happy that your negativity was provoked to manifest itself. Soul fragmentation. The idea of integration, unification, and fragmentation, the splitting of the soul, was discussed in detail in one of our earlier publications. Soul fragmentation occurs when a person, place, or experience has a lot of energy associated with it. In short, the definition states that some of the soul's energy is trapped in the person, place, or thing where this intense experience occurred. In a place of power where there is an active exchange of injuries or powerful energy between souls, you can find clumps of energy related to these separate souls. In other words, such a place contains fragments of soul energy belonging to various people who have been there. Those who are on the path of healing often go to these vortices in order to regain their shattered energy. In fact, this energy is still connected to the parent part of each soul, because everything is one and in reality there is no separation, but if there are unrealized feelings and emotions associated with such a place, it may seem as if the soul is broken and scattered. There are various methods of reclaiming your broken parts from people, places, and experiences that were traumatic. For more information on this topic, see Integrating the Soul. Soul integration. Souls that have remained fragmented over many lifetimes can recover their missing parts through various processes. This is called integration, bringing the soul together, and for most people is an important part of their healing. As you collect the missing parts of your soul essence, more and more powerful energy comes from you. You can channel and radiate the energy of the soul with much more sense and efficiency. So-called powerful people often owe their strength to the fact that they have collected most or all of the fragments of their soul and achieved a high degree of integrity. By the way, when we use the term powerful, we mean those souls who are grounded, centered, and able to move energy using strong intent and concentration. We do not mean those souls who control the world, because they have all the levers of power in their hands. Although some of the world's leaders are really strong in the sense that applies to the soul, many of them actually feel inferior and powerless, and that is why they are eager to dominate and command. Tyrants, dictators, and warmongers struggle to maintain the illusion of control over others, and that is why they seek to enslave people and force them to submit to their doctrines. Truly strong souls do not need to try to convince anyone of their greatness, nor do they need to control and oppress other people. Let us now return to the topic of mental time travel. What can you say about unreliable memories? If you affect the map of space-time every time you have a memory, what happens if your memory is unreliable? When you experience intense trauma or emotion due to an event in the past, the intensity of that experience can distort the fabric of space-time, and in some cases create parallel realities. These possible timelines may seem like a kind of return to the source in the time loop created by the given memory. In this case, one part of the loop involves passing linear time from the event to the present, and the other part of the loop involves multiple threads created by memory. If the memory is distorted, usually due to trauma and strong emotions, then you can follow one or more distorted parallel realities. Returning to what was said, you can recall events that did not actually occur on the dominant linear timeline, but took place on a possible, alternative, timeline. We understand that this creates a lot of problems for criminologists and psychologists. However, psychosomatic effects can occur because of these alternative versions of the past. If, for example, a soul was not harmed on the dominant timeline, but was subjected to violence in the alternate past, then the physiology of that soul may reflect the violence that reigned on the alternate timeline, even if there is reliable evidence that these events never occurred in the so-called authentic life. You can convince yourself of the reality of something, and then your physiology will reflect this deep belief of yours. Because faith creates reality at the level of consciousness of the fourth degree. This means that you will have an experience that reflects your faith. Through deep-rooted beliefs, you could repeat the events of the dominant timeline that reflect these attitudes of your mind. For example, if you accept the belief that the world is extremely dangerous and that you are haunted by bad luck, then you tend to create a lot of events in which other people hurt or harm you. Another soul, who may even be living in a dangerous part of the city, may experience complete security on all levels, because it does not have a deep conviction of its unluckiness. Remember that the law of attraction does not depend on the prevailing beliefs of humanity. If a person's faith is deep enough and strong enough, that soul can break free from the clutches of racial prejudice and gain experiences that contradict popular beliefs. Selective memorization. All psychologists know that people can suppress traumatic experiences, hiding them in the depths of the subconscious and thereby seem to forget about them. There is another type of selective memorization, which involves taking all the energy out of the past experience. In other words, you no longer identify with the events that took place on the dominant timeline, as if these events never happened. Sometimes it's good to remember, and sometimes it's better to just forget. For most souls, the mind is cluttered with many relatively useless experiences of the past. All events on the dominant timeline are stored in Akashic records, so there is no need to hold on to memories. If you need something, you can access it. For more information on how to do this, see the chapters on correcting the timeline. Revisiting the past. The psychological technique of revisiting the past is more relevant in the chapters on correcting the timeline, but let's outline this idea here. Revisiting the past is the subconscious mind's belief that everything did not happen as it actually did on the dominant timeline. This method essentially forces the mind to switch to alternate timelines, where imaginary events actually happened in a different way. For example, if you had a difficult childhood in which sexual abuse occurred, you might decide that you had a happy childhood instead. If you can convince your subconscious mind that your childhood was happy, then it will strive to build your life in a way that is characteristic of a person who had a happy childhood. Regardless of what the subconscious mind thinks, this can be achieved. The problem with revisiting the past is that it's a kind of escapism. If you have unresolved emotional problems, they are suppressed, but eventually they will come to the surface, and perhaps at the most inopportune moment. For a while, your life may improve, because now your subconscious mind believes that you don't have a tale of problems from your childhood that can hinder your success. Because the mind believes that you will succeed, because of your happy childhood, it will build your life in such a way as to significantly increase the probability of success. In some ways, the method of revisiting the past is like watching a hypnotist perform on stage, telling you that there is a rope in front of you, even though there is no rope. So you trip over an imaginary rope. Just as easily, a hypnotist could show you a rope, convincing you that there is no rope in front of you, which causes you to stumble over a real rope. When it comes to your life-changing decisions, revisiting the past may help you temporarily, but it still won't cure you of deep-rooted psychological problems. Why are we raising this topic? Because we show that you can change the past even if you don't get into a time machine, go back to the past in it, or make changes in the physical world. By and large, you can choose a new past, from an infinite number of possible and probable versions of the past, and then shape your future based on the new past you have chosen. This topic will be discussed in more detail in the next chapter. There are several other components of time travel that we want to highlight here. Psychometrics. Psychometry is the art of reading the history of a subject. Take, for example, an ancient coin that has passed through many hands. The psychometrist holds this object in his hand and meditates. Then, depending on the level of clairvoyance that the meditator has developed, images from the past of this object enter his consciousness. The psychometrist reads information from intersecting energy fields in the space-time map, if they relate to a given object. There are many ways to interpret information, but the scientific way, again, is based on the principle of non-locality. The ancient coin in this example acts as a trigger to tune the meditator into the lives of everyone who has ever owned or paid for this coin. In other words, if you apply non-locality to time, it is like seeing through everyone who has ever held this coin, represented in the space of that time. In the 5th century, a Roman pays with this coin at the market. In the 10th century, an English collector keeps it in a safe. In the 15th century, an antique dealer sells it in his shop, etc. All these characters in the cosmic drama exist simultaneously in this eternal now, although it seems as if centuries have passed between them. In addition to reading the dominant timeline when it is applied to a particular object, you can tune into alternative timelines that may be associated with such an object. You could read information from the energy field of someone who held this object in their hands, and use this energy signature to tune into other aspects of that person's life. Perhaps the Roman was thinking of his beloved when he went to the market. The collector may have had a deep fear of something in his life when he put the coin in the safe, etc. Objects can be saturated with consciousness. When a certain energy is infused into an object through conscious intention, such an object becomes a talisman. Crystals, amulets, keychains, charms, etc. can work as amulets. A soul that picks up a given object is affected by the field of energy left in or around it by the one who casts the spell, i.e. programs the item. If an item is programmed to bring good luck to its owner, then the person receiving it naturally adjusts to the energy of good luck, if the person who created this talisman intended it that way. Obviously, such a thing can also act in harm's way. An evil shaman can take a doll or figurine of some mythical god and put anger, fear, and ill wishes into it, intending to harm the one who becomes the owner of this talisman. Beliefs are very influential. Therefore, if you believe that you can be controlled by a certain person, entity, object, or place, then you will most likely survive this experience, unless the opposite thoughts are stronger, in which case the thoughts about your obsession will be cancelled. If you think you can travel through time and see the history of an object, person, or place, then your subconscious mind will tune into that particular frequency, and you will most likely relieve that experience. Some objects are amplifiers, for example, crystals. This means that any thoughts, emotions, or energies you put into this item will multiply. If you put the intention of healing into a crystal, it will become a healing agent. If you want to cause harm with this crystal, your negative thoughts will also multiply. There are many other uses for non-locality, one of which will be described in detail in the next chapter, as this idea has given rise to a new therapeutic technique. Channeling number 6. Message from the Founders. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the Founders. In the coming years, on your planet, time travel will move out of the realm of science fiction and become a scientific fact. Your scientists have already learned how to move particles back and forth in time. Very soon, these experiments will be conducted on small biological life forms, and eventually on humans. You may be glad that you are not allowed to change the structure of the linear timeline, because if you could, the whole world would be in chaos. Just as you can't literally move mountains with your mind, you can't directly change the prevailing timeline. Imagine how lucky you would be if the souls lived on the mountain you just moved. If time could be moved in a similar way, then people would appear and disappear in the world, existing periodically, depending on the changes that occur. Very few lessons would be learned for the soul if such chaos were allowed to reign. Therefore, before God, as well as before the karmic guardians and lords of light, the task is to maintain integrity in the prevailing straight lines of time. For this reason, canopies and borders are established between different levels and sublevels of the fabric of space-time. Yes, you are allowed to switch to new timelines, but only if your free will is not violated. You are learning gods. Once you clear your karma and show unconditional love in your personal and professional lives, you will immediately be ready to learn the true meaning of creation. At this point, you have a fourth-dimensional area in which you can practice, an area built specifically to maintain a sense of wholeness and consistency. You are allowed to have the kind of experience you need, as long as it doesn't interfere with the desires of other souls. We, the Founders, help you understand the paradoxes and mysteries of the fabric of time/space. Don't worry if you feel dizzy, if you're a little confused. This is normal now. Get rid of the need to control everything and just open up to a deeper understanding. The Founders were with you. See you soon. Part 2. Application Methods. Theories. Timeline. Chapter 7. Correction of the timeline. In the second part of this book, we will develop practical methods for applying the ideas presented in the first part, including ways to access differential time frames and dimensions, as well as implementing various healing techniques that use the principles of nonlinearity. In this chapter, you will learn about the theory and practice of correcting the timeline. Timeline corrections. 1. What is the timeline correction? Can you describe the process of correcting the timeline in a few words? Timeline correction is a powerful therapy that uses guided meditation, during which you go back in time and heal your past self from either this or a previous life. This therapy combines the techniques of returning to the past life with the practice of restoring the soul and reviewing the past. Each of us has an infinite number of past, present, and future selves, one for each moment of creation. As mentioned earlier, you can detect an almost infinite number of potential moments. Physicist Julian Barber claims that reality flashes millions of times a second. We have already discussed the idea that the higher self exists between these nanoseconds of existence. As for the correction of the timeline, we know that, despite the large number of past selves, only a few of them have experienced significant trauma, insult, injury, physical or mental pain, suffering, etc. At the time of the injury, negative belief systems often emerged that would affect the soul for the rest of its life if some form of healing wasn't used to solve the problem. 2. How is the timeline corrected? The correction of the timeline occurs on 6 different levels: physical, emotional, mental, astral, etheric, and causal. True healing occurs when your client is able to truly love a past self that has been traumatized or succumbed to negative programming. There are several methods of healing past selves at various stages of guided meditation. And although it is desirable for someone who is engaged in correcting a timeline to be a clairvoyant, there is no direct need for this. But intuition is a necessary condition. In this sense, what helps us out is that each of us already has an intuition. We often use our intuition, even if we don't know what we're doing. All illnesses, and traumas occur at one or more of the 6 levels described above. We can cite stomach cancer as an example. Through timeline correction and other forms of psychotherapy and emotional release, we can discover the mechanisms that cause illness at various levels of our being. Suppose, for example, that a person with cancer had a very dysfunctional childhood, when they were often judged, punished, scolded, and even beaten. Perhaps the parents of this soul were very angry, and this soul absorbed their anger, absorbed it. The man then suppressed his anger and hid his emotions under the cover of poor nutrition and impulsive behavior. It is relatively easy to identify the first 3 levels of trauma: physical, emotional, and mental. On the physical level, there was ill treatment, to which the body responded with a regime of internal tension and increased vigilance. This physical stress entered the body's cells and triggered the disease process. On an emotional level, this child felt that he was guilty and perhaps did not deserve love. Not only did the parents vent their anger on him, but this child also felt unworthy and unattractive. His entire gut was festering and inflamed by these emotions until the cells in his body reacted in this way. Anger is usually stored in the solar plexus, and the stomach is one of the main organs in this part of the body, so cancer began to develop in the stomach. On a mental level, the basic hypochondriac views, "I don't care, there's something wrong with me," began to harm him. This soul may have attracted a lot of people into its life who were also angry, and unhealthy relationships became a model of behavior for this soul. In addition to unbalancing these 3 lower levels, the astral, etheric, and causal, subtle body, levels were also affected. The astral body resembles a web of energy that connects everything in the universe. The astral level of vibration is similar to the physical level. Beings who vibrate on the astral level are often no better than humans in their development, or even worse than them. Since the astral world cannot be seen with ordinary earth vision, it is considered part of the spiritual universe. To the unsophisticated, astral entities may seem like loving spiritual guides, but even if they are willing to help, they often have little or no capacity to truly elevate humanity to higher states of consciousness. In our example of a traumatized child, the astral energies of the parents and their spiritual guides/entities may have been embedded in the child's energy field. These energies may persist in the person even after they reach adulthood. These astral energies can, in turn, attract other beings with a similar vibration throughout a person's adult life, making it difficult for the soul to think independently. Astral energies and thought forms can compete with the subconscious mind of a person, multiplying his voices in his head, which do not allow him to develop spiritually. In some cases, negative astral beings can, so to speak, inject energies into the astral body of the injured soul. If there is a lot of anger and fear in a person, then these emotions can attract other malicious beings, including dark aliens, who may have their own impurities, the purpose of which is to establish an energetic connection between parasitic astral entities and their host, the injured person. Correcting the timeline provides an opportunity to help heal the astral body that has accumulated energies, thought forms, impurities, and essences during and after the initial traumatic experience. On the etheric level of energy, although they are much higher in vibration, they can nevertheless be affected by negative formations. The electromagnetic body, aura, and chakras can collect negativity from repeated traumatic experiences. Negative energy formations in the etheric body are called imprints. These imprints change the scheme of the physical body. Energy structures in the etheric body have a direct impact on physical health. These structures are unbalanced, and they can contribute to the development of diseases and negative experiences. An imbalance in the etheric body manifests itself in the aura and chakras, and there are many treatments available to correct problems in the etheric body. Correcting the timeline involves returning to the moment when the traumatic experience was born and involves the process of removing these imprints and replacing them with positive energy structures. The causal body includes the part of the soul that retains consciousness from life to life. The causal body remembers past lives. This is the level of karmic agreements and soul contracts. When the karmic scheme ceases to be beneficial to the evolving soul, it is often necessary to resort to a process similar to correcting the timeline in order to remove the karmic energy structure from the causal body. When a soul goes back in time to heal the past self, it is important to tune into the agreements that have been made with other souls, as well as to understand the karmic lessons that the soul has come to Earth to learn or complete. If the person who corrects the timeline is a talented clairvoyant, they can look into the Akashic records, which are the repository for all the soul's experience on the lower planes of existence. The causal body is the sixth level of the six lower bodies of the human soul. Removing negative karmic schemas from the causal body is a deep and effective healing process and greatly facilitates the healing of the other 5 bodies. For more information about healing the 6 lower bodies, see our book Soul Integration. 3. What results can you expect from correcting the timeline? Many clients report that they have made more progress after a few sessions than they have in years of psychotherapy. Many points can be worked out already in the first session. Of course, each client is different, and the results will be different. Correction of the timeline is especially suitable in cases of phobias and deep negative attitudes. Sometimes the healing is obvious. You had a fear of heights before you started, and after a few sessions with a trained therapist, that fear disappeared. In other cases, the healing process is smoother and less noticeable at first. You may still feel fear when you look out of a window on the upper floors of an office building, but you don't feel shaken anymore. As you continue to work with your therapist, your stomach no longer freezes when you approach the elevator to go up to your office on the 30th floor. At some point, you can objectify your fear and view it as just a powerful energy circuit. You no longer get captured by him and can go about your business without paying attention to him. Most of all, resistance hinders healing. Most often, resistance comes from the ego. See question number 6 below. We are used to our established way of life, and even if we have accumulated a lot of long-standing problems, we still do not want to get rid of these difficulties. We have already got used to them and got used to them like old worn-out shoes, even when the soles of these shoes cause pain to our feet. Why do spouses maintain a pathological dependence on each other and relationships full of violence and heartache? This situation is familiar to them, it is predictable, and we, as a rule, are afraid of the unknown, until we get rid of this fear. For any healing method to be effective, the soul must be ready to release itself from the familiar experience and embrace the unknown. Someone who corrects a timeline, like any successful therapist, should help their client relax, trust them, and let go of attachment to painful life experiences of the past. For is this healing final, or are the problems coming back? As with other healing methods, there is a potential for regression when you accept the negativity of the world again, especially negative energy from family members, so people are encouraged to practice these methods regularly and do everything possible to stay in a supportive environment for normal life and work. We recognize that this is not always easy to do. In any case, many deep-rooted problems are finally ironed out during the correction of the timeline. It's best to keep an eye on your client just in case. The monthly monitoring session will be the best. Let your client know that you are genuinely interested in their well-being, and not just trying to arrange as many sessions as possible and rake in money with a shovel. The problem with traditional psychotherapy is that the client often becomes dependent on the therapist. You want your client to be strong and independent, but at the same time, you may need to repeat more positive thoughts and emotions, anchoring them in your client's mind to help them get through a difficult stage in their life. The hallmark of a good therapist, in particular, is an understanding of when to support the patient and when to step back and allow them to heal themselves. Keep in mind that the main reason why problems return is because the client continues to recreate the conditions in which the injury originally occurred. For example, he will live with contraindicated family members. If you are a therapist and someone comes to you with a lot of family problems, you will achieve a lot when you guide your client through their trauma. He may even feel a noticeable progress. But if your client then returns to a negative family environment, where they will certainly be reproached and scolded for something, their problems will most likely return. It's not enough just to heal someone. Most often, a person also needs to change their lifestyle. At some point, new attitudes in your client's mind will cause external circumstances to change. If you help someone get rid of their anger and fear, they will stop attracting angry, intimidating people into their lives. This may eventually lead to the client's divorce or refusal to communicate with their abusive relatives, but it can all start with a sense of peace and contentment every time their family members start behaving badly. Their behavior may still be unacceptable, but they no longer have a reaction of anger and fright. It is not our intention to write a guide for therapists or discuss the areas of psychotherapy in detail. However, if you are just a novice healer or are planning to take a training course on correcting a timeline, this tip may be useful for you. 5. What is the scientific principle underlying timeline correction techniques? To correct the timeline, two well-known principles of quantum physics are used: the uncertainty principle and the non-local principle. Thanks to this science, a false theory is that all time is being realized right now, at this very moment. By visiting your early childhood or past lives, you are healing in real time the I that exists right now, in this time period. Your actions are limited to some extent. For example, you are forbidden to break the paradoxes of time or impose your will on other people. In essence, you are not changing physical events that have occurred in the past, but rather reliving those events. Making changes to your past experience is like switching to a new timeline. Your original past still exists in the Akashic records, but you have created a new timeline and are now living in this new reality, even if the picture of the world has not undergone any special dimensions. Let's look at one example. Let's assume that on your childhood timeline, there was some indecent behavior on the part of your father when you were 5 years old. In the original scenario, no one came to your rescue. You grew up fearing men, and in adulthood, you have a hard time establishing friendly or, if you are a woman or gay, sexual relationships with men. In some cases, you may repeatedly attract men like your father into your life who abuse you. During a timeline correction session, you go back to when you were 5 years old and heal your 5-year-old self. Now, whenever you review this time period, you are reminded of the healing you received. Your attitude towards men has changed. The imprint of violence that your etheric body originally received has been changed, and you no longer react negatively in your physical body to the presence of men. The original timeline still exists, but you are no longer in it. This resolves the paradox of the murdered grandfather. You did not change the linear past, but simply introduced an alternative timeline. 6. How do you get along with your ego? The ego is the main source of resistance in any healing process. Through breathing, meditation, defensive statements, auto-suggestion attitudes, and other healing techniques, the rectification of the timeline takes place deep in the subconscious, allowing you to reprogram your unwanted negative views, thereby bypassing the ego. During the training sessions, methods of dealing with ego resistance are used. If you decide to become a therapist, then it will be your responsibility to monitor the signs of ego resistance in your client. Falling into unconsciousness is a favorite strategy of the stubborn self. Another strategy is talkativeness. Some souls rationalize or try to explain everything. There is also a variant of arrogance, when you believe that you already know everything, so you don't need to learn new things. Going out of your way is the cornerstone of the ego. Look at how hard I work to heal. I take 5 classes a week, do yoga for 2 hours a day, meditate for 3 hours a day, and read hundreds of metaphysical and spiritual books. The author meets quite a few people who are working hard on their healing, but they don't seem to have made much progress. It may be important to go back to the basic premise behind hard work. If you think of yourself as inferior, powerless, helpless in some way, and if you choose an ego strategy to overcome these terrible adversities, then you are essentially defeating yourself. In fact, you are at war with yourself. I can't stand this loser. I must do everything in my power to defeat, suppress, or even kill this person. The real difficulty with all ego strategies is that you make the small self real, and then you try to overcome a formidable enemy that you have created yourself. There is no enemy, except, perhaps, the belief in disunity. Learn to love yourself in your current form. When you fully accept your ego and negative behaviors, then they can be changed. Yes, this is a paradoxical situation. Love your ego, but discipline it regularly. Treat him like a small puppy who has not yet been trained for domestic routines. You can't beat a puppy to a pulp if he makes a mistake. Therefore, admit your mistakes, forgive yourself and love, accept the small I who made the mistake. Gradually stop relying on your ego. See it as an illusory self that doesn't really exist, you just believe in it. Learn to stop yourself as soon as you start giving in to the ego. Remember that you must love yourself unconditionally. This will be quite difficult at first. You will probably come to your senses after you have quarreled or identified with your ego. If so, forgive yourself, get up, dust yourself off, and hit the road again. Correcting the timeline is an effective way to overcome ego resistance. Through breathing, meditation, and other techniques, you can discipline the ego during the session and delve deeper into the main problems you want to solve. There are 3 main strategies for dealing with resistance discussed in the classroom. During the training, you are given an algorithm to follow, and at different points in this algorithm, there are different methods for dealing with resistance. If you follow these guidelines, you will find that almost all resistance can be reduced or eliminated. 7. What causes healing? Divine love is the source of all healing. When divine love flows into the past self in addition to the implementation of various healing methods, the conflict dissolves. The main part of the process is designed to help the mind understand the problem and find its solution. Some methods rely solely on faith, while others, such as psychoanalysis, involve reliving old traumas and examining prejudice in detail. Correcting the timeline allows you to balance a complete immersion in the past and continuing your existence with the belief that God somehow heals everything. You don't have to remember every little thing in your past. And it's not so important to remember everything exactly, especially if you're working with past lives. It doesn't matter if you died because of a fire or flood. What matters is that your feelings, thoughts, and attitudes were formed as a result of trauma. Perhaps in your previous life, your children drowned in a river, and this experience left you with a deep sense of guilt. And now, in this life, you are afraid to be a mother, so you are having trouble conceiving a child. What matters here is not how you lost your children in a previous life, but rather the guilt you carry around with you. During the timeline correction session, the work will focus on getting rid of guilt and returning to your holy divine self. You might ask, if all I need to do is love myself, why would I bother with all this therapy and goal setting? Unfortunately, consciousness has yet to understand something. It is not ready to simply believe that all is well. He needs an explanation. It does not need an exhaustive psychoanalysis, in which it experiences all the nuances of the original experience. This does not mean that psychoanalysis has no place here. Faith healing is also appropriate. Those who are used to being in control can create the perfect antidote by simply relaxing and letting God do everything. But more often than not, you need a balance between allowing your higher self to do everything and trying to get a full picture of the turmoil in your past. Another approach to the healing process involves realizing that you must create the right environment for successful healing. You are unlikely to heal if you hold on to an unfavorable family environment and tend to blame others for all your problems. Perhaps a more balanced approach is to settle down in an ashram, live with a guru for 10 years, and then start your own healing practice. You start with a last resort, moving away from the terrible, oppressive family atmosphere to a calm, peaceful ashram. Eventually, you will find a balance point between these two extremes. You can periodically live with relatives, carefully avoiding the pain points in the relationship, taking care of yourself, regularly meditating and periodically visiting the ashram. 8. How did the timeline correction start? The author of this book was told about the correction of the timeline by his spiritual mentors, the Aksharians, in 2005. The Aksharians live in what the author calls the seventh dimension. In their own world, they long ago got rid of the children's toys, war, poverty, totalitarianism, and oppression. Their society is based on loving relationships, scientific research, and genuine education. What is authentic education? It studies the following questions: what is the I and how to learn to express it in useful, healing ways? How to overcome the ego? What is love and how to enter its space? How to balance the life of the body and spirit? What is the nature of the subconscious and superconscious? Research Institute. How to achieve enlightenment? How do you learn to get along with each other? How to build an enlightened society? How to effectively deal with criminals, psychopaths, and those who refuse to live by the rules of society? How to deal with negative emotions? And the main question, of course, is what is our goal and mission in life? 9. What is training to correct a timeline? How many such trainings are there? When and where can I visit one of them? The first trainings were held, in my opinion, in 2012. Dozens of trainings were held in many countries of the world. In 2015, the next level of training was developed and offered. Ultimately, the entire program will cover 3 levels of study. Training sessions usually consist of approximately 16 hours of instruction, as well as several hands-on sessions conducted by students themselves, sometimes led by an instructor. Learning is not just an opportunity to experience this process. Although each student learns several lessons, the main goal here is to teach souls to use this technique for the sake of others. In the next stage of training, you learn to perform this technique on your own, without a therapist. Why wait until the next stage of training to do this? It is important to have a good understanding and experience of this technique with students and hopefully a certified professional therapist before starting to do it yourself. It's easy to develop overconfidence in your ability to heal yourself, and then not know what to do when a particularly difficult form of resistance arises. A favorite form of ego resistance is trying to take shortcuts or be impatient with your healing process. Just because correcting the timeline is essentially a shortcut compared to years of psychotherapy, it doesn't mean that you should rush to complete the process and try to do everything yourself until you are ready. 10. In which countries can I take such trainings? Starting from 2017, trainings for beginners and advanced difficulty are held in Russia, USA, Slovenia, Serbia, Croatia, Romania, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Vietnam, Indonesia, and some other countries. In the future, we hope to organize trainings in Bulgaria, Canada, Western Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. 11. How are these trainings organized? Training is usually held on weekends, in 2 8-hour segments, or divided into 4 evenings, each of which takes 4 hours. 12. How many sessions do you need to work on in order to heal? Of course, this figure varies. It all depends on the strength of the client's motivation and the skill of the therapist. Sometimes injuries associated with a particular event mostly disappear in a single session, but sometimes it can take several sessions to work out a particularly deep problem. Some techniques are designed to treat multiple injuries of a similar nature without the need for multiple sessions. See the pearl necklace technique below. 13. How to deal with difficult clients? Just as you would resolve this issue with them in a normal therapy session, that is, with great care and patience. There are special methods that can help you get around the ego's resistance, but remember that you can't force anyone to change. The most difficult clients, as a rule, are those who were brought to the session by the wife, husband, or who came here under pressure from someone else. The most important component of therapy is to create a safe environment so that the client can reliably and accurately express their feelings and thoughts. The therapist is a guide and should not remake the person. About 90% of therapy consists of listening and caring for the client, and about 10% of therapy consists of treatment methods. It is important to resist the temptation to try to get the client to do healing work. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Usually, when clients come to a correction session in real time, they already have more traditional methods of treatment under their belt, so they are serious about working on themselves. The phrase "when the student is ready, the teacher appears" can be restated as follows: when the client is ready for treatment, the right therapist will appear who will speed up this process. Some clients are not ready to correct the timeline. These should be passed on to other therapists and healers. In some states and countries, clients with suicidal tendencies must be transferred to someone who is licensed to treat potential suicides. It is very important to consider the mental state of your potential client before you start working with them. Find out if this person is undergoing any treatment. If you do not have the authority to diagnose, treat, or prescribe a course of treatment, then you may need to refer the client to someone who can do this, such as a psychiatrist. Correcting the timeline is not a substitute for psychiatric treatment. We do not diagnose, prescribe, or treat patients. They should be referred to a licensed professional if they need or ask for a doctor's recommendation. However, many clients who take their prescribed medications can be significantly helped by correcting the timeline. 14. What type of injuries do you work with? With everyone. Post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, severe illness and trauma, physical and sexual abuse, depression, phobias, energy balance disorders, etc. If the patient has a life-threatening medical condition, then correcting the timeline can be an effective way to supplement the drug treatment regimen. We encourage a natural, holistic approach to healing, although we are not allowed to make any recommendations about cancer treatment. 15. How do you get people to remember their past lives? You don't need to demonstrate your psychic abilities in order to attend a real-time correction training. As part of this course of study, students develop intuition, and often psychic abilities. The effectiveness of the session is determined not by psychic abilities, but by whether the client can clearly understand the thoughts and feelings with the traumatic experience. Even if the perception is wrong, the feelings are usually still genuine. 16. In what number of past lives does trauma occur, as a percentage? Of course, there is no exact figure here, since there are no similar souls. Some souls have had severe injuries in many lifetimes, such as violent death, persecution, torture, etc., while others have not had many severe injuries. The roughest estimate is that 1/4 of all past lifetimes contain significant trauma, although more advanced souls may have already worked through some of that trauma in later lifetimes. Souls can be old and relatively young. The author has his own definition for each category of soul. You don't have to be an old soul, because sometimes young, new, souls learn faster, and that's why you run into them. Earth souls usually have between 50 and 100 past lives on Earth, as well as many hundreds, if not thousands, of lives in other worlds or dimensions. Many of the more advanced souls who come to healers and therapists have had only a few lifetimes on Earth, but many lives elsewhere. They are called star people. Star people tend to have a hard time fitting into society on Earth. They judge phenomena and things on this planet mainly from an alien point of view. If you feel that you are not of this world, that you have little or no past life karma, then you may be one of the star people. If you do not remember your past lives, you can consult someone who corrects the timeline or returns it to a previous life. 17. What is reverse time correction? It's a method of creating and manifesting the things you want in your life. It involves tuning into your powerful, successful, happy self that has existed at various times in your soul's history. For more information on this topic, see the next section. 18. What is establishing a connection to a future timeline? This method involves traveling to the future and meeting your future self, which has already achieved everything you want to achieve in this life. We have included a section on this method in the book below. 19. What is the pearl necklace method? This method simplifies the process of correcting a timeline when the client has had several cases of such an injury in the past. 20. Do I need a certificate of full completion of the training in real time? Yes, you do. You must attend at least 75% of the training sessions in person, as well as purchase and listen to recordings of those that you missed. Recordings are considered didactic material, so to protect your privacy, they are only available to students on the course. 21. Can I join an association? The association is in the process of being formed, and you will have the opportunity to become a member in the future. 22. How can I make correcting the timeline part of my healing process that is already underway? We'll talk about this in class. We will also help you determine which of your clients is a good candidate for the timeline correction process. 23. How do I fix the timeline? How to attract customers? Such questions are addressed in the classroom. You must have a strong desire to help people. If you have experience as a healer or therapist, this is very good. Psychic abilities are an additional plus, although they are not a prerequisite. 24. Maybe you can give us some general recommendations? Go deep inside yourself and listen to your heart to see if the timeline correction method is right for you. 25. How can I contact you? State the address of your site. B. Reverse correction of the timeline. With regular practice of correcting the timeline, you go back in time and get rid of the injuries that occurred on the original dominant timeline. Thanks to its correction, you move to a new timeline. This change in the past creates a different future, because your current state of consciousness is largely responsible for the future you are shaping. When you reverse a timeline, you don't return to your injuries, but to the most positive experiences you've had in the past. This is especially useful when you want to create something positive in the future and you need to connect with your positive part in order to radiate this energy to the world, using the law of attraction. It is difficult to create something positive if you are not full of energy, enthusiasm, and are not eager to realize your projects. Reverse correction of the timeline is a way to access and concentrate energy, which is necessary in order to achieve your goals and complete your tasks. This process, again, is based on the principle of non-locality in quantum physics. When it is applied to time, all of your past, present, and future selves exist right now. Therefore, every success you have ever experienced takes place in this eternal now. When you reverse the timeline, you get into a time machine, go back to a particularly successful period of your life, and transfer the energy of this positive self forward in time, to the present. You then radiate this energy to the outside world, visualizing and focusing on the outcome you are aiming for. It's important to understand that you don't want or hope for things to be any different. Also, you don't try to force anything to change in the outside world. These approaches come from the ego and are rarely helpful. Remember the saying, "The kingdom of God is within you." This is the state of consciousness you want for yourself when you are trying to create something positive in your life. All teachers working in the field of success motivation encourage you to act as if your success is a done deal. The truth is that your success has already been achieved, because all your past and future selves are here and now, including the most successful ones. Therefore, this method assumes a calm, clear confidence that you are manifesting what you want in your life, because you have successfully done it many times before, and not only in this life, but most likely in several past lives. Another important point is how you channel your energy. The key to success in any field is to rely on the spirit, not on the mortal world. Most souls try to grab onto something in the outside world and try to implement it in their own lives. You focus on the heart and solar plexus area, and direct energy from these chakras. You can also channel energy from your third chakra, in the area of the third eye, but most visualization and healing techniques place too much emphasis on the mind. We want to emphasize the importance of the center of love and compassion, the heart, and the center of strength and personal will, the solar plexus. When you are fully confident in your understanding of what you are creating and direct this powerful energy outward through your heart and solar plexus, you can overcome any obstacles that come your way much more easily. You are a strong, creative, spiritual being. The author repeats this phrase often and with good reason. The world doesn't teach you that. The world would rather make you believe that you are in need and distress, that you should aggressively rush to what you need, even if you are forced to go over your heads. You can see this on Wall Street and in governments all over the world. All true power comes from within. It has nothing to do with money, prestige, fame, influence, or any other worldly attribute. When you reverse the timeline, you are happy that you are already enlightened, happy, and free, even if it is not obvious in your situation right now. See connecting with the future timeline. 1. Applying the blind future technique. If you don't know what you want to create, then you can do the following. This technique is exactly what its name suggests, that is, a blind look into the future. Without making any decisions in advance, imagine jumping into a time machine and being transported 5 years ahead. When the time machine stops in 5 years, you will meet your future self at the door, and it will show you your life after 5 years. What do you see? How do you feel? Is that what you really want? If you feel like you're totally fine after that, then you may have hit the right road. But for pain. So every success you've ever experienced takes place in this eternal now. When you reverse the timeline, you get into a time machine, go back to a particularly successful period of your life, and transfer the energy of this positive self forward in time, to the present. You then radiate this energy to the outside world, visualizing and focusing on the outcome you are aiming for. It's important to understand that you don't want or hope for things to be any different. Also, you don't try to force anything to change in the outside world. These approaches come from the ego and are rarely helpful. Remember the saying, "The kingdom of God is within you." This is the state of consciousness you want for yourself when you are trying to create something positive in your life. All teachers working in the field of success motivation encourage you to act as if your success is a done deal. The truth is that your success has already been achieved, because all your past and future selves are here and now, including the most successful ones. Therefore, this method assumes a calm, clear confidence that you are manifesting what you want in your life, because you have successfully done it many times before, and not only in this life, but most likely in several past lives. Another important point is how you channel your energy. The key to success in any field is to rely on the spirit, not on the mortal world. Most souls try to grab onto something in the outside world and try to implement it in their own lives. You focus on the heart and solar plexus area, and direct energy from these chakras. You can also channel energy from your third chakra, in the area of the third eye, but most visualization and healing techniques place too much emphasis on the mind. We want to emphasize the importance of the center of love and compassion, the heart, and the center of strength and personal will, the solar plexus. When you are fully confident in your understanding of what you are creating and direct this powerful energy outward through your heart and solar plexus, you can overcome any obstacles that come your way much more easily. You are a strong, creative, spiritual being. The author repeats this phrase often and with good reason. The world doesn't teach you that. The world would rather make you believe that you are in need and distress, that you should aggressively rush to what you need, even if you are forced to go over your heads. You can see this on Wall Street and in governments all over the world. All true power comes from within. It has nothing to do with money, prestige, fame, influence, or any other worldly attribute. When you reverse the timeline, you are happy that you are already enlightened, happy, and free, even if it is not obvious in your situation right now. See connecting with the future timeline. 1. Applying the blind future technique. If you don't know what you want to create, then you can do the following. This technique is exactly what its name suggests, that is, a blind look into the future. Without making any decisions in advance, imagine jumping into a time machine and being transported 5 years ahead. When the time machine stops in 5 years, you will meet your future self at the door, and it will show you your life after 5 years. What do you see? How do you feel? Is that what you really want? If you feel like you're totally fine after that, then you may have hit the right road. But for most souls, this situation is difficult to imagine, because they have not stated their intention and have not understood what they really want to do. They may even experience some degree of fear and anxiety about the future. Many souls will find it difficult to decide what they want to achieve in their lives. This confusion usually occurs when parents want one thing and friends want another, common sense offers its own idea, and the heart and imagination stick to their own opinion. This problem is partly related to the way society evaluates certain professions. Let's say you want to become an artist. We've all heard the phrase hungry artist. Poverty and lack of adaptation to life are the price that must be paid every time the soul wants to do something that is usually considered unprofitable, with the exception of a tiny minority of artists who have succeeded. Imagine a society that values above all things the things that are most conducive to peace and harmony or that have a beneficial effect on people's lives. Perhaps you have already noticed that more than half of all jobs in the Western world are related to money management. It is necessary to store, spend, invest, insure, count, protect money, pay taxes on it, etc. The issue is not limited to banking and insurance companies. There is a whole trading industry, Wall Street, venture capitalists, speculators, commodity exchange brokers, currency exchange centers, options, securities specialists, etc. And while you immediately understand that these jobs bring a good income, how do such activities help humanity and contribute to the well-being of the planet? Souls born on Earth in our time tend to be better developed than those born several generations ago. Most of them want to do something good and important in their lives. They are born in a system that rewards those who want to get rich, those who are determined and impudent merchants, or those who are clever at avoiding taxes. Is it any wonder that many of them have all their values shifted in maturity? They are expected to have already decided what they will do after high school and, of course, after college. When the soul is confused about what he wants to achieve, this confusion spills out in a waveform of possibilities. When the soul performs some action, unavoidable on the lower planes, the dominant timeline loops back and forth in the context of the decisions made. A confused soul gets a job, any job, just to get enough money to cover expenses, and then works in this job for 10, 20, or 30 years, if the company remains afloat and the person is not fired. Then comes the so-called midlife crisis, when the soul discovers that this profession cannot bring her joy and contentment. How often do you find life-building courses in high school or college? Perhaps there is one career advisor for every 5,000 students. How many of these consultants really understand the human psyche? How many of them know the soul? Both men and women have a natural desire to have and raise children. It is clear that this desire does not allow the human race to die out and is important, but is it right for everyone? Have you started a family driven by your vocation or biological instinct and the public opinion that puts pressure on you? The purpose of this discussion is to describe how strongly the prevailing timeline of humanity is influenced by the systems of society's views, as well as the indoctrination of certain attitudes to children in the Western and Eastern world. Of course, in many parts of the world, religion also plays a big role. Hindus, Jews, and Muslims traditionally marry within their community. A young person who defiantly violates the accepted norms may lose the support of their parents and even be expelled from the family. We have previously stated that there is really no free will in third-density consciousness, because our will is very much limited by attitudes and laid out in a Procrustean bed so that we live according to the rules of the human community. So, how do you get out of this predicament? Very simple, get to know yourself. Find out who you are and what makes you go along with someone else. Stop listening to the well-intentioned advice of your family and friends and immerse yourself in yourself. What do you really want? What brings you the greatest joy and happiness in your life? If you don't really like the future self that you encountered in this first technique, then you need to try some other approach, and so on until you understand exactly what you want to create. There are methods to determine the purpose and mission of your life. One of them involves listing everything that brings you the greatest joy in life, and then choosing 1, 2, or at most 3 things that bring you the greatest joy and satisfaction. Then you make a second list of all the ways available to you that you could do what you like. Finally, you choose a business that you have a heart for, and, being practical, list the steps necessary to achieve success in this business. We'll take a closer look at this idea later. 2. Choose from several options. If you have not yet decided which dominant timeline you want to create, it is often useful to use the multi-door approach. You may have discovered a whole range of options or ideas that you want to implement. It is often best to imagine several different doors. Behind every door, a possible or probable future awaits you. You mentally go through each timeline, and then see if that door is right for you. Your intuition will tell you when something is right for you. When you learn to hone your skills, you can begin to understand the messages of your intuition, thinking about the most favorable and best possible outcome, what we call the optimal timeline. Very soon we will talk about optimal timelines. How far in the future should you go? We recommend that you go 3 years into the future, for short or simple projects, 4 years into the future, for more complex projects, or 5 years into the future, if you have a very large project that will probably take some time to gather participants. The first step is to write down all the possible paths you are considering. For example, door number 1 is, say, keeping your current job and exactly the responsibilities you've been performing for the past few years. Door number 2 is starting your own business, using skills and abilities similar to those you have developed in your current job. Door number 3 is a career change and an immersion in holistic treatments or psychotherapy. You may also have a 4th door that is not one of the above. In your meditation, you will choose a door and go to the future. Behind this door is your successful self, which does what you set out to do. Behind the door at number 1 is your successful self in your current job. Behind the door at number 2 is your personal successful business related to a similar type of work, etc. Meditating and watching your successful future self doing your own business, take deep breaths and tune into your body. How do you feel? If you feel light, energized, enthusiastic, and full of life, while maintaining peace and quiet, then the future self you are connecting with is essentially telling you that this path is the right one. If you feel tired, exhausted, low energy, heavy or bored, then the path you are contemplating is not suitable for you. You might think, why doesn't my future self just tell me if this is right or wrong? Of course, it is possible, but it is better to tune into the body, because intuition is better and more accurate to conduct this dialogue through sensations in the body than through the mind, since the ego can absorb the mind. This is similar to what some people call gut feeling. If you look back on your life with all the decisions you've made so far, how many of them were made at the prompting of your heart? What happened when you let your mind get the better of your gut feeling? In about 80% of cases, the inner feeling is right. The fact is that intuition communicates through the heart and solar plexus more often than through the third eye and other chakras. If you have crossed the threshold of door number 1, go to door number 2 and repeat the process. Spend a few minutes just studying the eye behind each door. Make sure that you see your future self as very successful in your chosen field. Imagine as many details as possible. If the business is successful, see how much revenue exceeds expenses. Look at happy customers and employees. Please note that your bank account increases after taxes every month. In our example, you have selected 4 different doors and now you are experiencing a whole bunch of feelings and sensations that correspond to each door. Ideally, you feel great at one door and mediocre at the other, but sometimes it's not so easy. At some doors, you may have mixed feelings. Perhaps your highest goal is to unify aspects of yourself behind 2 or more doors. At the very least, you should eliminate 1 or 2 doors at once. For example, the doors numbered 2 and 3 in our example are related to your personal business. Perhaps you were noticeably lighter at these doors than at the other 2. Then you can repeat this exercise using only these 2 options. If you are still undecided, go into meditation and repeat this exercise. Ask your higher self to help you. You can ask both your future self and your higher self to tell you which door is right for you, and check if the answer you get is consistent with your body sensations. It is important to distinguish between resisting what is right for you and feeling that something is not right for you. When you simply resist what is right for you, uncomfortable or negative feelings will manifest, but when you go into meditation, you will feel calm, relaxed, and clear. If you continue to experience negative emotions while in deep meditation, this is a sign that the path you are contemplating is not suitable for you. Let's repeat this in a slightly different way. There is one method that explains the difference between resisting what is right for you and a set of feelings that tell you that the path you have chosen is wrong. The key is meditation. If you feel uncomfortable about the path you are contemplating, go into meditation. If in this deep state, when you are contemplating the path, you have feelings of peace and tranquility, then your feelings probably just indicate your resistance to correct behavior. But if when you are in deep meditation, you feel heavy and tired, or you have increased unpleasant feelings, then you can be sure that this path is not suitable for you. 3. Connecting with your future self. This method is designed for those who have a good understanding of what they want to achieve. If you already have a plan in place and just need to raise your energy levels and focus, then regularly connecting with the future timeline is probably right for you. In this case, you have only one door leading to the future. You decide to log into a time machine where you dial the number of a future date, usually 3 to 5 years if you count from today's date. When the time machine stops at this date, you step out of it and meet your future self, who is standing at the door, greeting you. Your future self then takes you on a guided tour of his or her life, showing you where he or she works and lives, who he or she develops relationships with, and so on. In this process, the most important thing is to feel the joy, excitement, and gratitude that comes from your future self. Your future self will be your spiritual guide when you return to the present. By connecting to the future, you establish an energetic connection with your future self and maintain this contact until the end of the time loop. Note, you've already passed the fast side of this loop. The other side is your linear journey, which will take between 3 and 5 years to complete. When you return to the present, you will feel the presence of your future self, which will guide you in solving your specific tasks. Every time you hesitate for even 1 second on your linear, dominant timeline, ask your future self, what did you do when you got to this point? What decision did you make to reach the place you are in? Then listen to the answer or accept the answer in your body, using your intuition. Since you have free will, you can change your mind somewhere in the middle of a time loop. If you have decided on a different future in 2 years on a 5-year loop, you can say goodbye to your future self and create a different future self that is more in line with what you have decided to do. Then you create a new time loop based on your modified solution. Your previous future self still exists in a possible, parallel, reality, but your new probable reality includes a different future self. If you feel that you are losing touch with your future self due to the demands of the world or the influences of relatives, etc., then repeat this meditation and reconnect to your future self by returning to the time machine and ask your higher self to take you back to the future. For which timeline will be optimal? Earlier we talked about consciousness at the level of predestination, which exists above and beyond the sphere of free will. Ultimately, the optimal timeline is the one that your soul chooses when it is in full harmony with the higher self. However, as long as you are partially or completely immersed in lower dimensions, you will feel that some timelines are better than others. From a linear point of view, there is always one timeline that is the highest and best for the growth, happiness, and well-being of your soul. Ask your higher self to place you on the optimal timeline. Now your every decision will be determined by this request. If the contemplated path is not part of your optimal timeline, then you will feel that something has switched off in your body and mind. Sometimes the daily routine takes you away from your optimal timeline. If this is the case, then what used to bring you joy and energy will stop doing so. You will be bored going down the path you are currently on. This is how your higher self talks about changing the components of your optimal path. This, again, should not be confused with resistance. Some people find it difficult to maintain self-control and focus. If you suspect that this also applies to you, then back off. Go into meditation and repeat the process of connecting with the future timeline. If you are still bored, then you should change your path, but if you have regained peace and quiet simply by meditating, it means that you have overcome the barrier of resistance through your determination. Once you reach a certain state of consciousness, you will always follow your optimal path. Events will naturally develop in your life that will allow you to follow the divine path that is ideally suited to you. In other words, the ego will no longer tempt you with its meager offers. When souls ask you to do something, you will immediately feel a positive or negative response, and you will not have an internal conflict. As a rule, the quality and number of friends and acquaintances change as you move more and more to your optimal timeline. The phrase "it was meant to happen" becomes more significant with each new relationship. You feel the harmony and the feeling that everything flows by itself, even when you need to make a physical effort on your way. How do you know that you are on the optimal path? Even hard work will not seem difficult to you, because you do what you like. Others who watch you from their suboptimal states may think that you are working really hard, but you are enjoying your work. Many people have the misconception that being in the flow means hanging around, letting God do everything for you. This is a misunderstanding. Here it is important to realize that when you are active, God is asking you to be active, and not the ego pushes and forces you, scaring you with the thought that you will not succeed. Learn to draw the line between ego and spirit. In the book Course of Miracles 14 we read, "The spirit delicately leads to heaven, while the ego drags and pushes to hell." If you feel that you are acting out of a sense of duty to your family and friends, then you can be sure that you are listening to the voice of the ego. Sometimes the ego and spirit want the same thing, but they have completely different approaches. If both parts want a loving relationship, then their desire is rooted in different reasons. The spirit wants a loving relationship because it likes to share with others and wants to help others awaken to higher states of consciousness. And the ego wants a loving relationship because it can't stand being alone and wants love, approval from others in order to fill its deep sense of inferiority. Trust and faith are great tools for immersing yourself in the spirit, higher self. Once you've done all the work, expect positive results. Note that this is not the same as the results requirement. You simply follow the instructions of your future self and higher self and know that the highest and best result is still ahead of you. Imagine what would happen if you were a farmer, planted seeds, and then dug them out every day to see if they had sprouted. Then you wouldn't have a crop. But if you water and loosen the soil diligently, remove weeds, choose the best seeds, etc., then you know that your harvest will be wonderful. You believe that sunlight, water, and good soil will work together to produce a wonderful harvest. Many spiritual masters and teachers have worked on this process. Take it for granted that they are doing everything consciously. Do not follow them blindly, without attuning to your inner self, rather, allow divine grace to reach not only teachers, but also other people who come into your life with certain tasks. All the events in your life happen for a reason. You will become more in tune with your higher self, and the people in your life will constantly help you achieve your goal. 5. The main exercise that develops the ability to build your life. Earlier, we covered a short version of this creative exercise, and now we will give an expanded version of it. Step 1. This process requires 3 sheets of paper or 3 separate pages in a text editor. On the first page, list all the favorite sources of joy in your life, i.e. the things that bring you the most joy and satisfaction. Don't hesitate to sound prosaic. Just write them all down. Your list may include such things as lying on the beach, going out with friends, listening to music, meditating, etc. Be sure to fill out this page. Step 2. Now go through the items on your list and select 1, 2, or at most 3 items and write them at the top of the second page. Then, make a list of all the ways that you can do this business. For example, if lying on the beach is your favorite source of pleasure in your life, then you can list things like becoming a lifeguard, selling apartments in apartment buildings near the beach, becoming a scuba diving instructor, writing articles about beaches for national magazines, driving tourists to the islands of Oceania, etc. Make sure you fill out this page again and again. Don't hesitate to come across as a down-to-earth person. Step 3. Select one of the really important items in the second list. When you think about doing this, you feel light, energized, happy, elated, and at peace at the same time. Here's what you'll be doing. In this case, you will succeed. Now it's time to practice. Ask yourself, what measures do I need to take to succeed in a profession that I like? If the soul chose lying on the beach, then this person might decide to become a lifeguard, because that's what they most want to do. Then he writes a list of all the necessary things to take part in it. His list may include the following items: take a course of primary resuscitation, when rescuing drowning people, fill out questionnaires to take a vacant position in coastal cities, create a website with an announcement that I can be on duty at private beach parties, etc. This process will not be easy for you, at least from the point of view of those watching you. But for a soul that loves what it does, it doesn't seem like hard work, even if it takes a lot of work for the first few months. 6. Development of the theme of searching for the cause of your life, once again about the example with the door. There are many books on the topic of finding your life's work, so we will be brief. We suggest that diving into yourself and exploring your feelings is the first step to understanding how you want to manage your life. Let's say you're going to college and you want to know which major is right for you. We can use the multi-door option that we described earlier. Let's assume that you are considering 3 specialization subjects related to 3 different career paths. You can imagine that these changes are behind 3 different doors. In this case, we recommend a 5-year period as the best time to transfer to the future, if you receive a diploma in 2 to 4 years of study. If your planned path involves a longer period of study, for example, obtaining a doctor's degree, then you can choose to succeed for more than 5 years. If your desired business requires more precise setup and further training, you can choose from 6 to 8 years, etc. You may want to give yourself at least 2 years out of high school before you see yourself succeeding in your chosen profession. You can imagine how you pass exams with brilliance, then imagine an employment contract with good conditions, etc. 2. Not forget to put each profession, career path, behind a separate door. Now let's repeat the process that we did earlier. Go into meditation. Take a deep breath. Imagine that you pass through door number 1 and move 5, or more, feet years into the future. You have achieved success in your career. Visualize everything that corresponds to this success: a lot of happy and satisfied customers, a beautiful office or your workplace, an ever-growing income, a bank account that is replenished every month after taxes are paid, etc. You may want to include some free time left over from your workday to spend on family, friends, and your spiritual practice. Continue to take deep breaths and see what kind of life looks like a success in this profession. Pay attention to how you feel in this body. Do you feel light, happy, clear, joyful, satisfied, peaceful, and full of life? Do you have a sense of peace and quiet? By these signs, you will understand that this business, or profession, is suitable for you. If you feel confused, low energy, tired, exhausted, bored, or heavy in the body, know that this case is not suitable for you. Again, it is important to understand the difference between resisting an activity that is right for you and warning that the business you intend to pursue is not right for you. Here, your deep meditation will show the difference between resistance and intuitively understanding what is not right for you. Use the above method for doors number 2 and number 3. Make sure you breathe deeply and stay in meditation as you pass through the 3 doors. When you are done with the 3rd door, compare the feelings you have experienced. Which door is best for you? If you are not sure, repeat this entire process. Ask your higher self to help you in this process. Your higher self knows the highest and best path for you. You might want to use a spell method to summon your higher self. Such algorithms are described in previous books. Free will allows you to change the path of your main business, or career, if after a year or 2 of training, you decide that in reality you did not make the best choice. But the more you get to know yourself, the easier it will be for you to understand what suits you and what doesn't. Once you understand the path you want to follow, you can use the technique of regularly connecting with the future timeline, asking your higher self to take you to the future so that you can meet your future self that has already succeeded in your chosen career path. As mentioned earlier, your future self will guide you through your life 3, 4, or 5 years from now. Pay attention to the cheerful, joyful expression on the face of your future self. Feel your amazing energy, which you radiate because you are successfully doing your favorite thing. When you return from your future life, stand in front of your future self and look it in the eye. Imagine a ribbon of golden light extending from the third eye of your future self to your third eye. Imagine a similar ribbon of golden light running from the heart of your future self to your heart. Also draw a similar ribbon in your mind, extending from the solar plexus of your future self to your solar plexus. This connection will continue until you meet your future self in 3, 4, 5, or more years. Get back in the time machine and go back to the present time. Feel connected to your future self when you return from meditation. Now your future self is your spiritual guide. Each time you make a decision, you can ask your future self, what did you do when you came to this fork in the road? If you can't connect with your future self, then repeat the process of connecting with the future timeline several more times. Once again, understand that in this world of free will, you can decide to change your mind and form a different future self at some point along the way until you complete the time loop, reach your future self in linear time. We hope that you didn't mind that we repeated this process again, and we ask that you don't lose heart if you've done it several times and still feel a little insecure about your future. Repeat. Rainier is the mother of learning. Channeling number 7. A message from the founders on how to manage time and space. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the founders. It is an honor and pleasure for us to communicate with you. This channel constantly repeats, you are a strong, creative, spiritual spouse. As you know, the more often you say or think something, the more it makes an impression on your subconscious mind. You live in a world that incessantly inculcates negative belief systems in the collective consciousness of humanity, so you need to be constantly vigilant to overcome these negative attitudes. Perhaps nowhere else is the limitation of thinking more pronounced than in judgments about time. Time passes without stopping, they tell you, as if there's nothing you can do about it. As long as you are trapped in the realm of Maya, I Chi illusion, it is so. But if you've read this far, then you're ready for something else. You are ready to regain your mastery of the elements, and the biggest one to master is the realm of time. First, make friends with linear time. It seems as if it is moving independently of your consciousness, but this is also an illusion. However, when you accept it, you no longer resist what is and gain the strength and clarity that allows you to connect with the part of yourself that can overcome the illusion. You can experiment with time, observing how it expands and contracts. This is partly a psychological phenomenon, when you feel that time passes faster and faster over the years, but you can remember the smallest details of the initial time of your life in order to change your perception of time. Your state of mind affects how much you can do over a certain period of time. Moreover, it can truly change the physical dimensions of time. The author of this book once drove along a certain section of highway, each time passing a constant distance, but the length of time changed, although the speed of his movement was constant. And although from the point of view of Newton's physics, this is absurd, nevertheless his experience shows it. It happened that he drove 100 kilometers at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour and reached his destination in 45 minutes, then in 75 minutes. Did he violate the laws of physics? No, but his consciousness affected his interaction with various dimensions of space-time. This simple example gives you an idea of what you can achieve. You may have determined that your current conditions won't allow you to get to the airport on time, but you are focused on your desired goal, so despite all the chaos and confusion, you will be able to board your plane before it closes. You are already the master of time and space, you just haven't realized it yet. Your nature is beyond space-time. You are the eyes, ears, and hands of God in this world. The power is within you. Never, not for a single moment, forget this. Don't struggle with time. If you make it your enemy, it will get in your way at every turn. When you get older, it will put a spoke in your wheels, not allowing you to get on the train. There will always be something either too little or too much. Log into your center. Meditate. Breathe. Make time your ally. Borrow his confidence. Then gently rise above it from your center. You can do it. Stop giving it so much energy. Ultimately, there is no such thing as time. There is only a movement of consciousness. In fact, only consciousness moves. Everything else can be compared to stage props in the theater of life. We, the founders, are always there for you as you learn to be the masters of space-time. Be glad that you have a lot of help and support from above. You deserve it. You are who you always wanted to be. Be expressions of the God you are meant to be. Know that in every moment that follows, everything is filled with divine perfection. The founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 8. How to manage IT. Space-time. More complex concepts of direct time. For those of you who don't like reviews, we apologize in advance. Time is a mysterious and difficult topic for most readers, so we need to repeat the material regularly, each time in a slightly different way. In a higher-level training session dedicated to correcting time errors, students have the opportunity to learn more about the nature of time and how to manage it. Using this word in this context means getting full access to principles and practices on the topic of time. It has nothing to do with dominating something or controlling time, or forcing it to please you. Being the master of space-time means learning its secrets and using them to further explore yourself and the cosmos. It means to understand your eternal divine nature and embody it in the world. If you learn to materialize and dematerialize along the way, then so be it. However, this is not about achieving some high level of psychic abilities or controlling the elements. All people who are trying to learn the truth must learn to get rid of their desire to overcome the so-called negative circumstances. There is nothing to conquer or subdue. There is nothing that can be subdued. Negativity disappears when a single consciousness is present in people. Therefore, your main task as a spiritual being is to delve deeply into the nature of belief systems, programming and instilling attitudes, and resolve your internal conflicts. As your being becomes unified, complete, integrated, complete, etc., you will realize that you have always had access to the heavenly realm. Forces that transcend space-time are locked within your one being. They are waiting for you to dispel the confusions of this world and extinguish the war within you. As long as some part of you sees you as an unhappy little person, subject to forces beyond your control, wanting to push you into a cramped cell and dictate to you how you should manage your fate, etc., you will not be able to realize your splendor. So we keep coming back to personal growth, psychological cleansing, and reprogramming the subconscious mind. Until you actually know that you can be the master of space-time, this knowledge will remain just a pleasant fantasy, a science fiction work, or a prophetic vision of time somewhere far in the future of linear time. To help you become a host, we've compiled the following list of several topics, some of which we've already covered above. You can go anywhere in time and space and see what happens there. The whole of space-time is spread out over smoke is like a tablecloth, whether or not you've learned to see it. Using advanced timeline correction techniques, you can view events as they unfold in the past of the dominant timeline, as well as parallel and probable realities that take place in the past, present, and future. You can switch to a new timeline or access any of the existing timelines simply by directing your energy and attention to a specific or imagined reality. In a later chapter, we'll look at how to energize, or activate, a possible or probable timeline and translate it into the dominant timeline. You can't change physical information about the dominant timeline by going back in time, because of the murdered grandfather paradox. There is one undivided dominant timeline. This is the time in the particle state. You can simultaneously implement several dominant timelines at once. We have already explored this concept earlier. However, for this discussion, we will assume that there is one dominant timeline. Thus, because of the murdered grandfather paradox, you cannot violate the free will of souls who perceive the dominant timeline. What does this mean? Let's assume that on the third dominant timeline on Earth, there are two simultaneous realities, one of which is raging war, and the other is at peace. This situation can manifest itself in the fact that in one part of the Earth people are fighting, and in another part of it people live peacefully, with little or no interaction between these two zones. If you live in a peaceful zone and decide to make changes in a war zone by adjusting the physical worldview in that region, you will probably not succeed. For example, if a politician seized power 5 years ago and started a war, and you decide to go back in time and kill that dictator to prevent him from seizing power and starting a war, this is a violation of free will. There may be hundreds or even thousands of souls who have signed up to participate in this war, because this is how these souls want to learn. By invading their direct lines of time, you have violated their free will. Although free will may appear broken in the lower realms, it cannot be broken in realms above the fourth level. Let's try to explain this paradox. There is a level at which everything that happens in this world is a product of consciousness, which is realized as free will. There is also a higher level of understanding that says, everything happens in perfect divine order. If someone, as you think, violates someone's free will, then from a lower point of view, one soul forces another soul to do something against its will. However, on a higher level, this interference of one soul in the affairs of another was destined. It was planned from the very beginning, although it may not have been realized by a single soul. Having brought this situation to its logical conclusion, let's assume that you were able to go back in time and make changes on the dominant timeline. This would mean that such changes had to happen and were actually part of the prevailing timeline. Ultimately, all souls get exactly what they want out of life, although they usually have a different opinion. As for the idea that the transition to this timeline should have happened, where was the original timeline before you went back in time and changed the situation? In truth, when traveling through time, a new timeline is created instantly, since it is impossible to avoid changes by going back in time. If a time traveler is of great importance to a large number of people, then those people will move to a new timeline together to experience the impact of that time traveler. It can be said that people affected by this change have parallel selves existing on the original unchanging timeline. Thus, at one point in time, this politician became a dictator and started a war. On another timeline, someone arrived from the future and prevented this dictator from starting a war. Those people whose souls are ready to taste peace and quiet may decide, usually unconsciously, to move to this new timeline of peace. Of course, they must do so in a way that does not interfere with the assimilation of their lessons to all the souls involved. In many cases, the souls will not even realize that they have switched to an alternate timeline. Perhaps they will simply admire how someone magically appeared on the scene and at the last moment agreed to make peace. This idea gives the impression that predestination exists. Such a state exists outside the realm of free will in the lower dimension. Let's recall our example with a path in the forest and a view of the surrounding area from the top of the tallest tree. Thanks to a high level of awareness, you can see the entire map of time and space, drawn up in great detail. It does not take away from life its magic and mystery. On the contrary, this situation actually increases the sense of surprise and delight that comes with a higher perception. And while everything may ultimately turn out to be predetermined, the ways in which this space-time matrix is perceived can be infinitely diverse. When the soul reaches higher levels of awareness, the degree of gratitude to the Creator for the fruits of His creation increases accordingly. In any given example of nonlinear time, you may have several dominant timelines. This is the time in the wave state. Despite the fact that the map of space-time is one cohesive whole, there are many ways to perceive space-time. In fact, planets like Earth are multidimensional and allow for many dominant timelines, one for each density, dimension, plane, or subplane, as the case may be. We have already stated that there are two types of parallel realities, one based on levels or dimensions, and the other on possible and probable realities. We are now talking about multiple dimensions of the dominant timelines. In discussing free will and predestination, we have illustrated the three predominant states of consciousness on planet Earth. These three dominant timelines are realized simultaneously and are perceived by approximately 99.99% of humanity. For convenience, they are called third, fourth, and fifth dimensional time.